And then things started unraveling. I've had a very traumatic life. I've had a lot of childhood trauma. What I wouldn't give it up for anything, because we were just discussing this, because it made me who I am today. I wouldn't be here sitting if I wouldn't have had these life experiences. So I cherish them. The catalyst for me was when I was 23. I was out horseback riding with my mother, and we had an accident, and she died. She was 46. I was 23. It rocked my world, because she was my best friend. She was everything to me. I was married at the time. My brother was dying of AIDS. And it was just us three, basically. My parents were divorced. So she died. It rocked my world. I didn't know what a medium was, and it's a good thing, because I think if I would have just spent my life at a medium, because I was so grieving. So, I mean, I can't tell you how much it knocked me to my core, because the trauma of seeing the accident and being there and giving resuscitation. I mean, there's a lot involved in this. But anyway, I got through that. I lost 5 people from 1988 to 92. My mother, my brother, my grandmother, my grandfather, and my aunt. All within that period of time. And I think that was a major catalyst for me. And what happened is Spirit started teaching me how to meditate, because every night I would lay down and try to go to sleep. I would see the accident. I'd see my mom die over and over. 2 weeks of Crown Royal didn't do anything, so I stopped. Because I'm like, this is not good. My genes, I'm really good at drinking whiskey, so I need to stop that. So then I just started listening to music. I realized I was meditating. Spirit was training me. My team were clever enough to bring these thoughts to my mind of what to do to cope. I never went to therapy, which blows my mind today, right? I only have a few little glitches. But, so Spirit was my savior. Spirit healed me along with my horses. I did sell the horses and get rid of everything, but God brought them back. And everything is divinely orchestrated and divinely perfect, because I wanted nothing to do with horses, as you can see why, right? Even though it's the passion of my life. And I bought a house in 92 after my brother passed, and it was horse property, only for resale value. I thought, bigger picture, I got a horse. I went down to the lady around the corner. She had horses, and I brought my son, who was a little over a year old. We walked down, and I feed him carrots. And she said, sure. I gave her my name. 2 weeks later, she called me out of the blue and said, hey, I'm going to a horse auction. Do you want to come? I don't even know how she got my number. I did Yellow Pages back then, so probably not. And I'm like, my husband's like, you gotta go, you gotta go. I'm like, okay, so I went. As we're driving down to Benson, I didn't buy a horse, but as we're driving down, we're talking. She goes, yeah, I lost my brother. And I go, I lost my brother too. She goes, yeah, my brother died of AIDS. I go, my brother died of AIDS. He was at the VA. She goes, was he a blonde-haired kid that liked science fiction? I'm like, yeah. She goes, I met him. She used to volunteer for library cards at the VA hospital. So see how it's divinely orchestrated? So she said, get a horse. You can keep it at my house. I'm like, no, I don't want a horse. My husband got me a horse. And that's where it all started again. Horses healed me. That's why I do horse healing clinics. Horses healed my soul. I still see my mom ride with me sometimes. When we're on the trail, all of a sudden she might appear. It's really cool to go ride with my mom. My brother, he crossed. He helps me with mediumship readings. Yeah, he's the one that talks to the spirits and brings them to me. I always wondered why he would come in on my readings. I'm like, okay, does this mean this person's gay? Is there a gay connection? What's going on here? And no, I found out just recently that he is the relative that helps me bring people in. You know, it's really, really cool to have him come around and do that for me. My brother's the one that was more spiritual. He's the one that took me to my first meditation, which I refused to go ever again because it scared the jeebies out of me. I had some things that happened that if they would have happened early on, I wouldn't be sitting here, because it was pretty amazing stuff. It mind blowing. I'm like, okay, what's this? But the one thing I want to get across is that you all can do this. You all have these abilities. You can have this connection with God, with your spirit team, with your healers. Utilize them. You don't need to do this on your own. You know, ask for assistance. They're here to help you. Like a guardian angel, you have to ask. And you have specialty guides that come in too. So if you're going through a specific situation in your life, you can ask a specialty guide to come in and help you with that. You know, let's say you're acting and you're having a hard time connecting with a character or choosing acting. What you can do is ask an acting guide to come in and help you. And they will. It's amazing how much help you can get. You do public speaking, ask for a public speaking guide to come in. Okay? So utilize these tools. Utilize what they want to give you. I'm spirit taught, and then I learn after the fact. So that's how things are confirmed to me. So for example, I did not study chakras. I read them completely different. It's unorthodox. I had no idea that the back chakras were about past lives. I've seen past lives, but I just thought that's how I read. Until I read somewhere, the back chakras are about past lives. The front's about present future. Even though I do see some past stuff in the front too. But that's how I read them. That's how Spirit taught me. Okay. Everything can be divinely orchestrated. There are no mistakes. They are trying to guide you and keep you on your path. Feel the energy, okay? If you're having to force something and make something work, that's not your path. That's not your spiritual path. Okay? Pay attention to the energy. Did you ever have something where you had a friend and you wanted to go out and you persuaded them and pushed them and it didn't end well? Because the energy wasn't there. It wasn't aligned. So I'll leave you with a little, I don't know if it's good. How much time do we have done?
Oh, I think you're good.
Oh, good.
One second, though. 1 second. Cami. Is there a Cami in here? No Cami? Okay.
Go fish.
Somebody won the thing. So
Oh.
I'm trying to find who it was that won it.
Okay. So. Yeah. I won. Yeah, you know, your team will guide you and they will educate you. Just listen to them. And how it comes to me, you know, we think that it's like, this voice is coming from this guy and it's telling you what to do. I wish it was that simple. It didn't work that way for me. What they do is they plant a thought in my mind. Sometimes it's a looping thought that I can't get rid of. And I have to act upon it. That can be how your guides come through to communicate with you and we're supposed to do that. Now,
Terry.
That's me.
Terry, congratulations.
Whoa!
I know it is. Thank you.
That's wonderful. They will guide you and direct you on your path. This is the visual. I'm very much visual and analogies and things like that. So you're on a river and you're in a canoe. Most rivers run downstream. There's a few exceptions in the world where they run south to north, but most run north to south. And you're in a canoe, and this is your life. It represents your life path. The end of the river is your death. Okay, so you're on this journey, and you're in this canoe. So the left side of the river is swirls and currents and weeds. The right side is glass, and then the middle is like gradually moving over towards that. If you're not following your soul purpose, your path, you're on the left side in that canoe, and you're doing everything to keep that canoe straight. You're paddling, you're still going downstream, you're still going to the end result, okay? But you're choosing the hard way about it, and you're forcing it. So for those of you that are stuck in jobs that you absolutely hate, why? Okay? There are options out there, guys. Think about it. I can tell you from experience, I was on that hamster wheel for 33 years. Car dealership, I was a service and parts director. I worked 60 to 80 hours a week my entire career. I got put on 40 hours when I was pregnant, and they cut my pay. That was the car industry. So I was on that hamster wheel. I was making 6 figures a year. Spirit told me, you're going to be doing this professionally. I'm like, no, I'm not. Why would I give up a 6-figure job? I'm the breadwinner of the family. I support 3 families. Can't do it. Till August 2015, I got pulled in the GM's office, and he goes, we're letting you go. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah. I go, why? He goes, oh, we're going in a different direction. You're not in that direction. That was the example of God. You know, I was doing a happy dance inside, but I was also like freaking out, trying to keep it together, trying not to cry. I'm like, what in the heck just happened? So, go home, regroup, have a come to Jesus meeting with Spirit, God, my team. I said, obviously, this is what you want me to do. I'll do it. You have to support me financially, me and my family. That's all I have. Doesn't have to be in I kind of changed that, but it doesn't have to be the 6-figure job. Just support me and my family. And I said, I reevaluated after 2 years. To me, this is a calling. I was willing, and I still am, to give up everything that I own to continue to do this as a calling. And that's my commitment to me and to God. My connection with God has gotten so close. My belief in God and Spirit is just unwavering. So the people that come to my classes are the ones lacking faith in themselves, faith in the messages that they're getting. So I teach people how to have that faith in themselves. I teach them how they're getting information in, how to decipher it. That's what I teach. I want to teach the masses. So my classes are inexpensive. My practice group on Monday nights are $15. Every Monday. My practice group in Cave Creek, which is one Saturday a month, is $10. I do free events for the public. And to me, this is a calling. And I want to give back, and I want to share. And that's why I'm available. If you have a question, you can always call. Technology sometimes eludes me. So if I don't answer you, please reach out to me again. I'm very good about emails and that. I'm old school, so I'll probably call instead of texting. But you're not in this alone. How many of you are starting to waken up? How many of you are starting to have moments when things are happening to you that you can't explain? Yeah. You know, when I was working in corporate, I noticed I was getting a buzzing sensation in my root chakra. And it would drive me nuts. And I'm not going to the doctor for this. This doesn't sound crazy, right? Nobody could tell me what it was. And it got so intense that I honestly thought I had something down there buzzing. And it was very embarrassing because I worked with all men. And I'm walking out in the shop, you know, the garage where all the techs are, and I'm buzzing, and I'm like, keep it together. It was interesting opening up and working in retail like that, because I would see people come in with people, and I couldn't tell them. I had this gentleman, sad story, this gentleman, he lost his wife, and he had a set of twins, and they were, I think, under the age of 5. And he had this old Durango that he brought into the shop. I worked for Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep, Hyundai, Volkswagen. I worked for all, but primarily Dodge, Chrysler, Jeep. He brought in his Durango, which had a ton of miles on it. And he's like, I got tweaks and rattles, and I just went off. Tweaks and rattles are the worst, okay? You're chasing everything, and nobody ever wants to pay for you to chase them. They want them fixed. So anyway, I'm like, okay, so we have his car in the shop, and the mechanics, and I'm pushing on the car, trying to get it to squeak. And all of a sudden, the amount of sadness and grief that overtook me, I wanted to bawl. I mean, I had to leave because I have mechanics that don't know what's going on with me. And I'm like, okay, excuse me, guys, I have to leave for a moment. Because I touched that car. And I told him, I went to the owner and I go, you know, the car's got a lot of miles on it. You might be better suited to sell it, you know, because you're going to be putting a lot of money into it. And I couldn't tell him the amount of energy that car was holding. I had no idea his wife committed suicide in that car, and he wants to keep that car as a memory. The car is saying, we want to go somewhere else. He wasn't hearing it. I would have, I had a mechanic come in to my office, and I knew, I said, you're quitting. He goes, yeah. You could take that as pretty obvious when somebody comes in a manager's office, right? So I'm like, you're quitting. He goes, yeah. And I heard clairaudiently, externally, there's two types of clairaudience. There's internal, where it seems like it's your thought, your words, and then it's external, like our voice. I hear, in my ear, he's going to a Nissan dealership. I said, but, and I blurted out, but you don't work on Nissan. Why are you going to a Nissan dealership? Freaked him out. He goes, I didn't tell you that. I go, yes, you did. I argued with him 3 times. I go, yes, you did. You just told me you're going to a Nissan dealership. He goes, no, I'm not. I did not tell you that, but I am going to. So that was clairaudience popping in randomly. You may get things that pop in randomly though, and then you may not get them for a while. You're like, what the hell? What happened? For about 6 months, anytime I touched an oracle card, all of a sudden I get this tingling here, and then I start doing this, and then I do inspired speaking. And then when I open my eyes, the person in front of me was falling. I don't remember what I said. Touching their soul. It was like a soul reading is what I was happening. Can I recreate that on a whim? No. How about? The one thing I can do mediumship, psychic, and I can do healing and all that. That comes like that. But you're going to have abilities that come and go because spirit is trying to figure out what you're best suited for. So let's say they say, okay, we're going to try you to make some psychic work. And then they're like, you know what? Her energy gets better in healing. So let's try some different healing things. So maybe Reiki. Oh, no, that's not healing, right? Maybe quantum touch. Ooh, maybe. There's all these different modalities out there. But spirit will put them in your mind. They might bring a feed up, a Google feed or something, and all of a sudden they start popping. I'm like, well, maybe I should take a look at that. Somebody's wanting me to take a look at that. So that's sort of how it works. It's very subtle. It's not like, oh, everything happens and okay, it's all crystal clear. I know exactly what I'm supposed to be doing. I wish it was that simple. I wish my guides talked to me like they talk to Angela. I get crickets sometimes. And literally, they have a sense of humor. So when I ask a question and I hear crickets chirping, I'm like, seriously? You're not going to tell me? I'm going to have to wait and figure it out? I had that happen. I had, Spirit has been, my guide, my team has been telling me physical mediumship. Physical mediumship, like I explained before, not everybody can do it. I don't even know if I can do it. But they're wanting me to sit for it. It takes a lot of work, a lot of dedication. And you don't miss those appointments. When you say you're going to sit for physical, you're there. Okay? You just don't, oh, I'm going to do this today, I'm not going to do that. No, that's not how it works. So I told them, I said, guys, I call them guys, friends. I don't call them guys, I call them friends or guys. Hey guys, if you want me to do physical mediumship and sit in circle, you need to give me a time. I literally heard crickets. I'm like, great. So 2 weeks passed. I get in the shower, I'll never forget it. Thursday morning, I get in my little shower here, and I have a shelf about this high off the floor. And I look over, and there's 2 amethyst crystals on that shower. For those of you that know me, no, I do not work with crystals. I do not buy crystals. I just can't spend my money on them. I'm sorry, they're just not for me. And so it's ironic and very intelligent that Spirit put crystals in my shower. Think about it, and amethyst of all things. So after I did the deductions, I let my husband, my son, and my granddaughter was only about 1.5 years, and everything would have been in her mouth at that point, and it would have never made it in my shower because the crystals were about that big. They're called apports, by the way. A-P-P-O-R-T-S, apports. Spirit can bring apports from the other side and plop them down. Okay, I've seen it happen, and I've experienced it personally. I've seen it in a physical stands before, where things literally fell out, and we're talking coins and other things. So anyway, that's Thursday. So I didn't believe it then. I get in Friday morning. Oh, hey, there's a rose quartz crystal. Okay, I'm supposed to be doing physical mediumship. For whatever reason, it may not, I may never ever demonstrate physical mediumship. But this is for them. This is not for me. This is what they need. So on your journey, stop and ask what they need for you to help them. This is a team. You're working together. Okay? So they may need things from you to help with the energy. It's all energy. Everything is frequency, everything is energy. Okay? And in order for them to align your energies with what you're best suited for, they're going to try these different things. And maybe they're trying to give you a toolbox, because, you know, I'm in cars, okay, guys? You cannot overhaul an engine with a screwdriver, right? You got to have tools. And some of these guys have $100,000 toolboxes, okay, full of stuff. We have a limited amount of tools that we have. Psychic, mediumship, healing, massage, you know, there's all these other forms of tools that go in your spiritual toolbox. So when that person sits in front of you, I'm like, okay, well, the screwdriver won't work for this. I need a wrench. Spirit buzzed and said yes. So when you're on your journey, they're going to be directing you and guiding you through many different phases. So don't get fixated and hold on to one like, okay, I am an evidential medium. I'm going to do platform mediumship, and I'm not deviating, and I'm going to be this to death. Okay, instead of like, oh, there's other possibilities. Wow, I can do healing. I can teach. I never thought I'd be teaching them, ever. But see, they program me for that, because in car dealerships, I started to have to give these monthly meetings and talk to all the new car owners and introduce my departments to them. I could have 100 people here and have to get up and speak. So they started me doing that. Like, you know, and then they planted this silly idea that I'm going to do car care clinics for women. So I got pink aprons, and I set up on a Saturday, and I started teaching about cars to women, just basic stuff. What to do if this light comes off, you know, that type of thing. And then it went to kids, 16-year-olds. You got a new driver? I have a new driving class, teaching kids how to change the tire, wear the owner's manual, all that fun stuff. Okay. So Spirit started having me do that as a precursor to what I'm doing currently. The majority of my work is a lot of teaching. I have a lot of classes that I pop up. I have a horse healing clinic next month, which is pretty much an all-day event at my center in Cave Creek. That's RSVP only. Very spiritual. My horses are amazing animals. They do healing work naturally. I didn't teach them. My girls are really, really good girls. My herd has dwindled down. I went from 5 down to 3 now, or 2. They die of old age in my center. Everything dies of old age. My dogs, my horses, everything. Any questions on anything? Does anybody have any? I mean, come on, there's got to be somebody with questions. Yeah.
I have a question.
Good.
So you've been saying that we're here to help them, right?
Yes.
And I had just been asking, how can I let my spiritual team know how much I love them? And that came through as an answer. I don't know what that entails.
Sitting in the power and sitting for the Glen would benefit you tremendously.
And what does that mean?
Sitting in the power of sitting with God.
Okay.
Not spirit. You're not blending with spirit. So how many of you feel spirit? Okay. How I feel spirit when I started feeling spirit, okay, kind of like a creepy crawling on my head, and I go to touch and there's nothing there. Or I might feel like I've got a band around my head or a hat on, or glasses and I don't. A lot of times I'll feel like I have sweat rolling down my face and I don't. Or there might be a loose hair and I go to wipe and there's nothing there. Chills. Heart palpitations. When your team steps in close to you and you can't handle their energy, you're going to feel like a panic attack. How many of you suffer from panic attacks? Okay. Next time you have a panic attack, I want you to sit and I want you to say, this is spirit, this is too much for me, please take your energy away. This is too much, push it away, okay? Because your team could be coming in because your energy is perfect for them to blend with you, but your energy is too strong because your chemist and your physician haven't gotten you to the level that you need to be for that particular team to come in, or that particular god. Okay, it's all energy, guys. Even the dark stuff is all energy. As you, for all of you that know me and don't know me, you're going to know soon. You're going to hear a lot about protection. Oh, I need to protect myself. I need to do this. I need to do that. Ooh, money. I was told you have to protect, you have to do this, you have to put the bubble up. And I did it, because that's what I was told. I don't anymore. I don't do protection exercises. I believe we are all God's source, we are all God. Does God need protection? No. Once you step into that power that God has you, you don't have to worry about it. And it's all frequency anyway. So if I'm attracting a lower vibrational frequency, why? What is going on in my life that I need to look at? If my vibration is that low, that it's aligning with some spirit on the other side that's a little low, where am I in my path? So I need to raise my frequency. I need to raise my vibration. That's where you start doing things that feed your soul, that make you happy. Very important. Self-care is extremely important. When I worked in corporate, I go to work sick. I broke my arms on a Sunday. They kept me in the hospital overnight, released me on Monday. I went to work Tuesday. Okay. That's how it was. My work ethic is just, I'm from Indiana. You know, farms, that's what you did. And I realized, you know, the millennials may not have it wrong. We're the ones that had it wrong. We're the ones that think you have to work hard to achieve anything. Law of attraction, guys, change that tape. It can be easy, it can be fun. The best thing that ever happened was for me to be fired. Best thing in the world. I now have time with my family. I missed out on my family completely because I was on an extra room. Now I'm not. I babysit my granddaughters once a week. If I want to spend time with them, I can. If I want to go do something, I can. I have that flexibility. Do I have the amount of money coming in? No, I don't. But I'm comfortable. I have a roof over my head. I have food. That's what I asked God for. That's what I got. Okay. Look at where you're at. Are you happy? Do you wake up dreading going to what you have to do? Do you enjoy it? You know, I combined my passion of horses with the spiritual world. I think I was one of the first people to do horse healing events, and now in this area, now we're getting a lot. It's becoming a lot more prevalent because I have people sending me videos all the time now. Hey, did you see this horse healing? I stay in my own lane. The reason I stay in my own lane, and this is a rarity for me to do this, guys, I don't do psychic therapy. When I was in corporate, you know, you have the backstabbers and you have the people that are trying to get to you and carry you down and this and that. Just because you step in the spiritual world does not mean that that's gone. So when I first started, I was shocked. And I was like, I don't want this. I went out of corporate. I don't want this energy. And I'm finding it. And I'm like, okay, I'm just going to do my own thing. And that's how I started my own path. And that's how I started my own classes and my own spiritual center. And it's just morphed into all that. Feed your soul, make yourself happy. Do things that you enjoy doing. Life is short. That's one thing I learned from my mom. age 46, she passed. She was just starting to enjoy life. She raised her children, she divorced, got remarried, and just started enjoying life. And I remember sitting at her funeral in her house, and my mom was known to have a spotless house. She could eat off her floors any given time because she spent a lot of time cleaning. And I'm sitting there and I'm looking at all these people talking. No one mentioned that her house was spotless. No one cared. So how much time did she waste cleaning the house when she could have been spending time with people, having things happen, having events happen, memories, making memories. The only thing you take with you is your memories back. You take no material possessions. So take those mental pictures every chance you get. Store them up, because when you cross over, that's all you got. If you want to talk some more, I'm in the corner, in the back, by the soap lady. It smells great back there, guys. I'm telling you, you need to come back and visit, say hi. I've got lots of little things that I sell and make. This is an aura clearing spray. It's a little stuffy in here, so I'm not going to spray it because it can probably get a little overwhelming. But you're welcome to come by and get a spray of it. It does work. I've caught it on camera, clearing the auric field with an aura machine. Okay, so thank you so much. It was a blessing to have you all here. Thank you, Don.
Before we roll out, Tina, how can they reach you?
You got all my information there. It is my name. I keep it very simple. TinaEscoto.com is my website. My email is escototina@gmail. Very simple. And if that doesn't work, just pick up the phone and call me.
And you have to check out our classes. I'm telling you, all of them are good. And I
have a sense of humor.
on Mondays.
I like that.
I'm not psychic, I'm just making it up. It feels like you're making it up when you do a psychic reading. Okay? So have some fun with it. Have some fun out there. There's lots of vendors. You got these great ladies coming in. You want some mediumship reads? Come on.
Thank you, everybody, for coming in. Next is going to be next week, some mediums, and this is the medium light. We have Jeff Bowler in front, we have Angela Shelby. We have two more that are outside the door. And they're going to introduce themselves.
Thank you. Very good. I'm definitely listening to you. I think they're my person.
Okay.
No, well, other.
You like the band? Yeah. Imagine, oh, the band? Oh, God, that's dark. How far away was the restaurant?
The lobby, and then you go to the pool. You go into the pool through the gate. It's not bad. It really isn't. And you get a nice, you know. So, the first Thursday about
Sonoran Mystic Tarot on YouTube.
I'm not a country.
For YouTube.
Oh, I like one of the songs. The second one is tribute. Perfect. Okay, we're watching. So people don't cross. The seediness. The second week. I saw her. I went and saw her in Denver. I don't know if I talked to you. And then the third one is the and then the fourth one is the mind. Oh, is that on the 30th? Is the day before Halloween? No. Jen, Abby, and Jen. Jen. Abby. She knows what? I sent her husband Brian the list. No, John said I'll be with you about that day. So I know how I'm closing my night out. That's fine. Medium light. Right here. you a little coffee? Yeah, where's it? It's here across the hall. It's on this side of the hall. Bane, the coffee. Yeah, you got coffee. I have across the hall. Yeah, from the vendor. Yeah.
Hello. Thank you for coming. We're gonna have a raffle. Anybody interested in giving them? And if you'd like to be read, you need a raffle ticket. And it's not a guarantee. It's still the same. If you need a raffle ticket. If you don't want to be read, don't need a raffle ticket.
They're always there.
And if it's
I'm gonna go get
if you realize that I don't know that information and your number is called, you pass if you don't want to be read.
I don't move too well. I need
Just watch you see the.
Oh, yeah, I don't want to fall. They said that's one thing.
They're gonna do reading. You gotta get a ticket if you wanna read. Well, you have to get
I don't want to read.
Yes, you do. Then give it to me, or you wanna give it to me, right? You're gonna stay right here, we're gonna go give this to, or they're gonna come back to us. Okay, yeah. Well, be careful, I don't want you to.
Yeah, I can't.
Perfect, I want that camera here.
Hello. What are these for?
Readings, if you want a reading. Yep.
Oh, it's like a consent.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Guided by spirit.
Yeah,
Did you get one? That's a great answer. Sorry, I have, yes, that's exactly. I have one. I've consented.
You know you gotta have permission.
I've consented. No peeking.
No favoritism. We have a beautiful introduction. I'm Jenna again.
I'm Kat. I'm Angela. And I'm Amy. And we are the medium light. Hi, thank you.
Guys.
All right, so. You want me to pick up? Oh, I'm just gonna quickly say what's gonna happen. And, we're gonna do as many short readings as we can. And we talked about the raffle ticket, and if you're being read, we say don't see the medium. The best answers are yes, no, I don't know, but don't get into a conversation. Yay! And then when we wrap up, we have amazing healers up here. So when we wrap up, we're going to do just a really quick healing for everybody in the room to little energy boost for the day. And we'll start. Okay. Oh, and also if everybody gets in there. Yeah, I used to do the last three. Okay. Just the last three numbers, 109. Yep. 109. Okay. And what's your name?
Renee.
Renee? Okay, so we're reading for Renee.
There's two more over here, Jenna. What?
Ready. Renee. Oh. Renee, your higher self presents to me like
an elevator over your head, and then the elevator doors open, and then I read the higher self. And yours came bursting out of the doors with like, I don't know, 5 or 10 dogs on leashes like that. And so, with a ton of energy. And so, my interpretation is that you take on a lot of tasks and you have a lot of energy and a lot to give, and a lot of love to share.
So Renee, spirit guides can be a lot of things. And some of your spirit guides are elementals. They are fairies, and they specifically flower fairies. They are coming through, they keep showing me like this broad patch of flowers. And the message coming through is that you do not give yourself enough credit or enough time to just be with yourself. And that they would really, really like to connect with you more, and they do that best outside. If you can go outside in green spaces, they're even showing me like standing next to like a potted plant and just being there and taking time for yourself. And they're showing me like 15 minutes a day, standing next to a plant. Do you have a potted plant in your house? They're showing me like this little flowering plant, specifically has flowers.
Outside, but not inside.
But not inside. They are showing you in a chair, sitting next to this plant, and just like taking 15 minutes. They're saying like 15 minutes, 5 days a week. And you do nothing. And you're beholden to no one during that time, and you just rest. And tune into them. They really are trying to connect with you, and they want to help you balance yourself and balance out your body. Does that make sense to you? And they're like, they're saying slow the F down. I know we're being broadcast, so I'm not sorry, but I'm just repeating. They're saying slow the F down. You just got to slow down. Does that make sense? Because your body's doing the best it can, and they're trying to keep the wheels on you. So slow down and give them time, and they will help you heal yourself and your body. Does that make sense? Okay.
I have somebody that keeps tickling my chin. I got the word grandpa, or grandfather figure. He doesn't have a lot to say. He's just very quiet, but he just wants to make himself present, that he's here. And get some help and see if I can finish with grandfather. Does that make sense to you, to have a grandfather figure on the other side? Mm-hmm. Was he very loving? I feel like this person's very loving. And he keeps stroking my face, so he's not giving me much help. Sometimes I just get the feel or the touch. He's not very talkative to me. Maybe it just depends on how they cross over sometimes with you, or or maybe their first time coming through, and like, I don't know what to do with it. So he just came forward just to let you know that he's here. Okay.
Excellent.
Next. All right. We have 138 right here. Hello. What's your name?
Lynette.
Lynette. And I'm just going to do a tuning fork for changing the energy between readings. It helps to shift. Okay. Receiving for Lynette.
Hey, Lynette, if you could just kind of take a couple breaths with me, just kind of
feeling this energy around that heart space. There's just a lot of, I channel in and work with different energy, and there's a lot of energy just kind of flowing in and out of that heart space. You're open to receiving. I'm just seeing a white light kind of channel come through, down through your crown, kind of through all the chakras. Just seeing some angelic presence around you, your angelic guides. And I'm just, I'm not sure if you're working as, like in mediumship or kind of in this space, but your guides are like kind of cheering you on, and your angelic guides, I don't know if you work with angelic energy, but they're stepping forward very much to kind of channel and blend with you. I don't know if you do that. Does that resonate?
I'm wearing angel numbers on my.
Are you sure? Yeah. So whether you consciously do know that you are channeling, they're working with you in that capacity. Or they're so excited. There's actually a lot of them that just actually all popped in and parade. So, yeah, they're happy you're here.
Over here. Let's go to over here.
Yeah. So, it's easier to catch. When one of your guides is coming through, and he came through really fast and hard, and he is an Oriental gentleman and Asian gentleman, and he is exasperated with you. And what's coming through, he's here specifically to help you with like paperwork and doing paperwork, keeping paperwork straight. I get the feeling he's like an accountant, but like way back, old China. But he's really exasperated. Let me ask him why. He is, so he's exasperated because he's showing you going from here and working for 5 minutes, and then you come over here and you work for 5 minutes, and then you come over here and work for 5 minutes, and then when you get back to here, you've forgotten what you've done with this 5 minutes, so you kind of have to backtrack, and then does that make sense? Am I making sense to you? In some aspects. Okay. He would like you to give yourself more credit when it comes to paperwork, and he's encouraging you to give yourself a good 15 to 20 solid minutes doing one task at a time when it comes to paperwork. And the feeling coming through is that you flip from thing to thing, especially when it comes to paperwork, because you get discouraged or overwhelmed. Does that make sense? Okay. He's like, give yourself a huge pat on the back. He's not exasperated with you because you're not doing it right or because of your skills. He's exasperated with you because you get feeling bad about yourself while you're doing it. And he's like, please stop. He goes, you do so much better than you think that you do at that stuff. And so he's like, please give yourself a huge pat on the back. He's like, get yourself something you love to eat or drink and bring it with you and sit down and sit with him for 20 minutes. And he goes, he loves to just do this with you because, not because he was assigned to it, that he just loves to do this and he loves doing it with you. So if it helps to consider that time as special time spent with someone who loves you, doing that particular task, that might help. But he's like, please cut yourself some slack and give yourself some more credit doing the paperwork stuff.
What'd you say?
I just go touch
A dog that has crossed over.
No, I'm a cat person.
You're a cat person.
You have a dog that's
He call himself Rover. I don't know why, but he just. Yeah, that's all I got. I just said, they said I'm a dog and my name is Rover. Is a dog named Rover in here?
Thank you, Rover.
Well, he's just a passerby. Sometimes he gets flyby, so.
Yeah.
You like the energy. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. 140. Oh, yay! All right. And what's your name?
Julie.
Julie. Nice to meet you, Julie. Reading for Julie.
Receiving for Julie. So, Julie, your higher self stepping off the elevator has the fluffy robe, like I think of Shasha before, there's my age, but with the feathers around the cuffs and, you know, all of Shasha before, and the fluffy slippers and the just pink, soft comfort. And I think it's a message of self-care. Loving yourself. You might stick a rose quartz in your pocket, but it's a lovely self-care image.
So, your guys came through and they're hilarious. So, your guys came through and they're showing me a Trojan horse and they pushed it up and they're standing next to it like, we totally got this. And we've got this. And let me ask why they're showing me that. Oh, you're good at the sneak attack. You are good at sneaking up on people and changing their mind without them knowing it. You're really good at slipping in information to people that that don't want to change their mind, that are stubborn. Does that make sense? Sometimes. Sometimes? Yeah. I'm just gonna say, they're like, nobody messes with you. Nobody gives you crap at all, ever, because you will get them and you will get them back. But they're saying this with great love, like you are the sneak attack queen. It's like, if you mess with me, I will get you at some point. Let's see if there's anything else they want to share. Do you have any messages to share? Okay, they're saying use your powers for good instead of evil. Yeah. Don't shoot the messenger. They are saying you are incredibly powerful, and to be you in ways you don't understand how powerful you are, and you don't understand how much your words affect other people. And they are inviting you to be more mindful of how you use that power, because you don't understand how much you affect people. They're asking you to be more mindful of that. Like, you're just you. It doesn't bother you because it's your energy and you're confident and you're like, I got this. But sometimes that derails other people just because you're so powerful. You're just such a big personality. Yeah, they're saying be more mindful. Does that make sense? Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. 108. Me? All right.
My name is Danette.
Danelle?
Danette.
Danette, okay.
Jeanette, they're showing me, you digging in a garden, like all up to your elbow. And if you're not a gardener, then it's an opportunity, invitation to garden or to be in nature or to get dirty. Oh, and if it means to get the other dirty, you could take that.
I like your dice.
I'm like, how do I transition into this? I was hearing about, I'm hearing from your guys some opportunity on working through some loss. And loss can appear in different manners, right? It could be job, people, there's some grief. There's some opportunities to kind of acknowledge and bring some of that to the forefront in a conscious manner in the physical world. And just acknowledging and witnessing that allows us to really kind of release and step into a new alignment. So there's a lot that I'm hearing about in the heart. I don't know if there's anything that's forefront in mind, but there's some subconscious stuff that could be there too. There's a little bit of what I was feeling too before. I don't know if you have any eye issues. Is there anything with the eyes, like dry eyes or? Okay, so my eyes are very dry. So okay. What I'm hearing about it is opportunity for your perception and kind of to see things in a different way, to kind of step into this new way of being and stepping into this releasing old patterns and stepping into your alignment and who you are, and allowing that to be expressed as well in different ways. So that may be, I mean, there's a lot with your voice as well. You don't have to speak in front of people, but there's so much that wants to be expressed with that voice. So, yeah.
So, again, spirit guides can be a lot of different things. Elementals can be spirit guides, and an alligator has come through for you, this big one. And I don't know if you have family down south, but it's attached to your ancestry, and they're showing me like the bayou, like down in the swamp, kind of. But this alligator is connected to your family. He is an animal totem. Are you familiar with animal totems? Animal totems are like, they remind me of like the archangels of the elemental world. They are big energy. They are big spirits. Usually we think of alligators as like these really fierce beings, and they are fierce, but the way this alligator is coming through, he's male, and it's funny, male alligators, they rumble when they're courting. They rumble and they make the water shake, and he just keeps rumbling at you. And he's doing it for comfort, he's doing it for love, and he is a family guardian. And he is with you. He wants you to know that he's with you, and he's going to help carry you. If you are so inclined, sit and tune into his energy, because he feels really good. And he is doing his best to comfort you and be heard. Does that make sense? And that's why he keeps rumbling and rumbling and rumbling, because he's trying to get you to hear him and know that you're not alone. Does that make sense? Okay. He's also connected to your ancestors. your ancestors, so not only is he connected, your ancestors have sent him to comfort and protect you. Do you have ancestors from down south that you know of? They're in there somewhere, because they're coming through and they claim you. They're saying yes. So, thank you.
So what's the next one claiming?
The alligator. 115, 115.
Oh, that's me.
And you are?
My name's Colleen.
Colleen? Okay. Colleen.
So Pauline, they're showing me, the chessboard as if you're one of the, players. And so I don't know if you're involved in some kind of strategy, it feels career oriented. Oh, I got the goosebumps. I was about to say the word checkmate, that if you're in a legal battle or you got something going on, there's something about using your strategic, a couple of moves ahead way of thinking to win what you want.
I had somebody come through before this lady, and she kept going, pick me, and then they said, no, wait till the next person comes up. So, I feel, to me, it's almost a childlike figure. I feel like this person could be a younger child, or sometimes, does that resonate with you? Oh yeah. Just very, they're like running around me, like jumping up and down. This person is very, I feel like it wasn't a boy. Yeah. Okay. I'm trying to think that more. Not very old. I want to say between 5 and 8. I'm not getting any information.
Okay.
But they're just coming through to let you know that they're on the other side. And once you cross over to the other side, it's like a playground for them. They don't want anybody to be unhappy for them, because they're in really a good place. They worry about more than we worry more about them on the other side, and they don't want you to worry because they're happy. That's my message to you.
So, Colleen, your spirit guides have come through, and they're showing me this huge stairway. It's a huge spiral stairway and they're telling me stairway to heaven. Have you ever, do you channel at all? Are you in touch with spirit guides, or are you a medium? Okay. Do you want to be?
Well, my family tends to be more so I'd like to.
It's there. It's there for you. Not only is it there for you, it's massive for you. I mean, and it's not just the talent. Everybody has that gift. It's that you are specifically wired for it, and you have a really good disposition to do it. You're really calm, you're really peaceful, you're really generous, and people trust you. And they are inviting you to consider it. It's there. If you want to do it, reach for it, it's right there.
Thank you.
131. Right. Oh, Tony. Tony. Right.
So Tony, you're busting out of the elevator doors doing the can and aligning with other people, very synchronized. And, it's dancing, we know raises vibrations, and then there's something about doing it with others that you're in sync with. It's very energetic and uplifting and happy.
You do this work. When I was tapping into your energy, literally your heart just like opens up. You're open up to receiving it, right? What I'm hearing about is there's this energy exchange between that gift and that ability that you're doing. Whether you actually stepped into something a space like this, or you're just out in the world, in front of people, that's very powerful as well. This opening of the heart, and what I'm hearing is the way that you can hold space for other people, you can receive them and see them and come from a space of non-judgment, and that starts a spot for them, an opportunity for them to release, right? Because if someone hasn't been seen before, they're being seen, even if it's you just holding that space and not saying anything. So that in itself, that open heart, what I'm hearing about is your guys coming in and just continuing to welcome you to do it more, not that you need to do it consciously, but if you do decide to bring in, like, say, I have been hearing like great consciousness, unconditional love, if you intentionally bring that in, you're already open to receiving, right? So if you're bringing this frequency and this vibration in, and you're holding that space for someone else, that can be very powerful. I even seen they're showing, like, people to their knees, like crying. So I don't know if people just kind of open up and like cry around you. Yeah. But it's that right, being seen. Being seen is very important. And I'm just hearing, keep doing it. Even if you don't get into the space, you are transmuting. And if you decide to get into the space, the door's open.
So they're playing an Adele song at me, your guys are. And the message coming through is that is a particular path through a romantic relationship, to let it go and wish them well. Does that make sense? Yeah, they're like, just wish them well. And instead of how we all do, we all go back and we remember, and we're like, oh yeah, I remember. Anytime that starts happening, just put it down, like, that's not my life, thank you, God, and I wish you well. And just keep doing it. Because you've done so much work. It's just this last little bit, just wish them well and let it go. Okay, all right, thank you. 112, 112. Yay. What's your name? Leah? Yeah. Stephen for Leah.
I got a Leo.
I'm just feeling my third eye completely buzz and tickle. Like, really, really open. The way that what's being shown me, there's just so much information coming in. I don't know if you do this. Okay. But there's a lot of receiving. I don't know if there's any, like, where you're consciously putting things together, but your third eye is just kind of like, hello. And so I don't know if there's anything with, like, trusting it and kind of like, is this real? Is this right? And there's so many messages. Take a moment to be present. When you feel that you think you're getting a download or you think that something's coming through, get into all your senses in that moment to be really present and to start stepping into that trust and just be kind of like little baby steps forward, this step forward, this step forward. And your inner guidance has so much to say. And not to say that you can have support externally, but you have all that innate power within you, and your higher self is dropping in and like, remember to listen and trust that within. Yeah.
So you guys are playing like creating clear water revival at me. That you Mother Nature taking over. You kind of lady come to call. You are, let me see what they mean by that. They were just saying that. What do you guys mean by that? Oh, you're moving up in the world. You're leveling up. And they said it's going to be a lot of fun, but they're like, hold on to your britches. Because, yeah, you're leveling up. So I don't know if you do this stuff, but you will be doing this stuff, and your gifts are going to open up. But be aware, it is for you to decide what you want to do with this. You don't have to do this. It could just be wherever you go, you get a message for somebody, and you like, you know what? I think you should do this, or know that, you know, your grandma's thinking about you, like the hit and run, you know, give a message, go on. No, it's always your choice, but you have a myriad of gifts, and they're coming through. You'll be led to teachers. All you have to do is like decide to go look, but they really want to make it clear, do not feel obligated or that you have to stuff yourself in any kind of box. You do it your way. You decide what you do and when you do it. Does that make sense? Or as big or as little or whatever as you want to go. Okay.
Your higher self presents like a construction worker with a tool belt and the hammers and the work boots and the hard hat, and it's just showing me that you have the tools. Okay, thank you.
128, 128. Hi, and what's your name?
Kelly.
Kelly, okay.
Some giggling. I hear you guys, I don't know if you're giggling out there, but I also hear it in here. So, it's some good energy.
Kelly, they're showing me you in a library, the old-fashioned kind that has so many levels and a ladder, and it's as if you're home there somehow. And so I don't know what the metaphor is, but it's really a strong image of I don't know, your access to information or your ability to investigate or something like that. But this old-fashioned library that's very comfortable and home for you. And you do not fall off the ladder.
So your guide came through, and an angel's coming through for you, and she's showing you like 100 feet tall and radiant and standing tall like a queen. And the message coming through is take shit from no one. You have a very easygoing personality. You're a very generous and joyful person, and people take advantage of it. And they are saying, stand tall in who you are, and don't be afraid to throw down and demand respect from people. It's that you're a joy and a gift to everyone with just your personality and your generous spirit, but also recognize the queen that you are, and that you are regal. and that you are powerful. And hold yourself high. They're showing me head up, chest out, and acknowledge it. Does that make sense? Okay.
It's just a.
Is there anything, is there a change in work going on right now, like, leaving, I'm hearing more leaving a job? Moving, possibly moving, maybe. Okay.
Well, definitely moving.
Okay, maybe. I'm hearing work. I'm hearing there's something with work. The big thing that wants to come through, right, is what I'm hearing is you have decisions that are coming. But there's a connection to passion in what you're doing and how you're expressing that to the world and stepping into what that means. And that may even mean what you feel that you're passionate about. Maybe other people they're kind of like having some talking in the ear. So maybe it could be from when you were younger, not necessarily right now, but expressing how you want to show up in the world and what that looks like. But it's all related to work. So if there was kind of like even a thought of like, I'm not sure if I'm happy, follow that guidance, that inner guidance there. And maybe with the move, there might be some opportunities as well. That fresh energy is kind of what I'm feeling like. They're showing this infinity sign and just infinite amount of possibilities coming in, and you can co-create that. However you want to look.
I have a male figure coming through, and they're telling me to tell you to pull up your big girl panties and suck it up and move forward. I get it's more of a father figure or a brother. It's somebody that you're very close to. They're not coming through to me very straightforward, but they just told me to suck it up and wear your panties up.
We should have a sign that just says, don't shoot the messenger. Okay, 125, 125. Oh, I think that's Tracy. Tracy, okay.
Tracy, if you don't have a swimming pool, find one, because they're showing me you in beautiful blue water, and we know that swimming pools are the only place to find that in Phoenix, but it also might mean that you need to be closer to the sea. You need to be in water or by water or around water. And there's a body of water, I don't know if it's a pool or a place of natural water that has messages for you. So they want you, in the water. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Tracy, do you ever get like a spinny top feeling, like where you feel like there's a lot, it can even be a lot of thoughts coming in too, I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
But the way that, like, and I was gonna stand up and I was like, no, let me just stay here. There's a lot of energy kind of swirling at the top, and what I was hearing about was grounding your energy. Do you know how to ground your energy? You can just visualize roots in the bottom of your feet going into the earth. And I don't know if Tourmaline does that, it helps with that as well, but I just heard that pop in. But helping to release and move that energy down and shift it down the earth can also help transmute. You have thoughts coming in and out. The way that I feel is kind of like top heavy, and I just like kind of want to like fall. So that's just the big message coming through, help you ground that energy And I feel like, what they're saying is like even redirect some of that energy, so the thoughts that are coming in, to redirect that, acknowledge if there's feelings, if there's things there, but of course then break that loop, allow something else to come in that's different, that's in the direction you want to go in. And that'll help break that loop, create those like pathways to kind of create your new, what you want it to look like. And as I start to say that too, it starts to feel more grounded. So just know you have that power to change that.
So, you have, an animal totem that came through for you, and it's a huge male lion. And what's really funny is I really like your guys. This lion is like bouncing and swaggering to Minnie the Moocher. Do you know that song? Oh, gosh. This is a story about Minnie the Moocher. You know that song? It's like, yeah, it's swagger. So he's doing this and he's swaggering, and bouncing. And he's like, he's teaching you to swagger. He's like, she's got it halfway, but he's like he's really with you to encourage you and be with you. And he's showing himself standing next to you with like bumped up against your hip, helping hold you up. And he's like, swagger, walk and swagger in the world. Like, don't be afraid to be yourself. Throw your hips and be you. Be big. Like, you were never made to be small. Be big. Let it all hang out. Does that make sense? And it does not matter what other people think about it. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. We haven't gotten the signal yet, so let's read again.
One more. All right. 116, 116. And what's your name? Robin. Robin. Okay.
Robin, I read for Robin before, and I'm getting the same image and the same message, and so I'm gonna share it. If it doesn't apply, just forget about it. But the image is of a robin in a tree, and this robin overhears things and is privy to what's going on in this backyard, that backyard, that backyard, and this backyard, and keeps his mouth shut. So, about what's going, you know what I mean, is in the know. And the woman that I read that report, she looked up, she goes, oh, that's funny, I'm a court reporter. So, but anyway, they're just showing me that same ability to know a lot and be discreet.
Do you consider yourself, or are you a teacher?
Yeah.
You're a teacher. Okay. I just kept hearing teacher, but there's more to it. When I first connected with your energy, I had been controllable kind of shakes. I don't know if you are aware of like Kundalini energy, or if you kind of work with it intentionally. Okay. Kundalini. So it's just energy coming from your root all the way up, and even sometimes out and back down, and that's what I felt. And this kept hearing teacher frequency as well, so I know that you do teach, but there's many aspects of teaching. You're in the space of being in front of people for a reason. There are a lot of things that you're learning, and that you're also working with to teach others in other areas. So that speaking that voice, kind of moving that voice, there's a lot of transmuting that you're doing within your own, and just kind of utilizing that. There's a lot of teaching that you will be doing for other areas, and maybe you already do. Maybe you already stepped into and kind of feel like people come to you for knowledge, but I just keep hearing you have that frequency. or, you know, you have that, and we all have that ability, but you're already in that space, you're already transmuting a lot. There's something too about, have you ever had an attunement? So I don't know if you're interested in energy or like kind of getting attunements. We can have attunements without actually going out and going and getting a radiation or something like that. And I feel like that's maybe in your field. You may be already kind of receiving. That's a little bit of what was like coming through. So if you ever get like your body shaking or things like that, that's energy. Just allow yourself to open up and send that out. Yeah. Yeah.
I got it. They told me to jump up. I can't jump, but, I've been sitting here going like this, and I feel all the energy. Maybe it's coming off you, I don't know, but it's just, I had all this energy, and they're saying, jump, jump, jump. I don't know who it is, but I think it's a message for you that you need to take a leap of faith, and I don't know if you have something planned. You're gonna do something different soon, but they're telling me it might be in the future. But just to take that leap of faith that it'll be the right path for you. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm right, but I don't know who it is. Maybe it's your higher self.
So your guys are coming through and they're super cute. They're coming through is like pirates, but they're like Peter Pan pirates. They're a bunch of like teenagers and kids, you know, hats too big. They're like, ahoy! And the message coming through is just go for it. Does that make sense? They're saying go for it. We got you covered. It's going to be ridiculous amounts of fun, and keep a sense of playfulness about it. Just whatever's coming along, you keep that sense of playfulness, and joy, and adventure, and open-heartedness. That's who you are. That is just really who you are. Does that make sense? It is an asset. It is a gift. Revel in it. And then we got this. Like, we got this. They are like right there with you, and they're saying, don't worry, it's going to be a lot of fun.
We forgot to bring Kleenex. Usually I'm not.
Thank you so much for coming. If you want to be on our mailing list, please stop by one of our booths and just let us know your number. And I have a few of you want our information. I have a few cards here. And yes. Yeah. And we just have some very powerful healers up front here. So, okay. So we're just going to.
Oh, you have a question?
Yeah, if somebody, like the birthday girl, wants to have a reading, can one of you guys do that? Like,
Yeah, we're actually
somewhere.
full up to have some booths here Tuesday.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
Perfect.
So definitely grab our cards if you don't want it
Okay.
today.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so just a few minutes, we're just gonna send some really cool energy to the whole room, so.
I did have my download, but I forgot like the dot, so. I was not grounded when I left that room.
And if you don't want it, you don't have to split it in.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So guys, you can just close your eyes, and just if you have anything crossed, any legs crossed, kind of just be open, let that move through. I just start to ground in your energy, looking at roots coming at the bottom of your feet, down into the ground. Allow any excess energy to be moved through. Just start to put some attention on your heart space, anything where your mind's good. Focus on that area. Allowing, receiving, releasing, activating. Allow any unconditional love and peace to flow through effortlessly. Coming through from the top of your head, down through your neck and your heart. And just allow this energy to just swirl them, bringing in that unconditional love and that peace. Yeah. Allow that energy from your heart down to your stomach, through your legs, down back to your feet, into the ground. Moving on to this vibration. Start to bring some awareness back to the room slowly. Now you can hold this vibration within and go back to it at any time. You can give it a color, whatever pops in your head. Come back to the room whenever you're ready. Move your fingers. Stretch it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
We move this back now. Thank you. Just nice to stay open. Yes. What do you want to do? They were down. I know what I'm doing next year for my birthday. Thank you. Yeah, I'm gonna have to grab. I gotta. Oh yes. Okay. It's nice to get back in. Okay. That's a mic. Oh, perfect. All right, then we're good. There's the camera. All right. Yes, you're wonderful. Thank you. Beautiful. Oh, absolutely. Sparkle all the time. You're just a shiny person. Thank you. So much easier to walk in life this way. And it's so interesting. Tina was talking about her corporate world, and I'm like, girlfriend, I got you. It's been almost a full year, so, and that's been a lot of shedding. Yeah, a lot of shedding. Okay.
Well, but you're kind of your card.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
and so much is a lot here.
That's, yeah. And I'm a meeting, you could tell her after.
Thank you guys so much.
Angie.
I was all of that time.
Yeah. Oh, we were just sitting here about what to do.
I was so excited to see you all.
Oh, we're still live. Oh, it's nice to see everybody. You guys enjoying it?
Oh, my God.
Yeah, I know, me too, I forget. Let me get out.
Yeah. You're welcome. Thank you, guys. Now, what would you say? You'll feel more appreciated. We usually have it though,
So now I know. Well,
Oh, there you go.
Here's your right here, is that okay?
are you coming in to?
Yes,
Okay, we.
I'm looking for tape.
We're saving you. Here.
Thank you.
It's hard to get out of here. Well, I feel older, don't there. Yeah, that's, I kind of, yeah.
If you always sit on your stuff.
How is it? How is the dessert? Oh, my God. I bet. I'm like dying. I
They
bet.
have all
I'm gonna have
kinds.
my lunch first. Are you eating yet? Not yet. I brought some food. What'd you bring? Some steak and some sausage.
Do we want to move?
Oh, are you on, protein? Yeah, but I eat what, yeah, I don't know. I eat. I do my best to eat as well as healthy as I can, so I walk by the dessert thing.
Oh.
I'm not trying to make you feel, no.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I needed something else.
You want to move up? To give more room.
No, you're fine. As long as it's.
Yeah, it was hard to get.
Well, they had that filming thing there, I was really rough.
Sarah ready.
Where is it?
One here. Can't wait to see
I just want to put some.
Sitting in the back or?
Well, okay, I caught my stuff, but I'll move up there as long as I can leave my stuff there.
Oh, if you want to move up there.
Yeah, I'll move it. Is that, hey, all I was, can we put a little sparkle?
We're just here.
We have, it's mainly to see the visual relate, that's all. It doesn't need to be taped down. It's just-
Red peas now?
Okay, are we? Oh, my goodness. Okay, why didn't you?
Oh, my gosh, I'm so. So what are you guys gonna be doing on the 30th? You can. I don't know. Something, yeah.
Do I know? We're going over to 8. We're gonna keep you.
That's what I understand.
The day before Halloween, because when I told people my own house before it gets teepee, so we're gonna come and keep your house.
You go dollar store for the TV, because that was expensive.
I'm told the bond, no, Amy knows, Amy invited us. I'm so proud to have that.
Well, better, I'm not bringing it.
It's expensive.
I know. Remember during the pandemic?
Told you a propaganda.
Everyone was about to.
Would you like any something or today?
No, the garlic, I was like,
Oh, no, there's no butter.
Are you sure?
Yeah, no, it's butter and salt.
Spices,
I'm sure.
spices.
Yep. And look at this, that's my makeup. Where did I do it?
Oh, you're something, have you even got your blankie?
Yep. Hey, I am a pro. When I went to other conferences last year and stuff, I just, I'm learning. I went to two of the Sedona Transcendent Retreat. She hosts them, I forget her last name. Susan something. But she hosts.
Susan Ross?
Yes. Okay, that's me. Yeah, she hosts the equinox, the fall and spring equinox. I've been to both. Yes, yes, and I'm happy I went, but I learned a lot. Like, pack your food, make sure there is a place around the area if you're going to be there already.
So are you gonna, I came, really, I want to see Dave, he's at 2 o'clock. I'll tell you what,
Okay.
downtown Greenfield, he has a school called the Struggle.
I haven't been inside.
And like, I used to work at a shop when I first ventured out.
Yes.
I worked at this shop for a year. I worked at a shop.
So you know Candy, we meet Candy Bailey that came in at the shop, just briefly, she had my make shadow work classes. She's not a regular. She's a teaching class.
Oh, okay, maybe so.
Anyhow, she was,
like 6 years old.
oh,
So it's been a
she
while.
just read, she was reading news.
Oh.
But anyhow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I was saying, so I found out it was gonna be. Wow. When I was a kid. Hold on. Yeah, okay. Some guys. I guess the man that was upset, he didn't go to class in front of me. He went to ski, I got raised. I'm coming up. I don't know if
She didn't come back.
You didn't come back?
Yeah, we still party.
I just.
Dave and Ray, we used to go to their house.
Talk about, universities. For one person.
The microphone.
And actually, Ray came to me like.
Oh,
And he told me, she goes, they were in here. But Ray, when he comes to me, his sign is the Chester effect. There was something that happened with Chester. When he smiled, I was like, you smile.
Oh, okay.
So you always kind of see that. But I do think you smile. So every time I know he's around, right, something like that. Now, this kind of thing, like 3 days ago, before, like 3 days ago, on Facebook, you know how they advertise bands? There's a band.
She closed the door.
Oh, there is just open things.
If you don't mind closing them when I work out, when I mean, once you leave, yeah, so the guided meditation.
Hey everybody, I'm Rumer-Rivera. Of course, I'm the guy who put this together, and I'm hoping you're enjoying your day. And if you're not, I don't want to hear it. Okay. It's been one of those days, but it's a good day. It's a good day. Great energy, great energy. So with that said, we are introducing our next speaker, and that's Sarah Reddington. Sarah Reddington does all things archangels. She's going to help you activate your energies to where you can connect to your angels, and I can mess it all up from here, so I'm not going to, so I'm just going to give it to her. Sarah, take it away.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm so happy that you are here. I'm so happy that you brought your energy here to co-create this. The archangels are celebrating with us. So thank you. Thank you for honoring me and honoring yourself on this whole spiritual journey and wellness. Here we are in the month of September, and it is the month of health and wellness for sure. Archangel Raphael told me that a few months ago, and he said, we're going to talk about me and do that class for September. So the archangels are in charge, and the more that they come in, the better off we all are. So thank you for being here. Thank you. Online, welcome, and welcome, come on in. Thank you. And like I said, we're celebrating, the archangels are celebrating because they are here for us. Archangels are meant to work with all of humanity. So let me introduce myself. I am Sarah Reddington, and I have been talking with angels my whole life. However, I did not understand that they are individuals that I can work with individually and help enhance my life, and they completely changed my life. And Archangel Gabriel is the one who brought me in to start working with them. And I started paying attention to what messages I was receiving, and that's what got me into my certification that happened in 2020. I was certified by the lovely Courtney Long. If you've not heard of her before, she's amazing. Please look her up at CourtneyLongAngels.com. So as a graduate of the Archangel Certification course, I wasn't really comprehending prior to that how much channeling the archangels were actually doing with me and through me until I learned about how they want to work with us. All we have to do is ask. And the first sign that I started to get was through numbers. And the repeating numbers and patterns, they kept coming, and I kept noticing. So if we notice, if we pay attention, then we are a part of the message. So I am reading my notes to keep myself on time so that we have time for a beautiful guided meditation at the end. So let's talk about who are the archangels. So I'm going to talk about 10 of the most popular that we have here with us, and they are divine messengers. So they're non-physical energy frequencies that are pure unconditional love. They are the overseers of planet Earth and all of humanity. They want to communicate with us. They want to give us these messages. They are omnipresent, and that means we can call on them at any time, any place, and we're never taking away from someone else. Each human has a guardian angel that is assigned to you at birth, and the archangels are the divine messengers that can work with any of us when we call them in. Archangels are referenced
in religious texts, but we do not associate them, they're not associated with religion. Anyone can access them as long as you're a human being and they want to work with us. So, who are some of them? Who are some of the most popular? And let's talk about their activation techniques. So Archangel Michael, I think a lot of us have heard about Archangel Michael. He is our protector. He is the divine courage and warrior of light. We can call on Archangel Michael to use his sword of light to cut cords that may be attached from energies that have come to us and attached to us, if you've heard of cord attachment. We actually can picture the sword. Picture, like, if it's a silver sword, or you can make it any color you want. Call on Archangel Michael. Call on using the sword to cut those cords of attachment. Archangel Michael wants us to know that the courage and confidence that we have is coming from within. It's not coming from him, but he's our cheerleader, reminding us, you've got this, you've got the courage and confidence. I also use his blue cyclone of light to come in and just think of it as a cyclone. It's blue. Archangel Michael, bring in your blue cyclone of light and clear away any energy that does not serve me. Clear away and bring in your blue bubble of light. Archangel Jophiel, she is the Archangel of joy. She is divine beauty, reminding us that the beauty is within. We are beautiful human beings. We can open up our heart chakra and receive her messages and release things that may be, we're holding in our hearts, any past hurts. We use her pink swirl. And for me, it's pink, it's sparkly. You can picture it as a pink ice cream swirl cone, however it comes to you. We call on Archangel Jophiel. We ask her, please bring in your pink swirl, dust off my shoulders, get that stressful day. Please bring in your pink swirl, clear out my heart chakra, any past hurts that we may have experienced. The guided meditation, we'll go into a little bit about that before we start our mini one, but we call that in to our heart space, and our subconscious knows maybe some past life things that we have brought with us and are still in our unconscious, and we can release that. Archangel Uriel, he is a big one too. The divine light. Archangel Uriel is our clarity and wisdom. He channels through me a lot more than like I said, I did not realize until I started working with them, okay, like this is where you're coming from. Archangel Uriel is clarity and wisdom. So we can use his lantern, like picture it like any type of lantern that it resonates for you, and call on his beautiful lantern to light the path ahead. Perhaps you have a situation that needs some clarity. You have been thinking about a situation that is involved in your life, and call on this lantern to shine a light on the path that may be what's best for you and what you need to take. His lantern I use a lot. And asking him to clarify any situation. And I have a handout at my booth so that you can grab that on the way out if you would like a listing of the different archangels and the activation techniques that I'm talking about. Archangel Ariel, the archangel of abundance. We can call on Archangel Ariel to come in and help us with our manifestations. So I like to use a special manifestation box, and we can call in Archangel Ariel. We write out our wishes and use the new moon to guide you. Put your wishes in your, it could be any old box that you have, it could be a beautiful box. In my class, we did that in December, and we had some beautiful ornate boxes. We wrote down our manifestations, and then we bring them out every month at the new moon to reaffirm our manifestations. So Archangel Ariel is great for that. And an attitude of gratitude. Ariel reminds us that the gratitude that we express, that comes from within, comes from being grateful for just having the opportunity that we're here to write down our manifestations, what we're looking forward to, and what we're calling into our life for our highest and best good. Archangel Chamuel, the divine connector. So Archangel Chamuel can bring in so many people in our lives. As the divine connector, there may be some people who you are meant to work with. Chamuel wants to remind you that the gifts that you were born with are the gifts that you are meant to share with people. And Chamuel, as the divine connector, can magically bring you together to meet those people. So we call on Chamuel's spiritual lasso. And of course, everything in my visions are sparkly. So my spiritual lasso is gold. It has sparkles coming off of it, but any way you want to pick lasso, wave it up above your head and cast it out there. And we are asking for, hey, I have this situation, Chamuel, and I would like to have the right person for this project I'm working on. I need a partner in this project. You can put that out there, let the spiritual lasso work, and call in the people that you're meant to work with. Sorry, I just got sidetracked. Okay, so finding the perfect mate. We all have heard of soulmate. Archangel Chamuel works with the romance angels. And that spiritual lasso can be worked in the same way. Calling on Samuel to help with the connection within yourself is sometimes what we need to remember as well. Loving yourself. Are you giving yourself grace? Are you being good to yourself so that you can be in the attitude of gratitude and draw those people to you? Or vice versa. Are you showing up in the way that your gifts are meant to help other people? So we all are born with divine gifts that we are meant to share with one another. We are meant to commune with one another. The archangels are seventh dimension and above. They are light, love frequencies. They cannot come down to a lower frequency level and be in a lower vibration of fear or lack. Sometimes our world wants us to come down, and we're all human. We always give ourselves grace and never judge ourselves for having that thought, okay, I was down here, we're human, we can come back up. So let's call in Archangel Samuel. And our gifts that we're meant to share perhaps are going to change someone else's life. So my wonderful mom, who's here with us today, she sat next to Courtney on a plane. And I was telling her of all the things, my mom, all of these synchronicities that happened. And she's like, do you remember Courtney Long, who I sat next to on the plane from Michigan? And I said, no, I don't remember. Let me find her card, and the rest is history. Look at the transformation, and then I get to share it with you all. So just having the awareness and the wanting to be a part of humanity, but we're all meant to be. We're all meant to be in that place coming from love. Samuel reminds us, yes, go out today. You get to be out there. You get to be out with people and share your gifts. Be your authentic self. So now Metatron is coming in, and Metatron says, if you're not showing up as your authentic self, then let's start now. Because it is time. It's time for, wow, okay, let's just talk. Because they're all coming in. And Gabriel says, use your voice to speak it out, be your authentic self, and share those gifts that humanity needs. There's a reason why you were born. There's a reason why you are here. And if you're having trouble saying, what are my gifts? I've been there. I asked Julie, why did you want me to talk? And it's, of course, it's not about me, it's about the archangel. But the Metatron says, stand in your authenticity. Be yourself. You're the one who's meant to show up for whatever situation you're in. Okay, let's get back to some activation techniques. So we talked about the spiritual lasso. Metatron is very, very strong. He channels channeled a lot of our mini guided meditations today. So he also reminds us that we are honoring our light and our shadows. Again, I had personal growth work that I had to do before I could hear and understand what some of the messages that were coming through were meant for me too. And I'm forever grateful for that. But Metatron, his sacred geometry is a whole separate class in itself. But if you ever want to experience it for yourself, just go into a light state of meditation. Call on Archangel Metatron. Step into his Merkaba. And picture that Merkaba. It's a sacred geometrical flying elevator, I like to call it, or see it in my mind's eye that way. And step into it. Ask, show me the geometric pattern that is meant for me. And just allow what comes in. So another part of working with the archangels is that we acknowledge, so the names that I'm listing off, we're going to acknowledge Archangel Metatron. I would like to call you in right now. We're going to ask. We're going to ask our question. Because we are human and we have dominion, we're the ones who have to ask our question. And the more specific, the better. And then we take action. So, what is the action? Maybe you get a prompting. So whatever your question is, let's say, for example, you are concerned about something, a project that you're working on. Something in your life that you need more clarity, you need more assistance with. You're going to ask for that assistance or for that clarity, and then take action. Are you called to, hey, stop at Starbucks on the way home and just sit and enjoy your beverage before you get home to start something else? And then perhaps there's someone there that you meet and there's your answer. So pay attention and allow it and believe that you are going to get the message. The message will come for you. The answer will come for you. And when you're working with Metatron, his presence and his strong energy is, I say the word strong, but the feeling that we can get, the strength is within us. And he's not giving us strength, he's just reminding us of the strength that is already within, the strength that we can call on, that we already have. Isn't that lovely? It is. I'm not going over. Okay, we want time to have our guided meditation. One more, Archangel Haniel. We talked about, and Galadriel. We have two more. Haniel is divine feminine grace. Haniel is intuition. Haniel reminds us that the intuition that you were born with and that you have inside is right on. And Sometimes we don't pay attention to it. But Haniel brings in her light, and they're light blue, that's her color, blue bubbles of light. And these bubbles can hold our ego and our thinking mind and say, okay, I would like to listen to my intuition, listen to what's coming from my heart. What is my answer? I don't seem to be receiving it. And ask our ego, hop in this bubble right over here. And thank you, ego, but I've got this. Thank you. I like to call it my thinking mind as well, because it'll start analyzing everything. Like, thinking mind, why don't you step into a bubble? Archangel Haniel, take this bubble and let it transform into beautiful light energy. And what is the message that my soul wants me to know? And Galadriel, radiant light. Galadriel is the archangel of faith and miracles. Believe in the miracles that are always happening around us. Believe that the miracle that you are asking for will come to fruition for your highest and best good. Believe it. Haniel also reminds us that our soul knowing is what we can listen to, and the intuition that comes from within. I'm sorry, I said that about him. Haniel, Galadriel. So tapping in to that, our soul knowing. And that's as simple as just getting into a light state of meditation for yourself, breathing, and putting your hands over your heart, and just asking our heart. Our heart is our center of our soul. It has its own intelligence, and it is ready to talk to you. Okay.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Can we call on guardian angels for other people?
Oh, that's a very good question. So the question is can we call on guardian angels for other people? Guardian angels, okay, yes, archangels. If I didn't mention before, guardian angels are assigned at birth, so they help the human that they're assigned to. Archangels can help all humans at any time. And yes, we can call on archangel to, call on Archangel Raphael and ask to help bring in some healing green light, and ask for that other person that you, maybe in your family, your friends, anyone. And we always say, whatever is for their highest and best good. And we let the archangel take over. So we allow the work and appreciate, that's our fifth step. So we appreciate the work that they're going to do for our loved ones. Does that answer? Okay, so if we'd all like to do a light mini guided meditation. This is just a sample of what I do in the 2-hour group classes that I offer. And usually they're about 40 minutes of guided meditation. This is going to be about 10 to 15. So I invite you to close your eyes if you want to, if that feels comfortable. And then in the guided meditation, I will give you some visualization to see in it, and I'll suggest things, but whatever you're seeing in your own mind's eye, go with it. It's unique to you, and remember, the archangels are working with you. They are giving you your messages that you need, and you can tune my voice out and just let your subconscious listen to the words. Okay, so we'll get started. Is that okay for everyone? The sound, sorry about the sound out here. Okay, so this is our angelic healing guided meditation. Activate the archangels within our authentic self. Starting with your eyes closed, taking some nice deep breaths. With each and every breath, allow yourself to breathe in love. Breathing out any fear, any resistance, any hesitation, letting that all go. Breathing in love, breathing out any fear, and as you breathe and start to feel comfortable, we call on the divine. We call on God, Spirit, Source, Universe. We call on your soul, your higher self. And we set the intention that whatever is for your highest good is what you experience during this journey today. Here you are, ready to awaken your authentic self, ready to be who you truly are. And it's time for you to shine brightly as the authentic you. Notice how comfortable you're beginning to feel. Take a moment to wiggle your toes. Be aware of your toes. Be aware of your feet. Aware of the surface supporting you. Just breathe and really give yourself permission to enjoy this experience today and to take this time for you. Good. As you breathe, you feel so very comfortable. We call on the angels of love and light, your guardian angels, and Archangel Raphael, angel of health, healing, and empowerment. We call on your vibrant health. Every cell of your body knows how to be healthy. We can even think of it as a vibrant you, that there is a healthy version of you, totally healthy and vibrant, and that your higher self wants to guide you today. Good. Just take a moment to set aside any busy thoughts or fears. Next to you is a worry basket. Just imagine you can pull any worries or fears out of your body and mind, place them all into that basket. And as you do that, you are letting them go. We call on your guardian angels. We ask your guardian angels to release all those worries and challenges. We ask for solutions and assistance for those challenges. Good. Affirm that everything you experience today is all aligned with love and the highest good. You can really just relax. You now feel so much lighter after releasing all those challenges. We call upon Archangel Michael, the angel of courage, strength, and protection. We ask Archangel Michael to place a huge protective blue dome of light all around you. Within the dome of light is welcome love and goodness, compassion and passion. Good. And we now ask Archangel Michael to bring in his blue cyclone of clearing energy all around you to remove any fears, negativity, limitations, and blocks. Imagine a blue cyclone, like a big gust of wind circling around you, clearing away anything that is not aligned with your soul. Good. Archangel Michael is clearing away any blocks to love. Beautiful. You know deep down that you're safe, that all is well. And as we go through this experience, you're welcome to listen to every word I say. You're also welcome to just relax and let go. You're totally safe. Your soul is guiding the way. Now start to imagine that you're in a beautiful place in nature, somewhere you love to be, the nice, angelic, maybe a nature sanctuary, or the beach, or maybe a beautiful garden. It's somewhere that you feel really comfortable. Allow yourself to be there now. Feel your feet on the earth. Your angels are there all around you. Your guardian angels and Archangel Shamuel, angel of pure love, peace, and harmony. He is shining his gorgeous light. You have a sense of peace and comfort, knowing that it is safe to relax. You now relax even deeper. Find a nice place upon the earth to rest. If you'd like, you can lie down upon the earth. Notice any tension in your body. And now let it go. Notice how it melts down into the earth. Letting it go, it feels so, so good. Now we invite all the archangels. Archangel Jophiel, Archangel Uriel, Archangel Raphael, Archangel Ariel, Archangel Shamuel, Archangel Metatron, Archangel Gabriel, Archangel Haniel, Archangel Galadriel, to be here with us now. Who is coming forward for you? Take a moment to notice anything you hear, anything you feel. The angels communicate through energy or light, which is very different from communicating through language. Angels communicate telepathically and energetically. Your heart is shining brightly and wide open to ask anything you want. You may hear words through your ears, an intuitive inner ear or mind. You may see visions or images through your third eye or imagination. You may feel through your heart space and body, or have a knowing through your crown chakra and solar plexus. Breathe and relax. The angels are here to assist you and provide answers. Good. Trust that however you are experiencing the archangels is right for you. Even if it feels like nothing is happening, it is all okay. Continue to breathe and trust that whatever is for your highest good is what you experience during this journey today. I'm going to be quiet for a moment to allow you to tune in to any messages. What are are the messages from the archangels and from your heart? What is possible for you now? We call on your light now, imagining the light that you are, glowing inside of your body, knowing the divine being that you are. Archangel Michael encourages you to shine your light brightly. Call on him if you need support with this. How will you show up in the world? How will you spread love? What are you being called to do? Archangel Michael reminds you of your own courage to take the action you are being called to take. Believe in yourself and be yourself. Let the love in. Let beauty in. Feel it from within. You are a divine soul on this planet to share your wisdom and gifts with others. Shine bright, dear one. The angels support and guide you. Know that you are not alone. The archangels have some words for you as we embrace our spiritual wellness. Awareness. Archangel Metatron helps with spiritual gifts and accessing higher dimensions of energy. He reminds us, bring out your spiritual gifts. Have the awareness. Beauty. Archangel Jophiel helps raise your vibration and awaken your inner joy, beauty, light, and divine presence. Peace. Archangel Galadriel helps you access the power of faith. Be in the flow and experience miracles. And our final word, bountiful blessings. Archangel Haniel helps with receiving and to embody the grace that is inside of us to receive those bountiful blessings. Let these words surround you like beautiful butterflies flying with you, all around you, in your nature seed. Take away what resonates for you and be open to the possibilities. The archangels are so proud of you and honor you for taking this time for yourself. They are excited for you and so joyful to celebrate with you in this high vibration of energy and love. You have opened the access to communicate with them. Continue this communication going forward through the year. We thank the archangels and our guardian angels for being here with us now, and any messages or insights received today. Just take a few nice deep breaths, breathing in all this love. In just a couple of moments, I'll invite you to return, but just take a moment to bask in this love, knowing that your soul is ready for a breakthrough. You are ready to step into your confident self each and every day. The archangels support you. Spread your wings and soar. Just start to bring yourself back gently to this time and space, returning from your nature scene. I'll be counting up from 1 to 5, and with each number, you find yourself feeling alert, awake, and fantastic. 1, feeling really refreshed, ready to come back. 2, wiggling your fingers and your toes. 3, your eyes are refreshed as though they have been bathed in cool, clear water. And 4, just feeling oh so good, ready to come back, excited. And 5, you're alert and awake, eyes wide open, completely present, and returning to this present moment. Thank you. Thank you. Does anyone have any? Do we have any time left? Nope, we don't.
You have your booth here though, that we could come by?
I have my booth here. Like I said, I've got a handout for you. Take, and it has my contact information. Hopefully my contact information is out there on the web for you all. Email me. My site is currently under construction, but coming soon. And I'm open to one-on-one sessions, classes. I'm offering insights, individual, personal insights, calling in the Archangel to answer your questions. And love to work with you. Would love to talk with you further. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Thank you. I'm so glad you enjoyed it. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Right through those doors. That's a flyer for the Archangel Michael class. And then I do have.
I don't know if you remember me. I attended one of the first. Oh, and I was there. I'm usually hair up in a ponytail. And I'm so proud.
Thank you.
I sit here in all of her. They're beautiful, really.
Oh, water.
Yes. Awesome. It tastes so good. Because now I just have ice, so I know water.
That's great. Yeah.
It was,
Oh, good. Good.
yeah.
You work at the center.
No, I just show up. I didn't say no.
You think it's so many like that?
Yeah, the meditation, I mean, the knowledge is very beautiful, and meditation.
Oh, yeah.
I hope you are looking at all Expo 9.
I don't know about that. Hi.
Hello.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Oh.
We are, I want you to come with me because we're going out right now.
Okay.
Because we're going to have a drawing. I'm ready to go.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you can call her.
Well, we need to go in and see what's happening in there.
Well, lovely to see you again.
Yeah, thank you for saying something.
Oh, yay, there's water right there. That is awesome. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Sorry.
Dawn called Sarah out. Is there a drawing that's occurring? Oh, different Sarah. Sarah Remington. Oh, right. There's another Sarah. Ah, funny. Okay. Oh, okay, for my interview. Okay.
Hi.
Hello. Oh. Is this recording?
Yes. I don't know.
Oh.
It's the critical stuff. It might be. If they're streaming it all.
Well, they're streaming it to who?
Well, part of the Sonoran market community.
Oh,
I'm
great.
gonna
Well,
guess.
working with an empty audience is my favorite.
I'm gonna be in here.
Body
Body positive? What does that mean? Love your stuff. Wait, I really do want to know this about change.
I would assume it is.
Elena will sleep right on 2. Let's go till 5.
It's picking up.
Because the main speaker is on 3. The main. You didn't bring your laptop. It's everything you're doing now. You drove all the way here to like stay together.
I'm gonna do a walk around and let people know that you're ready to talk.
Okay.
And you're gonna speak on what should I tell them?
I don't know. Whatever you want.
Whatever you want.
Well, I don't know. I feel like I was just roped into this, but I'm very good at speaking publicly on any topic. We're a regenerative wellness and aesthetics clinic. So we focus on making people feel good from the inside and outside. We offer both non-invasive and minimally invasive procedures. I don't know. What does the group want me to talk about? My group of, like, filled room of people.
Yeah, I don't go back and let them know you're talking, because they tend to come in like 5 minutes. We've had pretty practice so far. So let me get to know, regenerative.
Regenerative aesthetics and
So use
wellness.
that one? Okay.
Yeah, regenerative aesthetics and wellness. Feeling good?
Okay.
Apparently the sign says body positivity. I also haven't had any other than things. Yeah. I want to do it. Pleasure goes through. No.
Dude, needle art is gonna be, he got some pretty heavy hitters. Yeah, like conferences like in Philadelphia. Vivian, my like plastic surgeon, like mentor. The guy that like told me to go on a deep dive on three major tabs, which is like literally the whole reason Brian and I created, literally the whole reason like Charlie.
Then you remember Philip, that one guy who was just saying, that's it. Oh.
Yeah, he has some like,
Needle art,
yeah, he called it needle art.
that sounds like,
Needle art injection.
I get it.
You're not know about needle art?
No, I know.
He's
My world, that means next to you. It means fucking safe, next to you.
So he draws.
Sorry, we have a few stragglers that they're in the middle of all their things.
We got nowhere done. Is there a Wi-Fi for the conference?
Yeah, you go to, the Hilton Honors, and then you go down to promotion code, and then hit, and type in function. Mm-hmm. Is that right?
I'm sure not all of them.
Very good.
Thank you.
He's just very good at like challenging companies and the science.
What is your PR marketing? Is it you as well, or do you, like, you wear all the hats or like?
Yeah, we do everything in house. So we have, it's a nice small team, we're under 10 people.
Mm-hmm.
Brian Durkee,
Mm-hmm.
who was at the Lifetime event where we originally met good, he does a lot of our branding,
Mm-hmm.
but there's no like
I
official.
saw him every
Yeah.
yeah. But I might be going like.
Well, kind of, you,
I might have
like
just
the
envisioned it.
style of your marketing. It's crisp, clean, it's open,
Thank you.
you know, and it has impact. So when I was looking at it, because again, we were putting together, and we mentioned that Brian had an issue thing. I have no idea.
Yeah, so Brian's not medical. Brian is, kind of our marketing operations. I'm the medical side of the team, so, but yeah, we offer some unique things
that other clinics don't. What we were first and foremost famous for was our lipo-away, which is modern awake liposuction. So a lot of people, especially after the global pandemic, they don't want to go under general anesthesia. They don't want lengthy recovery times. They don't want hospital stays.
Yeah.
They want things that are more natural. They want things that are on the regenerative side. You know, fat is a big component of our body, but the most important thing is that through fat, we have stem cells. So adipose-derived stem cells are our highest source of basically healing properties. So while none of our branding right now sort of reflects that, the other half of our business is, you know, people who are frustrated because they've tried everything and they're still having aches and pains and depression and anxiety and, you know, back pain, and it's just become too normal and common. So while a big part of what we do is like weight loss and liposuction, there are a host of health benefits, because when you're removing those stubborn leaders of, you know, adipose cells, you are making it easier on your heart, your lungs, your kidney, your liver, like every organ. And, you know, we've normalized being obese or overweight, but in reality, there is nothing normal about it. The body is not designed to carry excess weight, which is why we've had an increase in, you know, chronic conditions. We are, you know, one of the wealthiest countries, and yet we're one of the sickest. So I think it's a fine line, and, you know, as a younger provider, I do struggle with how do I address it tastefully? How do I tell someone that being fat is not cute, but not because of the bikini that they want to wear on the beach, but because it really is making it harder on their heart and their lungs and their brain. So the GLP-1s, which is brand name Ozempic or Wegovy, you know, peptide, semaglutide, they've been revolutionary, and they've been around for 20 years. That's what's crazy. They're not new. But what happened was, when everyone was at home during COVID and global lockdowns, what did many of us do? We sat around, we were a lot less active, we were snacking a lot more, and a lot of people did gain weight through that, or they, you know, not even just that, but they lost loved ones, and that wasn't easy for anybody. Healthcare providers were working long hours, they were undernourished. I mean, myself, I worked 7 days a week, 84 hours a week when I was on assignment. And I was in some of the worst parts of the country, New York, Texas. I don't know, it's like, it's kind of like another dream for me. I lived it. I learned a lot. I also learned that we don't know everything. So I do believe that prevention is one of the most powerful things that we have. And while we can't change what our insurance wants to cover, what the medical system wants to prioritize, we do have a choice to advocate for ourselves. I do believe food is medicine. It truly, truly is. And then ask any medical student, how long is the lecture on nutrition? Barely a blitz. It might be 15 minutes. So here in our country, and I was born here, right? So it's not like I have a background of learning medicine in another world, but I do kind of follow the literature globally, and I think we forget, we get really pigeonholed. We're not the only humans on the planet. So like, what are Eastern, the West do? Like, what is the differences, and how can we blend the two worlds? Food is medicine, it's our fuel. So why, I have a famous phrase at my clinic, you know, Doritos should be illegal. We make these foods accessible. In some countries, soda is cheaper than clean water. And I'm not immune to it, you know. I try not to drink soda, but every now and then do I get a tinge of weakness, and I'm like, ooh, a little bubbly caffeine sounds like a great add-on to my pizza and hamburger. But it's really recognizing that, you know, you're your own best advocate, and at the end of the day, nobody's going to fight for you more than yourself. And so I think it's having open dialogue with our providers, and, you know, maybe finding a provider that fits where you want to go. It is hard in traditional medicine. I can say it myself. I worked at a family practice clinic. I had to see a patient every 15 minutes. If I ran over or took extra time to talk about nutrition, I got yelled at by my attendings or my superiors. I needed to move faster. We had quotas to meet, we had patients waiting, and it's just, yeah. So we are a cash-based business. House of Confidence doesn't take insurance because what we know is insurance doesn't cover most of the preventative things like nutrition, counseling. It will sometimes cover, your annual lab work, which is like your basic metabolic panel. Let's check your kidneys, your liver, your thyroid function. But it doesn't take a deeper dive and let's check your hormones. Like, where is your testosterone, estrogen, progesterone, which literally are necessary for all functions of life. I was 30 years old when I finally, just started to feel, I don't feel like myself. And people were like, well, you're just depressed. Here's a script for Prozac and antidepressants. And SSRI, the top 5 medications in the U.S. are antidepressants, blood pressure pills, and heart disease pills. So I did it for 3 months, saying, well, what do I know? And then I questioned it. So I got off of it, cold turkey, which is what you're not supposed to do. And I always joke, doctors, nurses were the worst patients because we know the things, but then it's like, also, we're human too. I stopped at cold turkey. I worked with a functional medicine provider, so something that was not covered by my insurance. I spent about $500 to do a deeper panel. We have what's called our normal values, right? So like, oh, you fall in this range, like you're within normal limits. And ironically, we write WNL, within normal limits. But then there's that optimal range, and that optimal range is a lot smaller and a lot more precise based on your age, your lifestyle, what else you're doing. And when
the optimal is meant to be if you're functioning in your finance,
that's
optimal.
Yeah, so I'll give you a personal example. So testosterone should be for a female between 0.2 to 2.6. I was 0.2, so I fell within the normal limit. But my functional provider was like, well, no wonder you feel tired, depressed, anxious, angry. Like, you're at 0.2, you're at the bare minimum. If we get you to 2.6, you're going to feel a lot more, and I love to use the word vitality, right? You're going to feel excited about life. You're going to wake up and not dread, getting out of bed. So we worked on, and I opted to do a pellet. So a testosterone pellet is just placed underneath the skin so that it's kind of like a set it and forget it. It's not a daily injection. It's not a daily pill. You just kind of do it, and it's time release. Exactly.
Over a period of time.
Yeah. 3 months. So average, you'll recheck your labs at about 6 weeks. It's going to take some time for it to build up in your system. At about 6 weeks, we'll recheck to see was it too much, was it not enough, what kind of adjustments do we want to make. Now, I'll share the truth. I didn't like my side effects. I started growing, I was getting acne on my back, on my chest, things I had never dealt with before. So it was I got very self-conscious. I was like, I don't like this. I feel better, but I also now have acne on my face, so I don't feel better because now I'm self-conscious about how I look. So I think what House of Confidence does a good job of doing is we blend the two worlds. Yes, there's a cosmetic side where we look in the mirror and everybody's definition or what's important to them is different. But if getting rid of that wrinkle makes you feel better because you feel more confident to go out into the world, to date again for the first time after 10 years, or to go for that job interview where you feel like there's those younger people that, have already started doing all the things. It doesn't matter what your reason is. At the end of the day, it's that you're doing it for you. And I think that's the most important thing. Even when we have our clients come in, we want to really gauge, like, they're not doing it for their husband or their boyfriend or, someone that's pressuring them. We really want, like, you deserve this for you. And what is that individual story? A lot of our clients, they are moms, and their life changes. This is true. Our hormones change, our pelvic bone widens, we hold on to stubborn fat. So I think we need to acknowledge that it's okay to seek treatment, but then let's understand the root cause and the why. Aging is normal. We're all going to age. And what is the things that we're noticing? For some people, it might be the wrinkle or the blemish or the sunspot. But for others seeking our services, it might be, I'm just tired of feeling tired. I want to wake up and not feel like I'm forgetting things. I'm forgetting tasks. I think that really came to light after COVID. The mental fog or the brain fog. What patients were noticing is I'm forgetting things that I normally used to remember. I can't even identify. I had a lady, she couldn't identify. She said the thing, that sucks up the hair on the floor. She couldn't remember the word vacuum. So we focus on what can we do on the holistic side, and that might be IV therapy. not getting them from our soil. So we might eat fruits and vegetables, but in reality, our soil is depleted of the things that were there 100 years ago. We might try our best to buy organic, but they've even shown that organic is sprayed with pesticides. So we have to just, I always tell my clients, let's just change, like, let's focus on one thing at a time. It's when we try to do this like big life overhaul that nothing seems to stick because we're just looking for a quick fix instead of being like, no, this is just my lifestyle. What would a healthy person do? I'm not trying to lose weight, and so this is why I'm dieting, but I just want to be a healthy human. And a healthy human is going to make these choices because they want to feel good the next day. They want to be energized, they don't want to have brain fog, and the weight loss is a side effect. And then it's working with your community, right? It's working with other providers. So we like to say, look, we're not your primary care, but let's work with your primary care. If there's gaps or deficits where you're having a hard time getting in for that lab work, okay, we'll do them in-house. And you might spend a little bit of out of pocket, but ultimately, what is more important than your health? I had a lady say, I would have mortgaged my house 10 years ago to not deal with the back pain that I've struggled with for the last decade. But the difference is we can't prescribe yoga and have it be approved by insurance. We can't prescribe healthy food and have it be covered by insurance. So everyone has a unique, different journey. Everybody's genes are different. One thing that we're really starting to incorporate is nutrigenomics. We can actually do cheek swaps now. And they're doing this for pharmaceuticals. So even for prescription medication, let's take the antidepressants, for example. We've had clients who cycle through many of them, and they're like, it just doesn't work. Well, now there's a cheek swab where you can actually identify, oh, you don't have the enzyme to actually absorb this, medication that so-and-so prescribed.
So they test, they can test and say, this isn't good.
Yeah. So at my lab, and we don't do a lot of prescription antidepressants, but at my last clinic, everybody got a cheek swab, so it was no longer guesswork of like, oh, I'm going to just prescribe this. It was like, we're going to look at your panel, and we're going to prescribe the one that genetically is the most identifiable with what, we are seeing on the test. The other thing I really like to recommend is food sensitivity testing. I, for the most part, was someone that ate very clean. But I was having gut issues. I felt bloated. I didn't have regular bowel movement. Well, it turns out after I did what was called an IgG test, IgG is a marker for inflammation. So it's not like an allergy. It doesn't mean that I can't eat it and I'm going to break out and hide. But it shows that when I consumed this, and this, I was getting inflammation in the body. What was on my test? Bananas, broccoli, eggs, and black pepper were my top 4 most inflammatory foods. Traditionally, things that are healthy. So what did I do? I stopped throwing bananas in my smoothie. I stopped eating broccoli with my chicken. 30 days later, almost all of my symptoms improved. There's no way that I would have figured that out without an IgG test. And that was after years of going to different doctors with everybody.
Healthy things. I mean, you just point out healthy things are cold, and yet for your body.
And I think, even when it comes to the world of mediums, there are some people out there that the medical community looks at as like, you don't know what you're talking about. But at the end of the day, it doesn't matter because the patient does what the medium suggested and the things improve. So whether it's placebo, whether there truly is just that, like, if you think it, it'll happen. I'm at the point in my career and life and just perspective of it doesn't matter. If it helps make someone healthier, happier, more fulfilled, I don't really care where the information came from because I don't think we have it all figured out in medicine. We are constantly learning, and that's what evidence-based research is all about. Evidence-based research is not just doing what the doctor 100 years did, but like, okay, let's test it. Unfortunately, we have there's deep pockets, right? Pharmaceuticals is deep. So I tell my patients, let's do a blend. Let's be our own best researcher. On average, an elimination diet, so cutting out a certain food to really see if it's going to improve our results, it truly takes a minimum of 30 to 60 days. So that's 1 to 2 months. We're very impatient. We cut something out for 2 days, we cut something out for 1 week, and we're like, we don't see the changes. But but what's the analogy? If you take out your colon or your intestines and stretch it out, it's like 5 football fields or something like crazy. I don't know the exact numbers of the quote, but it's very long. And some people who look at basically the body, and it's super cool that we have imaging. this is the brain. It looks like the brain. It's all coiled up like the brain. And we think it all starts in here, but it really starts in here. All of our neurotransmitters are made in our gut. We know this, and then they're sent to the brain. So you want to talk about symptoms like anxiety, depression, ADHD, any one of those. Well, we focus on, let's just like give a pill to like fix the brain. Well, why don't we talk about nutrition in the gut? Because if all of the neurotransmitters are made here and then sent to the brain, well, is it possible that we have leaky gut? We have tears in this region where we're eating all the right things, but we're not actually absorbing the nutrients because it's not healed. I know that it has to be. Like just from the countless stories and personal experimentation, like it does start in here. I know that if I binge and have pizza and wings, I don't feel good the next day. I feel a little more sluggish. I feel a little weighed down. I have the stomach pain. That's your body talking to you. So we need to get a little bit more in tune. The body has symptoms to tell us something. And we wait until we have the symptom to then treat it, instead of becoming more in tune with, okay, I'm starting to get the inkling of a symptom. What could I change to improve that? Because the body is talking to us. At the end of the day, if we take the thinking brain out, the body is designed for survival. It will always do what it needs to do to survive, which is why when, I don't know a great example I'm trying to think of, like when we're having a heart attack, the blood shuts from every other organ because it wants to protect the heart. It knows that, the stomach can stop working, all of this stuff, but we have to get the blood flow to the heart, and that's why, people turn blue. It's trying to shunt everything to protect itself. What else are we going to talk about?
Oh, lovely. Thank you so much.
And you also do external things.
We do, and here's what we know. At the end of the day, we are a social society, and more than ever, we're on camera. We are on Facebook, Zoom, FaceTime. We live in a very digital, connected world, and there's beautiful parts about that, right? We can now host lectures or classes on camera. We can FaceTime our loved ones in another country, thousands of miles away, and see their smile on their face in 4K. I think the new iPhone's out. I don't know what. I have the old one, but it's now crisper and more accessible than ever. So yeah, we want to look good. We look at ourselves in the mirror, and when we have a smile, it's contagious. When we feel happy, when we focus a lot on not the symptoms, not the wrinkle, but what is the emotion. So grandma comes in and says, my grandson keeps saying, Mommy, why do you look so tired? Why do you look angry? So maybe mom comes in or grandma comes in to treat the wrinkle in between her brows with Botox, not because the wrinkle ever even bothered her, but she's getting fed up with people asking why she's angry. And she's not angry. She feels happy inside. So she wants her outside to reflect what's on the inside. I think what gets tricky is when we try to do the reverse, right? We try to fix the outside to make the inside, and that's not going to work. And that's where body dysmorphia is a thing, and we talk about it. We educate our staff to look for the red flag. If someone's just constantly seeking treatment, no matter what you do is unhappy. Now it's like a come to Jesus talk, like, okay, what's going on in your home life? Like, you're beautiful, what is going on? And that's where we want to maybe incorporate therapy and, what is the purpose? I don't know, I'm rambling now. But when it's the reverse, I think it's a beautiful thing. I just want to look less tired. I don't want those bags under my eyes because I am still active member of my community, and I want to shine as bright as I feel. And that's where I think it's beautiful that we now have so many non-surgical or minimally invasive treatments. 20 years ago, going under the knife was maybe the only option. It was only available to the elite with money, and it was only available to people that were willing to put in the weeks of downtime, to be bandaged up in their home. And surgery still has a place for those that want dramatic results, that want, maybe they are in the public side, right? Celebrities have access to some of the best doctors in the world. Doesn't mean that it always looks good either. So it's a fine balance between, it's not money, it's what are we doing that serves the patient the best based on what their goals are. But I think non-invasive therapies are going to change the need for surgery because we can now get very close to achieving surgical results with much safer procedures.
procedures with less downtime. If my average client or patient is a working woman who can't take 3 weeks off of work, because that would mean, not making income to support her family, but she wants to go for that job interview where she's on camera, where she's in front of a lot of people, and she wants to not look tired, if I can offer a laser resurfacing treatment for a tenth of the cost and 2 laser resurfacing, so we're basically laser stands for light amplified, blah, 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 and it just means we've got a bunch of amazing scientists that figured out how we can harness light to regenerate the body. So we can, the word I always use is we're going to cause a cut or a burn to tell the body to heal itself. For instance, one of my favorite non-surgical treatments is radio frequency microneedling. Radio frequency is heat, it's a controlled thermal damage, which helps the body tighten up. It sends collagen, it stimulates elastin, it gives the skin back the matrix that we used to have when we were younger, whether it's plump skin, tighter skin, and then the microneedling is exactly that. We're causing a bunch of tiny little micro injuries, and the body knows to go heal it, right? So when we get a cut, when we're younger, it heals really quickly. When we're 80 years old and we break our leg, it takes a lot longer to heal. So we're causing controlled damage so that the body goes to that site and it floods it with with blood, healthy new cells, and what results, whether it's 2 weeks to 4 weeks later, whether it's 6 months to 9 months later, depending on, the treatment and what we're trying to achieve. What I like about it is we look the same. You look like yourself. You don't look augmented or overfilled or like a different person. What we're doing is truly turning back the clock and making ourselves have the younger, healthier skin that we used to have. Now, how many sessions? How long is it going to last? These are all like the most popular questions. The way I always phrase it is, well, we're aging every day. So thinking that we can do something and then never do anything again is just defying the laws of being a human. But once we reach correction, right? So we make creative treatment plans to get the client to where their goal is. Then maintenance, or what I call enhancement, that might be something like once a year. Because once a year we're losing, 1% of our collagen. But it's always about multimodality. We're also going to talk about what are you doing to hydrate the skin from the inside out. So we'll do this laser resurfacing to repair and regenerate. Now it's your job to do what's needed to maintain those results. So that does include, medical grade sunscreen. The sun is the most damaging part of any, part of aging because it is very powerful and harmful. I don't like traditional sunscreens. They're full of a lot of chemicals. But what we do know is that mineral sunscreen, so zinc oxide, basically zinc, a much more natural alternative, is actually more powerful anyway. The reason 20 years ago we didn't use zinc and we used baby oil and we laid in the sun is because zinc is what makes your nose white. So when we have those swimmers and they have the really, really white nose, well, nobody wants to go around with a white face. Now these companies, understanding and knowing how much our society is into anti-aging, they've worked really hard to reformulate these products so that they're tinted, they blend, they have tone smart, which means it warms up to your skin tone and texture so that you get this natural looking result that's not a white cast. But it's an investment, right? If you go to the grocery store and you buy a sunscreen bottle for $5, $10, a good quality medical grade sunscreen that's been formulated and engineered with higher quality ingredients, that might cost you around $50. So it's an investment, but what's cheaper? Not having skin cancer, not getting things cut out, not having to do aggressive laser resurfacing, 2-3 decades down the road. And we're in the first era where people are being more aware of prevention. 20 years ago, it was all just about okay, now I'm here, okay, it's too late. But now we have, no longer are the teenagers laying out in the sun with oil and aluminum foil. They know, they've seen mom and grandma's wrinkles and they don't want to ever get there. So they're wearing sunscreen, they're buying it at a younger age. But it's all just about awareness.
I think you hear one thing that is probably key to that. I used to live in Houston.
Yeah.
And in Houston, there's an area called River-Rivera, old oil mine, right? So
okay.
The property was unfishy crazy. And the realtors that sell there have to look to be unfishily good. And what they do is they are a group of them and they all get a cut or something a little bit, like you said, they tweak once a year. It's a tweak, not major. And so they never age, they the age crazy.
Yeah.
But, and so you never know what they do. You're like, how come it's been 10 years like I've known you, you're the same person? And yet they've never had to go under a major thing because they do it along the way. And I think that you have a good point, is that we need to look at doing it continuously small. And therefore you don't have to worry about the big thing because you're taking care of it along the way. It's kind of like you had, you take care of it along the way, so you're back on it. You can
Yeah.
so I think you're right on target. This is something people should come to now, no matter what age they are, and say, hey, look, this is what I want, this is how I want to look, and this is where I want to be, and how can you help me sustain it? And it sounds like that's what you do, right?
Yeah, one thing we really focus on is if you have a provider that's, willing to sell you an a la carte service, then you should be weary, because nothing in this industry should be one and done. When we sit down with new patients, we walk it off for an entire hour, and we create what's called our confidence calendar. We actually look at what we're going to do over the course of the next year, and how we're going to stage it out, like you mentioned, little by little, so that nobody around you all of a sudden knows that you did anything. But if we go back and look at our photos, my favorite to pull up is photos 5 or 10 years apart. I'll even have them bring in a photo, but that requires a relationship. I love treating generations. What's super cool is treating mom, grandma, and daughter, because we can look at the facial features that we know and how it's going to, if we did nothing, how it will look. And then if we just start to preventatively treat, what we can avoid or delay. And I don't like to use the word avoid. I like to say just stop it. We want to age. We don't want to be a porcelain doll. It looks weird if you're 85 years old and you don't move and you have no wrinkles on your face. So, yeah. Or, as we've seen in some celebrities, I think what happens with celebrities is people are afraid to say no. So they're used to getting what they want, and then that creates a bad rap for the industry, because they're like, oh, I don't want filler because I don't want to look like pillow face. It takes a lot of money to look pillow face. That's 10, 20 syringes over time and lots of disposable income. And I think that's why we see that, because people don't want to say no to celebrities, and that creates, is it, and there's a lot of talks in the community. Is that unethical? Is it ethical? It's their choice. We all have a right to look the way we want to look. We can even take examples like Michael Jackson. He would repeatedly say, I've never done this, I've never done this, I haven't done this. And so people lie all the time. So I always say, just stay out of other people's business, build a relationship with your own provider. If they're not listening to you, if they don't have case studies to show you, if they're not explaining the why behind the procedure, not just the treatment. Like, I might recommend dermal filler, but I'll explain the why. Here's how it was made. Here's what it's going to accomplish. Here's why we're restoring the lateral cheek powder. Why we want to fill in the temple. I know you didn't come in for temples. You came in thinking you want cheek filler, but I'm going to tell you that your temples are what's hollowing, because that's what happens with everyone when we age. Our bones in, our fat pads get smaller, our muscles get weaker. So we're going to stage out the reason behind the aging, not just the symptom that we're trying to treat. So back in the day, 10 years ago, nasolabial folds, we would fill them all day long. Like, people would come in and say, I don't like these deep wrinkles in my face. Okay, we would throw a syringe of filler. We learned, well, the reason this deep wrinkle is starting to happen is because the fat pad here is starting to shrink and descend. So if we actually give it support further back here, we will naturally take that, we will soften that nasolabial fold. I would say to this day, that's still one of the things that we see a lot happen. Newer providers who don't know the why, they will just treat the symptom or the wrinkle or the whatever is the concern. And we need to spend time doing anatomical research. And what's really great is that, myself included, I've now participated in 5 cadaver labs. And it sounds crazy, but what's the best way to learn? Yeah. To actually cut the face and look at the layers to understand the why. Unfortunately, those things are very expensive. We have a great process now where people can donate their bodies for science to learn, to help future generations know why we're doing what we're doing. I think there was a great example. The oldest person just died, I think in the U.S., and his family donated his brain to science, or he's the oldest person that died with no cognitive decline. So no Alzheimer's, no dementia. So his family is donating his brain to basically, try to learn, like, why? Why does this individual at whatever age, 90 years old, not have any cognitive decline when it's so common for us to see them? We all know someone probably that is struggling with these neurological conditions that are very taxing on the family, on the healthcare system. You have the person alive, but they're not there anymore. So what can we learn from donated tissue to understand how we can prevent it? I do believe a big part of it is nutrition. There's a lot of people, the wife of the man who died, she said they never drink from water bottles. That was her one thing that she said. She remembered when plastic water bottles came out, and they opted as a family to not consume water bottles. Now, do we know that it's because of, no, but it's just interesting information. The other thing we do know he did is he walked every day, and he was always involved with challenging his brain. So learning a new skill, doing the, puzzle or the crossword puzzle. He was always engaging his brain into something new, learning a new language, learning a new skill, trying to learn technology. That was one thing that unanimously the family acknowledged was something that he did in his daily life. So we do know that staying active is important. Unfortunately, we sit a lot. Sitting is the new smoking. How do we, make our life be in line with that? We talk about standing desks. Our team has them at the office. They're encouraged to get up and walk away from their workstation at least a few times an hour. There's no easy answer though, because a lot of us do work in a confined space. But asking your employer to invest in a standing desk, or really just buying one for yourself and adapting your workspace to be in line with what your own goals are. The other part that we're really excited about is stem cells. I'm hesitant whenever I talk about it because, the FDA doesn't want us to make any claims, right? This is still considered novel, but we do know that there's a lot of promise. And what are stem cells? Well, they're our body's own ability to heal ourselves. And I know some people have heard of like umbilical cord versus, adipose derived. Adipose meaning fat, so it's from your fat cells. Then we have blood and we have bone. But what I can say is we know big groups are using it. Mayo Clinic, Phoenix Children's Hospital, cell therapy is being incorporated into all kinds of medical, issues. Whether it's the brain, so stroke victims, whether it's the heart, cardiac and, MI, whether it's blood cancers or bone cancers, it's very promising. And what we do know is some people seek to go to other countries, whether it's Mexico or Colombia or Panama, because the FDA is not, or because the laws are different there. What we do know is that the FDA isn't saying no. They just want it to be regulated, right? So when you start making claims of stem cells, well, how are you processing them? What are you taking them from the patient and then adding things to it, or culturing them, growing them, and then doing something else that essentially, changes the actual, whatever, its original state. So the FDA wants to be sure that we are not causing harm. That's what they're there for, whether we agree with everything they say or not. They are meant to be a governing body to not allow people to just do whatever they want. There was a great documentary we watched on Netflix about, a guy in another country who was trying to grow tracheas, and unfortunately the sad part is how they, the story was told is like people were dying, like they were suffocating from the inside out, and this was still very experimental. He had, based on the documentary, they said, he had said animal trials had gone through. Well, it turns out like they really didn't. He just said that. Why do we practice on animals first? Like, well, we're trying to learn before we, put humans at risk. And, one of the reasons we'll rarely ever test on pregnant women anything is because we don't want to mess with mom and baby. So clinical research is very difficult. It's a really hard landscape to navigate. But I think we as citizens or humans, we have a right to trial. We do. We have the right to go to a foreign country and have someone else experiment on us. I'm excited about stem cells though, because I have personally witnessed stories, and you know, these are the stories that give you chills, right? The exacerbated humans tried everything, nothing works, they're at their end with, they'd rather just die than continue living, let's just say pain, right? Let's say chronic pain. So they'll do whatever it takes, because at the end of the day, like, what's the purpose of life if they're just in pain every day? And then they healed, right? They started to walk again when they were paralyzed or confined to a wheelchair. They started to not have tremors when, you know, before they couldn't even hold a cup of water. So I think we have to be very delicate in how we approach the claims we make. I think the worst thing we can do is promise someone that we're going to heal them, because we don't know. We could do the same treatment on 10 different people and get 10 different results. And that's just the reality of being a human with our own genetic makeup. So I think it just requires having an open and honest conversation with your provider about everything we've tried, our full, you know, I always joke, there's no reason to lie to your doctor. It's like the worst thing you can do, and yet people do it all the time. They're shy, they're embarrassed, they forgot, they don't have good history taking. But the best thing you can do is be your own, like, detective, right? Like, what have I tried? How did I feel? Like, really journaling those symptoms and the tweaks that we've made. But don't lie to your doctor, because that just makes it harder on all of us involved. But we're excited because we already do liposuction at Health with Confidence for cosmetic reasons. You know, stubborn coochie fat, you just want it gone. It's a very, very safe way to do it. It's guaranteed. Like, you literally see it come out. I joke, it looks like a mango smoothie. We actually let our patients take pictures, because for them, while they're in that healing journey of like allowing their swelling to go down and allowing the inflammatory process to reduce, it's, you know, they can go back and look at it and be like, okay, like, that money I spent, like, something did happen. Now it's up to me to do the other 50% of the healing journey to get the results I really want. It blows my mind that people will spend thousands of dollars on liposuction and then go to McDonald's on the way home. I'm like, but you know, we talked about this. But from those fat cells, we can harvest stem cells, and that's where we're trying to go. We want to have an option for patients who want to invest in that component of their wellness journey. And just like how women can, like, freeze their eggs, you can freeze your stem cells. So it's about $300 a year. It's not crazy expensive, and you can have them frozen on ice at an FDA-approved laboratory, where if and when you need it, if and when you get injured, you know, break a knee, break a hip, or you just want to be on that wellness journey, you have the option now to use your stored stem cells for therapy. And I think doing that switch of like, okay, prevention, like, I'm storing for the future. I know I'm going to get sick or unwell. I know I'm going to have some sort of breakdown in my body. Why am I waiting until I'm at that stage to then try to seek treatment? I'm a big proponent of, if we can do something before it happens, why would we not? So we are going to age. Our DNA is breaking down. Our telomeres are shortening. We know that there is an inevitable, you know, doomsday, or whatever. You gotta come up with a better way. Whatever. There's a new show on Netflix. I think it tells you like the day you're going to die or something. And so then it's like this journey of like, if you knew what day you were going to die and how, what would that mean for your life? What would you do different? And you know, universal answers are always like, I would have spent more time with my loved ones. I would have invested in my health more than the materialistic objects. So why are we not having that perspective now? I think we've just normalized having pain. Like, we've normalized being tired. We just accepted that, like, this is life, but it's not. We have a choice. A big change I've made is, you know, I wear the same outfit every day. I no longer focus on the shoes and clothes to buy. I focus everything on, like, how can I invest in feeling good? So I might spend more money on food than I did 10 years ago because I care about the quality fuel I'm putting in. And it's just like a car. If we put dirty gasoline in, or if we put gasoline in a diesel, we're gonna break the car down. So why are we not thinking of our body as a machine and the type of fuel we put in our body? Like, absolutely it matters. Did you have a question?
I did. I wanted to ask you, because I agree with you. I'm also in healthcare, and, you know, here in the United States, we spend probably 95% of the trillions of dollars on reactive problems instead of trying to prevent them before they even happen. For the services that you guys offer in terms of people of color, like, so you said, you know, we're causing a burn, we're causing a small injury, so the body heals itself. So for me, when I get a burn, when I get an injury, my skin changes colors, it stays that way for a very long time. It could be years before it ever goes back to its normal pigment. So like, how do things like that work for someone like me?
Yeah. So one, you have to go to someone that's really, really well versed in, let's take lasers for example. Okay. Totally great. We have 6 Patrick types, which is our skin type, right? 1 through 6. And every setting is going to be different based on your ethnicity. So unfortunately, what happens is, you know, they send students to a, let's call it a 2-day course, and then now they're licensed to provide the service. That doesn't mean that they know what they're doing. So you want to look for experience. You want to look for case studies. You want to be able to ask questions to really gauge, like, do they know what they're talking about? Anyone of color, we're going to pre-treat. So the answer is that we're not just going to go in there and fire the laser. We have to prepare the skin for the controlled damage that we're going to cause. And the thing is, we live in instant gratification world, right? We want it now. Pre-treating someone is going to take months. So we might put someone on a melanin suppressing product for 4 to 8 weeks before we go and do their first laser treatment. Then we're going to cycle them off of it for 3 months. So then it's again that waiting game. Then we're going to go back to that melanin suppressant product. So it's a journey, and it might take us 2 years to get the result that we want. Whereas for, you know, a non-person of color, they can just go right in, and we're like, okay, just like make sure you wear your sunscreen this week. So it's going to a provider that does treat all skin types, and I always say that's why being a provider in Arizona is difficult, because we are a melting pot. We have people from every country and culture with a lot of different health conditions, and so we have to take time to be a good historian. We have to do really, really good history taking. We have to ask them what medication, and if we focus too much on prescription medication, well, there's a whole host of supplements, herbs, over-the-counters, and I think we forget to ask about them. So it matters that we spend significant time taking a thorough history and then establishing the treatment. You know, at our clinic, we used to even do contracts. So if we're going to, you know, do a treatment on a person of color, they have to sign a contract that says, you know, I'm going to abide by the rules that we discussed. I'm not going to do this, this, and this. Another example I use is Accutane. Accutane is a medication that is used for, you know, teenage acne, for those who have very, very fat. They have to sign a contract that says, I'm going to get my blood work every whatever month. I'm going to be on 2 forms of oral contraception because you can't get pregnant. It's known to cause fetal injury. So we need to make sure that we are expressing the right expectations and checking in with those patients. So for you, we would want to start a melanin suppressant, so a cream, for at least 2 months before we then fire the laser. And we're going to do it conservatively the first time. We might spot treat an area to see how the skin reacts, and then adjust our settings based on that. What's great about the newer technology that didn't exist, you know, even 10 years ago, is there's a lot more safety mechanisms built in. So if you do have a technician who doesn't know what they're doing, which again happens every single day, at least there's some protocols starting to be built in, like preset, where like you can now go into, like, we have a CO2 laser, and you can go in and like physically put like what ethnicity they are or what skin type they are, and it's going to pre-program the settings. Now, can the user go and like change it? Sure, but there might be like password lock and certain things to at least prevent some of the stuff that used to happen in the past.
I didn't know there was a thing, it's amazing that the complexion knife thing, I'm sorry.
What's beautiful, I even just downloaded one the other day. It's coming from Europe, so it's already been out there. there's now a handheld laser. It's literally like this big, like a little bit bigger than an iPhone. So instead of having this big clunky device, you can now go and it is, super portable. I'm not going to be the first to market to have it. I'm really big on let other people experiment. Let's hear what all the complications are, because there will be. Like, that's the problem with any new technology. Like, there will be glitches, and that's just how we advance medicine. We advance it by trial and error. And so having, we talk about having really good consent forms. Like, it's an elective procedure, so you have to, same with surgery, right? When you go to get a surgery that's supposed to save your life, you still have to acknowledge, like, death is a potential side effect. So we have to just have ethical, open, honest conversations. And I like to wait until stuff is pretty well vetted. But I also want to have, like, the newer technology. I don't want to use something that's outdated. If I know that something can be safer, faster, easier, less downtime, those things matter. The other big thing that people are talking about, is stem cells and then exosomes, right? So how can we use properties from plants, like, to heal the skin? So can we find plant-derived products? More and more people are, even in our facial services, like, how can we use certain medicinal properties that we know can calm the inflammation after a laser session? So we're kind of exploring some of those things too.
So if anybody wants to approach you, how can they get a hold of you?
So we are really easy to find. We're all over social media: TikTok, Instagram, Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube. Like, we're pretty active. But houseofconfidence.com. You can call, you can text. We're really big on texting. We know that a lot of times people are maybe scared to come in, and maybe they just want to explore some options over, just being an anonymous person. So we're happy to basically accommodate all forms of communication. But houseofconfidence.com, and then some of our social handles, just because that's so long, is House Med Spa. And House is H-A-U-S. It's just a play on words. Our liposuction device is German. It just looks better for us graphically, so it is H-A-U-S.
And you have materials. Sarah
We do.
has a
Do you have a booth?
Yeah, we have a booth in the very, very corner.
And then you have also materials.
Yes. And so that's on our liposuction and our, injectable services.
So you get you same for the inside and the outside.
Love it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I know you're back there with Sandy.
Oh, yeah. I'm back in for about half an hour. I'm not buying everything here but a reason.
Crazy.
I even got one of those big giant blankets from, Susan's son.
When I feel like
tapestry.
do you want to put that really? Yeah. I don't see it stuck with.
Everybody's like, let me give you another bag. Let me give you another bag.
Well, that's fun. Like something.
You game? Hey, I'm done.
This from her son. Yeah, it's really pretty. It's it looks like a tapestry. It's like the moon and the stars and something. But I'm always cold, so I'm like, I have to have it.
I'm surprised I have one here.
I was having summer here. He has it hanging up in the back. Isn't it beautiful? Yes, it's beautiful.
Isn't that beautiful?
Oh my God, it's soft and pretty.
Tell her.
Let me get back out here. I'm about to reach to get it. Before I have to pick up keys.
Oh, yeah.
So,
You listen to me,
I did, I'm going to pick up my sister from the airport. She didn't make it. Yeah, I let, Chandler.
Oh.
There's only one bathroom.
I've never seen it from the airport.
Oh, really?
I'll make her come.
Oh, okay, all righty. Okay.
You know,
So you put them on
oh,
chair?
let me get my bag. Don't forget that.
Yeah.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
Good.
Careful.
I don't want to.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's already hit
Are
the
you
ground one.
recording?
Yes, Don is. Yeah.
For the next session. Oh, good. Yeah. So you were like, there's somebody. Oh, no, I didn't want to. I don't need to.
I'm shy. I'm very shy.
Are you able to?
I'm a virgin.
Oh, you mean?
That's a hot-head area.
I could ask you my.
Mine is Libra.
Oh, that's right.
And then my moon is Sagittarius. Makes me crazy. Okay. I'm Sagittarius moon, makes me nuts.
I'm gonna go by the shirt. Oh, you want to meet at after 5?
Yeah, the game leave here.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that works. Because
FYF?
well, no, I live at my northern.
So,
I like, yeah, that's my kind of.
Oh, you live north.
So, yeah, we go to them.
Yeah.
Everyone like that.
If you want to, you're not that big. You heard it right away.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's coming on.
They don't make
Maybe we should start? You can start like right at 2. Is the guy supposed to start?
Yeah, this is a.
Yeah, but should I start now? Just start whenever? Okay.
They do have
I know.
I know you took a photo.
Yeah. Light off.
You let me know,
Thank you, Justin. Hey, you know, speaker.
yeah, because I don't.
I can feel it, I can feel it, I can feel it.
It's good, I'm glad you're tuning in.
I know, and I see your reaction. You're like,
I'm not doing any of, no, you make it look, give a look. In the silence. No puppy time, no puppers, just in time. You never know. No, that's why I asked you. Well, I don't know. Well, if your changes. How about now? You can always go across the street with your dog and you decide you really are. Nice. Well, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay, everybody, our next speaker. Dave Campbell is from the astrology store, right?
Yes.
And he brings up restaurants, and they also, he's a medium, psychic, and all those other fancy, wonderful things that says you can talk to dead people. So that's not what they're about. It's astrology. However, who knows? Whatever you pick up, you can wind up there. I don't know.
Okay.
Anyway, Dave Campbell, ready?
Yeah, hello, how are you guys? Good. Does anybody know anything about astrology? Or basics or? Basic. Basic. Like sun, moon, and sun?
I don't know.
Okay, so really basic. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna cover like, so many people don't know what astrology, how in depth it is, or how much it really entails. I think it's just the one sign you are, like Leo or whatever. That's just a little teeny part of it, and there's so much more that you can do with astrology and reasons why it's good reading. So I'm going to talk about that first. The first I will tell you what I am, who I am. I am a psychic medium as well. I've been scientifically researched and tested through 2 different agencies, Rumer-Rivera, which is the last one I'm still with. And our great agency, and I'm still doing work, so it's really a good thing to do. Also, I'm certified as an astrologer through the American Federation of Astrologers, who does professional testing and who has to be able to pass their tests to get professional exams, which is quite hard. It's the hardest one in the nation, in the world. So if you pass that, I'm a good astrologer. So I teach. I own an astrology store in Glendale, Arizona, about 57th Avenue in Glendale. And combined business. We do readings, so crystal books, everything. And we have 2 large classes. Yeah, thanks. I'm going to talk about some of the different things, the reasons why you should get an astrology reading, because people, they don't even have a clue as to how much in depth it can be. I also specialize in asteroids. And people are like, what asteroids? What names? And there's thousands of asteroids. There's ones named with mystical names, so of all different cultures and countries. So you can add that to the list. And then also your personal name asteroids, like David or Campbell, Molly. There's all kinds of different, and if you put it in the chart, it makes it so uncanny that, you start thinking, is there really such thing as free will? Because your team was so much planned. And we still have free will to choose not to go into plan. But, then you have to do it again sometimes. So then even the people we meet, the names will be in the chart in different places. Like your marriage partner is usually like, I was married for a while, and my last name was on his 7th house test, which is the house of marriage, exactly on my name. Weird.
Yeah. Never heard of it.
Yeah, I know. See, people just don't understand how good it can be and how exciting. And in his chart, there's an asteroid named Juno, who is the goddess of marriage, bringing to his wife. And so she represents marriage. So a lot of times people name whoever the marriage name will be on that asteroid. Like my name was on his asteroid, David was on that. So it's crazy. So you can kind of see a lot more in depth stuff than just general or things that fit everybody. Because astrology, your chart is very unique. It's like a thumbprint. It's very unique to you. Even if you're born on a different, same day, different hour, it could be completely different things. Because every 24 hours, we turn every 2 hours, so we get a new rising sign. That's why 2 people born on the same day have completely different personalities, and we use our energy in different ways. And so it's fun to do. I've even had a couple that had the same exact birthday, same year. It was crazy. The houses that their planets were in was completely different. So I focused on how the differences are in the chart. And it was amazing. So here's a couple lists of different reasons why you should Astrology provides a pattern of growth and development that is far superior to any other psychological tool. Indicates the meaning of a particular experience or phase of life, and inner patterns that one is coming to terms with an accurate and way of timing critical and crucial changes in your life. That's one thing that, like in psychic world, it's hard to do timing. Dimensionally space. But with astrology, that's where you can get timing to do that. We know predictably when the planets are going to hit, when they're going to do something, and they all have their own personalities and do their own fun stuff. For instance, the Saturn return, I'm sure it's age 30, 29 to 30. That's your first Saturn return where you grow up and figure out what to do with your life, to change the job, get divorced, get married, have a kid. Something major usually happens around 20 years. I lost or left the career world, corporate world for 2 years. And so, but I'd been there for like 20 years, 22 years. And my mom said, you're going to go do tarot readings, astrology, and type stuff. And you're throwing away your 401k, going vacation, made a lot of money. And I said, yep. Because I wasn't happy, you're not happy anymore. But Saturn return is really depressing, and doing that so that you will go in and it makes you miserable. Not just thinking it's to force you to look at yourself and find you as a real calling and purpose, why you're here, Saturn. And the second one happens around 58, which a lot of people go through crisis. Divorce happens often, or they get fired from their job in 30 years. That's what they were supposed to be doing. And a lot, especially in the corporate world. So many of that's why I left the world too. Like everybody gets fired when they get retirement age. And so I didn't want that to be me. Did anybody ever have an astrology chart reading before? Oh, a couple of two. So you know your rising sign? I think you remember. What are yours, Jay?
I'm not really sure.
Oh, you're not sure.
But, you know, I've seen a lot of astrology in a way that a lot of those signs, people have a lot of those characteristics and capabilities. And my question is what if just one aspect is we choose our incarnation by the stars? Just to be in the body of a particular personality.
No, we do choose our chart. We do choose every single planet, every single sign in our chart is something we're here to work on. So that's the more quality we either have karmically good or karmically lessons learned. And we all have those over here. So. But and I do focus on that in the reading. A lot of people don't even want me to do that. Like spiritual, I like to focus on the spiritual reading you do. Some people just come and say, "Well, like every which will I have a wife, will I have a husband?" And that's all they care about, which is fine. It's a red letter, but I think it's more important to find out who you are, know thyself, and or career aptitude. If I could get 21-year-olds to see more often, or they get the wrong career and be miserable for 10 years, I could save a lot of trouble. So they look at their chart and go, "That's not for you. This is what would you be better at." Because your chart does show that. Same with mediums stuff. It shows the chart in every way chart I've ever seen with the chart. I've seen this thousands. So that's what made me choose, like, when I was like, "Can I really do this?" But I looked at my chart and said, "Yeah." And I'm like, "Okay, I'll trust it." So jumped out on the limb, leave the faith, 30 years later. So I'm going to read you more other stuff about. So it's the ancient art of studying the planets and stars and correlating them with Earth and human behavior patterns, synchronicity, cycles, as above, so below. Astrology is an excellent system for timing of planets and cycles in the life that we all encounter. Astrology is derived from two Greek words, astro, meaning star, and logos, meaning logic, a star logic. It can also be called the study of life reactions to planetary vibrations, and we are all energy, everything affects everything. So if you believe in the law of attraction, which It's astrology too. Astrology goes along with it. It's not against it. There's no contradiction. There's no, it's all vibration. It's all energy, and every planet has its own energy, and we respond good and bad. That's our choice. That's where it comes. Whether you're a good Sagittarius or a bad Sagittarius. That's not just one. You're moving that. So astrology can give us understanding of our lives, our lessons, our karma, our past lives, relationship needs, occasional aptitudes, and understanding of the lessons we are encountering at specific times in our lives, and when it will begin and end. That's another good thing. When people come for readings, I like to be able to say, not just that it'll pass, because you can say that for anything, but it'll pass this week, or this month, or a year later, or you have to wait 2 years. I'm sorry. But it's better to tell the truth that you're going to be in deep doo for a while, and give them coping skills to live with it, and why, and maybe a spiritual reason what they're learning of why, how they can empower themselves. My goal is to empower you to do your own stuff, to do your own reading, to lead it yourself. So that's my goal for everybody else. Just leading yourself. So there are many branches of the uses of astrology, like natal and counseling astrology, or most of the or predictive, which is what you think of the traditional astrologer, but there's like financial astrologers that make huge amounts of money because they do stock market astrology all day long.
Wow.
You do know that?
Yeah, I follow the market, but I've heard about the astrology market and all the international talk and that there are good stuff.
And it's studied very well. And I know two of those astrologers personally, and they're both very wealthy because of it. Health and Cape Creek. And they do, that's all they do. Astrology by stock market. Which I'm thinking, I need I'm trying to do the help with people and psychological stuff, but it's stupid money. It's a little bit of free time. So, but there's also, I wrote a book called Forensic Astrology, which is fascinating. It really does work too. And when I was learning astrology, my teacher was a Scorpio. She was made us do mystery charts. Like, I can really do all kinds of astrology. And she even brought in district attorneys and prosecuting attorneys to give us cases, and we'd have to read the cases from the charts, and they were blown away. They're like, how could you possibly know this? They're psychic. I'm like, well, yeah, but that's not where I got it. I got it from the chart. There's a difference. Like when the teacher gave me a mystery chart, she gave me two charts one time. And I said, it's two gators. It's Tanya Harding and another one. I don't remember her name. Nancy Harris Harrigan. And she goes, I hate you. But that was psychic. But the chart, I didn't even look at the chart. And then she goes, now tell me which one's which. And I, okay. Weather. The weather forecasting. You wouldn't believe it. I used to be skeptical of that myself. And so I had a weather astrologer, an astrometeorologist, teach me how to do it, and I tested it a couple times. The first one, I asked questions on, I remember the chart was really bad, and I said, what's this one going to be? And she said, it's going to be a hurricane, it's going to be a real big doozy. And I just wrote down hurricane doozy, and I let Will speak for the hurricane that week, and that was Katrina. So that's what started me convinced that she knew what she was doing, and I learned further from her. And I really had 2 or 3 hurricanes with the exact location, the exact date, and it was just twice. 3 times. On camera, I've done it twice. I've done it many times for myself because when we raced at Dakota, Florida, I'm like, that's a bad week, we're going to check. And it was a hurricane week, so we went the week before. And when we got back, the hurricane hit. So it's crazy. Even I've done tornadoes too, even in some locations. And tornadoes are hard for even weathermen to predict. And the thing about hurricanes, I can do it for next year. I can do it for 2 years from now. It doesn't matter. So there's no weatherman that can do that, even 5 months. There's not enough weather. So I keep saying I'm going to go on the news and One day, I'll get together. So, and then horary is another big branch where this is like using it as a tarot card reading or an oracle, where if you come to me with any question, it has to be a important question. And I cast the chart for that time and place that you asked me, the answer is already with the stars. The universe already knows the answer, and the stars already have it. So any question you can ask in the world, I can answer if I have that time. And I do a lot of that. People don't know that that is a big branch of astrology, but the top horary astrologer in America gets $400 per question. And you get 8 books for the rest of the year, always. They're out the other way. So I only charge $75 for one question. So, but I get like 3 or 4 a week. So, but the forensic is almost too scary because it really does work and it really does your DNA is in charge. And that's where the personal names come into play, where I can even tell you who killed who and the names attached to that exact chart. The names will show who did it. Like Lacey Peterson, I mean, it's in my book. There's like several cases where I show how it actually lines up the name and all that gruesome stuff that gives me nightmares. And it did give me nightmares because when I was studying the serial killers to find out why serial killers kill people, I wanted to know the psychology of why. Like I was always ask my mom, why do serial killers? She says they don't have a conscience. I'm like, well, what's that mean? Psychology didn't answer it for me, so I'm like, so anyway, I remember doing Ted Bundy chart, and all of a sudden he was like, I pulled him in, and I'm like, it was a big no-no. And so I had to learn to really protect my medium stuff. Because your charts are real energy. So once you tune into the chart, you're tuning into that person. And it's just, and he didn't change. I can tell you that. He's still the same creepy person who was when he was here. So why not an angel on the other side? So why did you do what you did? I didn't ask. He was just showing me personal stuff that, he wouldn't want to know. Yeah, it was bad. I just got rid of him and it sounds like it. It was horrible. But I didn't think he lied anyway the whole time. He claims pornography. It was in Utah. He claimed photography and everybody would be okay. Okay. So, and there's also just cycles. We all go through cycles. The terrible two started too. But that's the Mars cycle that happens every 2 years. The first one's usually we have kids. They're asserting themselves. They're learning to get how some are good and how do you get what you want and like how do you use your Mars energy. And that's where you have to be the parent to support them properly and teach them the right way. The 7-year itch is a 7-year cycle which happens with 2 planets, Saturn and Uranus. Uranus changes sign every 7 years, and Saturn squares every 7 years. It's a real 14 is a 13 and 14 is got teeth. They thought it happened. They're learning to defy authority so they can learn their own rules. So you have to be the top parent. And then you have to also do more leniency when they do good and reward them, and then more freedom so that you can take it away if they become a virus as well. That's the most I think that's why I started smoking at 15. Marlboro Red. And then got addicted to like 20 years. Growth cycle, Jupiter's our growth cycle. Every 11 to 12 years, Jupiter returns to its place, so it takes 12 years for Jupiter to grow. And that's a huge opportunity for growth. I think of what happens when you're 12, you start doing bigger things. Period. And it's growth. So, and you have growth spurts, that's the growth cycle every 12 years. So 12, 24, 36, 48, 50, 72. Those are Jupiter years for you. The midlife crisis is actually 41 to 42. That's Uranus opposing Uranus. feels like you would rather be out the door and start over, get the Corvette, give me some minutes to trying to recapture the different parts of astrology. The rising sign is the sign that's rising at the time of your birth. So that's where the time comes into effect. And people say, how much does the time matter? Every 4 minutes, we move 1 degree. So there's 30 degrees in the sign, and that tells you where we're at. So it really is important to know exactly the minute. Because if you're off in a minute or two, a degree or two, in prediction, it's off a year or two. So if you like, you're going to be married now 2 years off, that's your clock is shaped around 2 months. So I want to see the birth certificate, I want to talk to the doctor. And I think that's the right advice to make sure it's right. I always test it, because some people just write like 12 o'clock in the afternoon or 12:30. It's born at the 30 and at 12 o'clock, straight up. Usually 4, 18, something like that. So then we have the planets. The sun is our individual ego, who we're to become. The moon is our emotions, feelings that have our emotionally. Mercury is our intellect and communication. And that's when the Mercury goes retrograde, we all go crazy. Can't find stuff. Get flat tires. Computers die. Phone die. Venus, love, attraction, and value. Our values are what we got. So, that's your values. Our Venus. Mars is how we assert ourselves or call to battle. We have to fight. Fight. Mars. Jupiter is our growth, our belief systems, our higher knowledge, our expansion. Saturn is our karma, lessons, our career, our purpose, why we're here. Uranus is our liberation, our uniqueness, that makes us all very unique. Neptune is our spirituality, our escape. And Pluto is our soul and transformation. And then the aspects that they make the planets make to each other, like if they're in opposition is not easy. Opposed two forces opposing each other. Those are very challenging. It's like going to be a fight with somebody. They're trying to get harmony and balance. But really those meet the middle. And it usually goes tug of war. You know, do it my way. Fight their way until you come to compromise. So a square would be like a 90 degree angle between 2 planets. So those are very challenging times. Or conjunction is when they're together. It depends on the planets. It's like Moon and Venus. Those are 2 like love and emotions. That's a good conjunction. But if it's Mars and Pluto, pretty much. Pretty hard conjunction. Very stuff. And every area of life, that's the houses, is the area. So the houses are every area of life, like love life, health, home life, family, children, communication, friends. So you can see you can do predictions in each area of your life, and wherever you have a planet, that's what energy is fitting that. So that's where you can either utilize that trait or gain understanding, improve a weakness. And it's not here to judge, it's not here to be slave. I don't like the problems that say, oh, I can't do math because of my chart. I don't like to do math. You need to learn to, that's your lesson. You need to learn to do whatever it is, you know. So we need to grow from our charts, not use this excuse for, I'm a bitch because I'm a Scorpio. You're good, you're just a Scorpio. So, because, you know, not blame our charts for it. You're responsible for your own energy. And there's a positive side of every sign, every planet, every aspect. There's a good aspect. And when I do, like, forensics taught me too, that cops charts and criminal charts look the same. Because they're using the same energy. They're running around with guns and adrenaline and, you know, fighting and tackling people. It's the same energy. So it just depends on how they're using that energy. It's going to become a fireman and a hero, or a cop and a hero, or the criminal trying to escape. One of the most important things for relationships is compatibility. People always, this is the right person. My soulmate, my twin flame. Oh my God. No. I think we're all soulmates, really. That's my belief. I think we've been with so many people. Most, all of 99% of relationships are past life. They very rarely give us like the deep, usually that's karmic. And with astrology, you can see what karmic is and what the purpose of the relationship is with that person, and to get a better understanding. And I think all relationships are challenged because of the best, but there's not two perfect people, so there's no single perfect relationship. They're all good. That's learning. Some are harder than others. And in extreme cases, one thing that people come to me for a lot is compatibility. And I tell the truth, and that's good or bad. And I tell people, you should be married. Why did you ever get married in the first place? What happened? How did this happen? And they're like, well, we hate each other. And I'm like, I know, why are you destroying each other? Be friends, separate, and go your own ways with each other. This is never going to change. You can't change who you are, and you shouldn't change. You can't make somebody else somebody else. So, but if they're compatible, what nice for usually it comes to me when they're not. And that's going to be to do a miracle.
Yeah.
Mars is going to do it. So if you have questions, I'm going to talk now about next year.
We could review our question. So when people talk about like your star sign with sun sign and that affects like who you are, how do you talk about the time? Talk about the mission, right? And then getting come to it.
Yeah, it's all fun. So it's not just one thing. There's all fun. And the timing is everything. Where the planets are today.
Is there a moon aspect?
Oh, yeah. Like we have an eclipse on Tuesday, it's in Pisces. So everybody in Pisces is majorly affected by it. Eclipses create crisis, which is not a bad word. It's like, because it creates change, and how do we interpret change? Oh my God, crisis. It's fun. I always look at it as a good thing, to create change. So whatever area of life I can do in charge, that's where it's going to fall. 25 degrees of the chart. And then next year we can have a big switch of everything. Because 3 planets are switching signs, which have been in signs for quite a lot of time. Especially Pluto, which is going 20 years in Capricorn. It's moving to Aquarius later this year, but next year. And that's where, like, the age of Aquarius is kind of being born, so to speak, and everything, there's going to be massive changes in everything. For the good, I think I can't wait, I'm sure for everything. Pluto in Capricorn, where it is now, is corporate and government corruption. Kind of, yeah. So you can see all that happening, globally, not just us. But it's being exposed. That's what Pluto does, exposed to corruption, to change, to transform it. So it's sort of getting closed. And when Pluto first entered Capricorn, and it also is a earth sign, so a lot more earthquakes than normal. We have earthquakes every day. More than normal, we've had a little bit more volcanoes, shifting. That's everything too. But the Pluto in Aquarius is a humanitarian sign. We're all going to be in one peaceful, we're all one color, we're all one race, we're all whatever we are. Spirits, the soul. then Uranus is changing from Taurus to Gemini, so I think technology is going to be even more crazy, especially communication, electronics. It's going to be way crazier than it is now, so I think it's something that's going to be 2008. Can't keep up. So, I have to get 20-year-olds to help me do my social stuff. And then Neptune is a big one. It's changing from Pisces to Aries. So anybody who has Aries, especially the beginning signs of Aries, the beginning signs of Aquarius, and the beginning signs of Gemini. Gemini will all have major changes in life. So there's three big planets that shift that stay in signs for a long, long time. Pluto will be there for 20 years. Uranus will be 14 years. No, 7 years, and then Neptune 14.
You said this is happening
And next year, like in the summer, basically. Expect a lot of global shifts. And the last time I started looking at research, last time Neptune was in Aries, was the Civil War. Hopefully that doesn't happen. I'm trying to just like cross out. And but another one that was really interesting too, I kind of think, was the same kind of Haitian revolution with Uranus. When Uranus was in Gemini, it was a Haitian revolution, which they're going through now.
Oh.
And it's going to be
Yeah. Yeah. Like.
They didn't learn the first week. So. It'll be crazy. Fun year. I think it's always great to change. I like to see the predictions unfold. I remember when we were on the Aquarius, the internet was born, and it closed. Everybody's like, no, absolutely nothing. Do you have signs?
With serial killers, oh, you were saying that criminals and cops and stuff share similar chart. Do serial killers share similar chart with some other professions?
Great.
That would be interesting. I don't think so, but I know. Well, there could be like surgeons.
Yeah.
This is like an acceptable way. Lawyer, yeah. It is interesting.
What got you to go in this direction?
What was the question?
What got me to go in this direction? And when, even with the astrology part, I was in third grade and they were teaching us the planets. And I thought, the teachers come down shit and teach us what they mean. I'm like, who's going to do that? And so I already knew there was meetings, and I lived in Utah, so there's not a lot of astrology going on. It was all Mormon stuff. And I thought, she'll tell us tomorrow. And like she didn't, so I was really disappointed that she didn't know for science very much. I didn't know there was a difference. So how do I know that? I didn't know mythology at that time. And so I think it's a pathway thing, but I was always interested in like science, even though it was kind of shunned upon, like the church, you talk about being a Leo or whatever. And also, this is the other part of it, the psychic part was when I was 7 or 8, my babysitter's house that I had to go to all the time was haunted. So you can probably understand that. Like, I don't want to go to the basement, and I don't want to go there anymore, and go in the basement and play Dave. You're such a baby. So they forced me to go down in the basement with a ghost. It was always fun. Terrifying. And I would see them literally, it was microphones in the wall, or the speakers in the wall, the intercom, when they were first. So there was a new thing. Yeah, the dial, so I was curious, so I climbed up to look at it and push the button, and the spirit face came right out of it, and I can still see the face today. I still remember it, and I just freaked out, jumped off the ran up the stairs, and so that's what it was like that house. And it was verified later, just when I grew up, I even asked the lady, she's still friends with the family, about that house, and she said, oh, you do that? And she go, what room is it? And I tell her everything, she go, yep. The church knew it, the Catholics knew it, they all came even to bless the house. So
just from there, then you realize.
then I was like, yeah, and also another thing happened too, because I was a space cadet in school and I was never listening to the teacher, I just go to La La Land, and so they took me to a hypnotherapist, and my mom did, and I started getting straight A's. But that hypnotherapy school, I decided, like mind over matter, how to do ESP, how to find missing objects, and so I started doing it. I got in trouble. My dad was in the keys, and I say they're on the fence out in the yard, and he accused me of putting it. So I didn't know what to tell him. But I get in trouble for something I didn't do. So that's how. And then I professionally went to my 20s. I decided I wanted to really develop stronger and purpose. So I went to psychic, who was now leading in something. And astrology, just like, let's go down that rabbit hole, seriously, because it never stops. There's something new to learn, there's something new have to learn. And there's 20,000 asteroids studied that are named after people, places, things, trees, plants, whatever. And I wrote 2 books on asteroids, how to interpret them, different stories. I'll tell you some fun stories real quick. Like, they named some asteroids after famous people, like Jodie Foster. And of course, they just named it like 2 years ago or 3 years ago or something like that. So I went and looked at her chart and looked up the asteroid Jodie Foster. It's conjunct her sun. It's like right on her sun, her birth chart. There's no way. How the hell? Astronomer names that asteroid. It's just randomly named it. They like them. They don't know astrology. They don't believe in astrology, so they would never even look to see. Same with Freddie Mercury. Freddie Mercury asteroid is thought to the crazy. Yeah, it's too weird. And Robin Williams was another one that he was born on his ascendant. Robin Williams was on his ascendant, which there's 360 degrees. And the billion asteroids, so I don't know. What it was. We aren't exactly on the 7 billion. Signature right inside, so that's crazy. So how they work, I don't know. I didn't think there was no mistake. And I did a study of, there's another study I did when there was asteroid firemen. So I thought, well, I should look and see it. It really works. So I just got 99 or 100 firemen birth charts with my family. Had like 7 firemen. So that's a good start. But it worked every single time. It's in the chart. Like, and why they were firemen was a factor. Like, my dad was in his chart. After requirements in his house was career, but it's also the house of father. His dad was a fireman. So that's a family thing. But most people I ask, like who have conjunct their sons, they identified as being a fireman in and out. Like that was just who they are. One kid or one guy was that at age 8 is when he decided, and his asteroid fireman is 8 degrees away from the sun. So by progression, at age 8, that was the first point. So it's crazy how it works. And I found it fascinating too. I thought it would be conjunct Mars mostly, because Mars is that kind of energy, and it was conjunct Venus for a while. And Venus is like what you love. So for those people, when I asked them, they were deeply in love with their job. I was like, well, that's the coolest thing I've ever heard. So, cool to be passionate about what you're doing. I use asteroids for vocational, psychological, just a fun subject to look into. much deeper than most people confess. If you have a chance to come to the astrology source, you need to look at the
Right there in downtown Glendale.
yes,
You're past by it.
probably. It's right on Glendale. Yeah.
Yeah, one of my best friends is a well-known astrologer in the area, and she said, like, a couple of years ago, she goes, everything changes in 25. And I'm like what? She goes, it's like, everybody comes to wait, not gonna put up the crap anymore, everything changes in 25. And, but I'm curious, because I know you know the answer to this, do you know who the next president is? Huh?
Yeah, I think.
Oh, really? She had Trump.
That's what I think it's.
She said Kamala, but I've heard everybody else say Trump. So.
I just think about because of Pluto being in Capricorn, as I predicted when it first went into Capricorn that there would be a female president, and I was Hillary was the last thing that would happen. So it's in Capricorn now, so that's what we do. Or right after. So whoever votes, I'll do. That's my thought. And I have both the charts. They were accurate today.
Is Montel still doing energy healing at your store?
No, he doesn't work in my store anymore, but he's still doing it.
Yeah.
I don't know. Is he here?
I haven't seen him, but I follow him on this.
That Miss Montel
Hero?
Hero?
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know he was right.
Oh, I do readings every month. I do group medium nights. Jamie's here for that. Yeah, I do it. Actually, but I don't usually mix the two together if they happen. Like if I'm doing an astrology reading and the spirit comes, they go away. I read the spirit. And, you know, it happens sometimes. But it usually, like when I have an intention, I do the intention. And that's and the universe works that way too. So, you know, thank you guys.
Thank you.
The last Friday of every month. Glendale.
What is the last Friday of every month?
No, I gotta talk to you. I gotta pack it. Got a lot of packing. You came so scared. You're ready to take a nap.
Oh, great. If I get up and walk out, I'm not walking on you. Sure. Okay, that's what, okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you guys.
You might want to pull a few.
Okay.
Yeah.
No Leo.
Huh? Yeah, I'm
No
gonna go now
Leo?
and take care of it. There's Leo, she's a baby. Yeah.
Yeah, but those are some my number.
Yeah, the five. Go ahead.
Hello. No, I'm glad that you invited me.
The next one was a ticket purchase, right?
You get
Yes,
$100.
yes. And they have to I'm good. I had sent a message to Victoria Reynolds.
No,
Yeah, she was so I sent her a message like, oh, yeah, I was hoping to see her. I haven't heard from Joan too. Sent her an email.
Did you, Victoria was here, I think she's here temporarily and off New York or something like that.
Oh, maybe.
They have to have her roster.
Do you have tickets?
No, but I'll buy them.
Yes, you can leave your stuff here if you want, and just go outside.
Okay.
Thank you. Nice to meet you.
I'm unfortunately gonna have to head out.
Well, thank you. What is your name?
Diane.
Diane, I'm Kristen.
Nice to meet
It's
you.
been wonderful hanging out with you
No,
today.
it's smiling, like
Yes,
you're
always.
smiling.
We love being around you. And thank you so much, because you guys were the room monitors.
Oh, yeah. Well, we
Appreciate it.
think
You
we got
took care of the door. That
Yeah.
helped.
Yeah, we wrapped it around the.
And my toe, I think, caused more issues than, me pointing it out caused more issues than helping. Because I know when the gentleman hit it, I'm like, that was all me, that wasn't you, sorry, sir. I mean, maybe like, I can't know. Okay. Yeah. Nice to meet you. Bye.
Yes.
In person.
Yeah.
I know, I need to watch it online.
I'm doing well. It was a low in the Prospect Valley, so coming down to the freeway. It was a side street that I actually made it. Oh, what's that, brother? So I just feel like we're always.
You get a thing, Jamie? Yeah. Your band? Your band? Oh, I like your band.
Go for a little bit more.
Do you have your band?
No. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Your band? Yep. Oh, no, she had to go and work. I don't know, Susan. Hello, did you get your band? I like the bright colors. Thank you.
Are we good?
Yeah. So, and I understand that there's, no, I just want you to have it.
Everything's here, thanks, man.
Yes.
Okay.
Except
Yeah, just. Yeah, exactly. You don't even know
Right? You think it is? That's yeah, lens flares don't. Yeah.
Everybody, I'm gonna let Jamie introduce himself because he knows himself better than we do.
Now, you are more than one, if I come to you, you are more than welcome to record the information. Okay, that way, because I always say, that to me is a very big thing, because not that it ever gets accurate, think about relationships, maybe at the moment, you're like, I don't know, I have a clue. You got to record it, you have to get the Thompson, like, I completely forgot about it, I didn't even, I'm like, yeah, but you got to record it, instead of really, for me, I always want to be practical with stuff. And we can find that within us, come up to very practical with each other. So, real quick, let me just kind of go over my rules and regs so that you've got it. And first and foremost, as I always share, anything and everything I do, everyone can do. The soul, the psychic, the truth. We all have the ability. It's the gift that you choose and everyone has to do. So I always want to do the best I can to be as effective and make those connections. Realize what I'm doing, we can all do. Do you want to? I want to help you help yourself. Truly, it's all about love. I go from the airy to your ancestry. You have your own first-hand experience. Now it's like, okay, firsthand, I don't understand it. I just experienced it. That's when it gets solid. Because I feel like it's very practical, and also when things open up, okay, we let see. So in that way, when we can be practical, work things that we choose to kind of incorporate that, it's a little bit easier, especially for somebody like you, though. Okay, so if you're open, well, how do you feel about this? So, I do not mean to be flippant or disrespectful of the information in any way. It's just emotionally I'm not connected. And if I'm good in any way, you people are great. All I'm doing is listening to you. Now, when your loved ones come through, I have no control over who comes through or the information, but I will always stay true to me. In-laws, step-family, real family, it's all family. So unless they're specific, I don't have a clue. I get it. I give it. Now, I will always do the best I can as well to make sure you know who is giving you the information instead of they're saying, which is lovely, but to me, we all have they. I'll do the best I can with personality and characteristics to go to the really good guess where they're at, and that's up to us. And when people can see the practicality of spirituality, because in some way, we got to be able to feel this stuff into our lives. You can't have that job at an outside. Anyway. It takes one to know one. So, when your people bring themselves through, they put themselves on an energy level. If they come through at your same level, to me, husband, wife, boyfriend, girlfriend, brother, sister, really good friend, contemporary, really caretaker. So it's like, thank you for doing what you do. You genuine. You say what you mean. It's kind of nice when you say what you mean. When you just say, you go, okay, got it. Did you just like, man, just specific, like you do, more of that. So I just feel like more dynamics are starting to open up. Your intuitive abilities are starting to happen. It's a good reason. So as we're doing this, because for me, I wanted to gauge what is this feeling manifesting as a result of the information. Otherwise, I can feel all I want, but if I have no outcome and no accuracy in that, whatever, at least for me. Because if that's not what I want to use, I want to practice. True. So, when they also come through, when a parent comes through, because there's a total gender, they're individualized. Yes. Okay. You got this. But when they bring themselves through one level above, to me, one level above, mom, dad, aunt, uncle, grandma, grandfather, mother, father level. Above that is grand grandfather, below the children and animals. So let's make sure you know what level they're coming in at. And when they bring themselves through, they'll bring what I call a tag-along energy. A lot of times it will be information about the person who's coming through certain circumstances, experiences, but not always. So as that person comes through, the information that they share is about them, that's fine. A person is coming through, but then they already knows who the person either is or was connected to whatever the information is. And when I do the mediumship, I'll tell you what to in a little way, because I don't want to be eyeballing you with this one huge, always cheesy. It becomes more validating when I am Joe Schmo, and I don't know things, yet we might know things, and depending on how that goes, I want to share the fact that this gift, like I said, is what everyone has the ability to do. Look at it, because like you're already doing it. I don't know you, but I feel you. Like, that's a good thing. Very practical. That's excellent. So, when they come through with a name, I don't know if the person is still alive on the planet or alive on the other side, because for me, as I always say, I never ever talk to the dead. There are none. I'm not a doctor or scientist, but to me, how we perceive death is you die in this dimension and then you go to the other side after this. I think it's one that makes you. Two, life is relative, because we as humans are extraterrestrials to everyone else. Honestly, aren't we right now living on the other side where we come from before here? That we must have died, or to me, there's just a shift in consciousness from original kinds of energy. Because to me, each dimension has some vibratory rates. It's just as solid as this one. Oh yeah, nothing's solid. It's all light energy frequencies and vibrations, just what you breathe. So more people are being activated, basically. Is there any questions? Okay. When I come to you, if I'm getting information, great. If I'm giving a guest information validations and they're not understanding it, but one of you is, get my attention. Don't want my misdirection, screw it. Which are people who are usually very good about making those connections. Okay, so like I said, you are more than welcome to record the information that if I come to you, then I'll share with you. That way it's a little bit more, you don't have to try to remember to write it down, keep it easy. God bless technology. Everything that's bringing the world together is separated. See these kids nowadays standing in front of each other texting, and I'm like, man, for my boy, I've got two boys of my own. And I said to them, if you're standing in front of them, talk with them, not just to them. And don't bring out that phone unless you're going to make a call. I understand that. I know. And because you're going to agree with yourself. So it's nice, what do you want to do? I feel like you're going in a direction. It's a good thing. So in this way, just being open to the end result of success. Okay, for me, I'm lazy. I'm writing a book, but a lot of people will, I see the book on the bookshelves and they stay on the bookshelves. I'm like, man, I'm lazy. Not only do I see it on the bookshelves, I see it in people's hands, minds, and souls. That way it's unified on this kind of thing. No manipulation, co-creation. So I want to make sure I'm not making other people do it. Truly, it's all about love and compassion. And just one other thing, just from my perspective, because I do know the more I know, I don't know nothing, man. That's sure my perspective. I want to talk about the act of consciously taking your own life, or as we perceive it, suicide, because unless you've had your own experiences or you graduate life, if not, then those of us here will be like, I hope we're okay, hope we're in a good place. My thing is anybody who comes through me in any way is only on a good channel where I do not exist. I don't hope, I know. I'm all about love and light, I don't take crap. I'm just as crazy as the next person. So, I always share the fact that to me, there is no judgment on the universe's part, because life is relative. And how we perceive suicide in this case is consciously taking your own life. And in that, I always share the fact that consciously taking your own life is not always a good thing. It's so devastating for spirit to pick up the pieces and keep going. However, the act of consciously taking your own life is only the experience, only the catalyst to get you to the other side. And that is why I say it's only valuable in the present moment. Because the act of consciously taking your own life, or that you're a bad person, you do something bad, my response is, wow, then I guess the person who jumps on that grenade to save the entire children America, for me, I would have respect, appreciation, and gratitude for that person who did the exact action of consciously taking their own life. And yet, I'm looking at the spectrum of the hero. And the other end of it is zero. Gary, just couldn't. I can always see my own life experience, like, God, feel that love and no joy. It's an eternal being, good, bad, happy, sad, all that form of physics stuff. So I completely love and accept it for who I am. Yes, because we're all one. That was huge for me. If I can share just real quick that I had an experience a few months ago where I had that experience happen, and I still don't know how it was possible, but I wasn't meditating, I was just sitting there, and I was just sitting there, and in a moment, that quickly, I became everybody I ever interacted with. I felt every single energy exchange came back to me with words. How'd you treat yourself? It's like, oh my God, that stuff is real. It was from, oh, whatever, to what if there is no wrong choices? I want to love all experiences are happening now and all potential outcomes. Your soul threads of consciousness is connected to each and every one of those alternative realities and outcomes. And just because you're not aware of it does not mean it's not being registered into your solar dex, or passion records, if you want to call it, as an eternal soul thread of consciousness. Because from my awareness, a lot of the Akashic records are beautiful, but they tend to stay on this planet. My thing is, we're eternal beings. This is, I always share the fact that in quantum physics, they found that humans are basically energy, like things. And with that definition of being energy, in quantum physics, they found that energy can be created or destroyed. But then I see, but wait a minute, that was a very scientific methodology that we have eternal, always been, and yet they perceive this universe has only been for 14 billion years. And I'll just say, we may not be a universe. I'm sure it's not there. Again, just for my own awareness, that's it. Are there any questions before we begin? Okay, and like I said, I'm usually pretty good about going to, if there's someone who's not stepping forward, get my attention. Let's see if they're not coming through. Let's see if we can follow through love. If they don't want to come through, they're not going to come through. They're not made to. They're allowed to. And I feel like you've got to teach a lot of people. Yeah, so if you don't train others, I feel like you've got a natural way to communicate. It's a good thing. I just feel like, wow, we're going to here. It's a good thing. I just feel like you've got an expansion, but it tends to keep going. You're selling just possibly, you have to put a lot of parameters around that, and you just expand, which is a good thing. So now it's a matter of, okay, what am I expanding into? What is this? What does this mean for me? What is this connection? Because that mediumship is strong. Yeah, sometimes it's just there. It's a good thing. Now, there are some times of potential where you to be the messenger for someone else like I am for you. Now, just because that could be the case does not mean you have to say a word. If you're uncomfortable or you think it's a challenge for whoever it is to receive it, please don't say anything or do worse damage than you have not said anything. If you're okay with that. I just like to share that from my own because we're dealing with people's souls. There is a lot of responsibility that we do. And like I said, everyone has the ability, but you better have that integrity. Because for me, I share the fact that I will not put words in your loved one's mouth. If anyone was doing that, and then they start putting words in their loved one's mouth that people didn't say, and because they didn't say that, and the media will start putting their own flip on it, and then that person that you're reading for becomes distraught because of that, and it goes on to taste their own life. I'm like, frick that. Not a chance. That's why I always want to give credit to our loved ones in this capacity, and like I said, the best that I can, who is coming through in that way. And sometimes, like I said, there could be an opportunity to be the messenger for someone else like I am with you. No, I can't do live on me, boy. Okay. Cool. I might be with you. Mom and Dad passed. They call you the caretaker. Okay. I don't know if you were able to help, but I need to say thank you for everything that you've done and what you tried to do. Okay, now, as your dad passed, without going too general, because he comes pretty strong. Okay, perfect, well, great. But to me, there is a mother-in-law, stepmom, grandmother, motherly level, otherwise mom and dad lost a sister, which would be an odd figure. But just so you know, there is a female, so I'm not backing down. I can mess it up, they usually do. Now, as the mother figure comes through, coming from her, doesn't have to be about her. Do you know anyone who passed from cancer? Okay, at least a couple, correct? Okay, because she shows me, for me, my whole family all graduated every 2 years with cancer. That tore my soul. All I could do was be there any way I could, but just watch and go with the bald head and something else I could do. So that became the catalyst of consciousness for me to go, you know, if I can't help my family, I can help this entire planet myself. I'm not that stupid. I mean, to help and heal just like I give others. That's the point. It is truly about love. If I'm going to help you, how did I help by myself? With the old school, do as I say, not as I do. I will always do the best I can for others and keep myself included. Now, in addition, it's my big. Do you know, is there from the father figure? Okay, he gives me right around now. So to me, we're literally today, 3 weeks prior to this day or sooner, is coming up in the next 3 weeks or sooner. It's either like a birthday, anniversary, death anniversary, or something. Do you know?
Birthday and the anniversary.
Okay, okay. Okay. Cool, okay, so that's why I'm like, oh, he's dropping it in my big head. So. Now, in doing that, if you haven't had a dream state visit by dad since he's graduated, I feel like you have, okay? But if not, it's coming up for you. And I always say the difference between a dream and the visitation from our loved ones is the clarity. A dream would be like, I don't really remember, but I feel like that's a dream. Visit will bring in your soul. And they look like we were talking about. I was there. That's because you were. It's the average person in the dream state, because anything's possible. And in doing this, he does make me feel like, and this mother figure as well. Okay, but from the father, it makes me feel like you do keep your connections. That is excellent. And I always say, to me, that is the biggest gift that we can give ourselves and our loved ones, is to connect with them like they're connected with us. It's really but a thought away. They're not made to, they're allowed to. They want to come through, they're not coming through. It's that simple. True to me. They're not made to. It's a have to, it's what do you want to. Because I feel, have you been thinking about moving, or have you moved in the past year? Because you can't talk about moving.
No, I mean, maybe something, I don't know.
I will just say, I feel like he's pretty keen on things. I just feel like it doesn't mean you have to, but if you don't want to move, I'll just say, don't be surprised if at least a couple, not just one, but a few are like, it's weird, but are you moving? I don't know why. You'd be like, that's weird. That's what one person saying. One says it, whatever, more than one says it, maybe there's something too. And in this case, are you one of 3 kids? Are there 3 others besides you?
I'm 1 of 5.
Okay, 3 are similar, 2 are different. Okay, so I'm like, I don't know what that is, but he does 3. That's why I want to make sure I'm doing it.
Very much so.
Okay, cool. Now, are at least, well, that's kind of chill. You have at least 2 sisters?
I mean, that's not even what I'm getting you.
Okay, I hear that, but I need to go for 2 feminine energies. Okay?
My very, very best friend.
Like real recent, right? Okay, I was going to say, to me, recent is 3 years or sooner, and really cool. Now, from that, I like your friend because she comes through very strong. Like, hey, and I feel like she's genuine. You wouldn't be a good friend like that if she didn't like you, basically. And she makes me feel like she loves you. And the cool thing is, you are strong. You're very gracious as well. So it's nice when you can have the niceties and the strength of, no, I'm about blah, 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 I don't want to take a crime. It's that kind of make it feel that genuine, sincerely go, no, you're not bad mouthing other people, you're just very direct. Well, I would hope so, that's the point. Now, in addition, I'm watching. Hello, ladies.
Hello.
to see. Another fellow here, very nice. For this, I've got what I feel like is a person coming through basically the same level as you. So to me, I don't know if this is a friend, brother, sister, but I need to acknowledge a person coming through at the same level. And in this, coming from whoever this is, they do put questions around things. So to me, if it is a connection with this person, maybe not everything was understood about circumstances, and they weren't sure something was one way or another way. Okay, so I don't know where to go with that except for this stuff. What I feel like it's this gym. And in doing that, April 13th. I don't know, it shows me April 13th. So to me, that specifically out of the other 364 days, where it would be some birthday, anniversary, or something. Cool. Now, in this case, because he is very spiritually aligned, he does write books, and he's got this dynamic of connection. As we were talking a little bit before, you can start channeling the information. It's a good thing, it's not a bad thing. Or it's not going to roll back in your head, it will just flow through. It's true. It's a lot of people like, oh my God, I love that. I'm not it. But in this, because I feel like you're already making connections, so it's just there, which is a good thing. But the more you do that, the clearer the goal is solar, like a neural pathway for communication. So in this ability to just kind of push vibrational paths of information, energy, thoughts, that you tune into it and become the catalyst of consciousness for the people. Just because sometimes, if they graduated, they're not physically here, and I'm always able to make the books happen. So they'll use some of us that are still here, that are open to making these differences for others and ourselves. Okay, he's looking at you like, he's checking. Okay, that's cool. Very matter of fact. Check. Now, in doing that, do you know from this person, you know how sometimes we might get a tattoo in honor of a loved one? Do you know, did anyone do that for this person? Okay. Because I just need to go, well, I don't have a clue, but he's pretty clear about honoring in that way. Because for me, the tattoos are amazing. I just, in this lifetime, I don't quite wear those. There's been other lifetimes that I was completely tatted. And it is beautiful work, man. Funny but true. It's incredible. So, for me, it's just energy. Okay, I need to acknowledge the fact that I'm very independent of the safety duties. It's not that no one cares. It's like starting to open up and letting these people come in. And the good thing is you are checking. So if you're letting them in, you really feel kind of okay and safe. So you don't have to worry about, oh, great, is that one of them? And being practical. Because I just feel like you're going to be able to share some of the information with other people around you. And we'll make you go through that because I think, like I do a lot of times, we want to learn from a person's experiences without having to necessarily go through them. So, not that you have to bring all this stuff up, but there will be some things that, how did you do that? Why? What did you do? What did you share? But it's important because it's those times that are defining where we are and redefining us as we understand. I just feel like you've got changes mentally happening in a good way. Because sometimes it's like, okay, this is good, okay, but no, what else about it could I want? What else do you want to see? What else do you want to be? Because you've got this good authoritative energy where you're pretty self-assured, not confident, you're confident. Confident when you can't back it, confidence when you can. Okay, so I just need to say from this friend, whoever this person is, and do you know anyone that either, whether intentional or accidental, their actions took their own life? Nothing coming up. But just so you know, it comes from the friend, whoever this gentleman is. Okay, just like he's the one who shares that. So nothing coming up. But it's been a really weird dynamic because for me, there have been a lot of children or younger people that have overdosed from a thing called fentanyl. Pardon my ignorance, I'm not a doctor, so I don't exactly know what that is, except that I've heard it quite a bit. And there's been a number of younger, it's not the older people for some reason, it's the younger people who are having these circumstances with the OT. I'm like, God, what the flag? Okay, so for you, I also feel like you are very intuitive and very creative as well. Yes, ma'am. Say me? I know. That's why I'm moving over here, going, I don't want to be looking through you. Mm-hmm. Now, in addition, sometimes there could be a potential for you to be the messenger of someone else like I am for you, as I've shared. Just because that could be the case doesn't mean you have to say anything. But I have what I feel like is a younger person who comes through. Okay, so in no way have you lost a child. I would say this is a strong energy. They're not backing down. So just go, well, they're coming for you. They're coming for you in a good way. Again, I'm usually pretty good about going for male or female, but sometimes if the female comes through has strong energy, go for male. If the male has a soft energy, go for female. This does feel like it's a male energy. So I'm like, I don't know where to go with that except that they've got a strong vibe about it. Now, in addition, whoever this younger person is, you make my head hurt as they come through. Okay, so I don't know if possibly they've had issues or circumstances in some way with this person, or hopefully not, but in this case, just know that that person is the one who's here with the information. Okay, and this gentleman, okay, does show me August 12th. So to me, that specific day is going to be your birthday, anniversary, death anniversary, or something major. And if it's not August 12th, you know, yeah, there's something in the month of August, but then 12th day of any month, could be any month of the 12th day. Birthday, anniversary, death anniversary, or something major. Now, in addition, from this young person, okay, you know how sometimes we might plant trees or flowers in honor of a loved one? Did somebody do something like that? Do you know? Do you have any idea? Okay, because I just need to say, one, when you see hummingbirds, it's this young person. Okay, always be practical, always question everything, please be skeptical. But in this, he's very clear. And for me, I can only speak for myself, but I have some of my loved ones who will come to me as a hummingbird. And one of the most recent was many years ago. My older son was out in the backyard, and he had his hose, you know, and he was just kind of watering. And all of a sudden, out of the blue, comes this hummingbird, and it hovered for like 45 seconds. He's like, Dad! Dad! I'm like, I see it, son. I see it. And it was, to me, that was impressive. I've never seen that before. And to me, at work for my son, and the cool thing is my son, I'm proud of both my boys. My older son became a cop for a number of years. I was also proud of both of them, but I was very glad when he left the force to do his own thing. Because, you know, like I had the old adage, every time they walk out that door, you don't always know if they're coming back. And that's a big thing for me. And the cool thing is I feel like if you're not a nursery teacher, you should be. Because it's a good thing. You just vibe that way. It's a good thing. Okay, I just feel like in your practicality of sharing information, that people can, okay, you know, I've heard that crap 1,000 times. But click, the first time I kind of see it, it's not good. And my thing is just question everything and let me know how it goes. And they usually come back going, I did it. And I'm like, freaking A, congratulations. And what else do you want to do? Coaching, growth. You're going to fix it. I can have one of my kids and have as much for a living life. Just the same to me. There's no, you got money, because that's why I share for myself. That reason why that is connected with love is allowing everything to be good, bad, happy, sad, all exist on this planet. There are people on top of the hill with everything and everyone, and people in the street with nothing, and alone, and everywhere in between. Because what you think about creates a reality of vibrations. No karma. Anyone in the karma? Can I just push a button just to give you something to think about? Timmy. But to me, if there's karma, a very basic meaning of karma is an action creates a karma that begins to maintain balance in some place. That is a basic meaning. Okay, so I'll share the back. Okay, well, with that definition, what does that say to you in your own life? Have two other people in their own life experiences, and one of those people hurts the other one. And now that person who just inherited has a karmic debt. So my point is, What does that say for you if you, in your own life experience, are cosmically and karmically chosen to come in and co-create an experience through karma to affect that person, like affect the person, right? What I didn't tell you is that original hurting of those two people was the push of the karma death. For me, if there's karma, why would you have to go smite that person if they just give you their death? Because if that's the case, you next. Just to me, just something to think about. Okay, but I love to question every point. Spiritual stuff. Because it moves out of the maybe scientific methodology, systematized, categorized, maybe the stuff too. That's why I love now with the technologies, it's bringing a lot more information and validations together. It's huge. Now, in addition, for you as your mom passed, because I gotta say there is a mother, yes, and well, we all get to it, but there is a mother figure and a father figure who stands behind you, okay? And this dad, whoever you, because, okay, I just feel like I'm listening, like you're looking at me, I'm listening, and if there's something to say, then we'll say it, otherwise that's not. So, it just feels very, good, it just feels very matter of fact. And whoever this lovely mother figure is, coming from her does not have to be her name. Okay, but do you know anyone that's like either Mary Ellen, Mary Beth, or Mary Elizabeth, or Mary? Do you have any idea? Okay, yes, ma'am. Jody, hopefully you're recording. Cool, thank you. So don't worry about it, but just know it comes from whoever this lovely mother figure is. That name. I'll always give you, like I said, everything they do. I can misinterpret it, but you people are usually very good. Has your dad passed? Okay, because I got to tell you, for these two, the father and the mother figure, for them to be around, it's not just a sauntering and, oh, yeah, here's a person. They'll be connected in some way. So I don't know where to go with that except that. Oh, okay, but, yeah. Sometimes, and that's another thing is, if they start giving you information that there's no way you can validate, I'll stop them next time. Otherwise, cheesy going. Yeah, that's the ticket. That's what they're saying. Like, no. But if you understand that, I'll just say yes. Has your parents passed? Okay, because I'm like looking at you, and then this father figure's looking at you, and I'm like, okay. I just feel like this gentleman is strong. Okay, nice guy, but doesn't take crap. And he's proud. Okay, it makes me feel like, finally you're starting to open up again. We will take the rest of our lives to heal these dynamics. But moment by moment, day by day, get a find yourself in life that way with us, creating the source of consciousness that will survive. The mom's still here? Is she still physically here? Okay. Have you been helping her in any way? Because your dad, I was going to say, your dad says thank you for helping in whatever way you do. And your other figure, the mom, makes me feel like she's strong as well, so you're not going to just do that. You've got a lot of qualities of both, which is a beautiful combination. And it's nice when you just want it. And genuine sincerity, I feel like you don't put on airs like you're better. If anything, you realize we're all one. We all need it. There's a better or worse, just you. But your dad makes me feel like butterflies. When you see butterflies, it's connected to him. Okay. And the cool thing is I love that sometimes if they'll say something and it hasn't happened, but then it does, then I go, then we did two things during this session. Psychic and mediumship, because it has happened. And they're usually very good about seeing the potential in life of where our life is going by our thoughts and stuff. Because to me, just from my awareness, a lot of people are into destiny. And my thing is, because I don't know nothing, but to me, if there's destiny, tell me that you in your own individual way cannot take it right now, from now. Live that destiny. For me, it now becomes a self-fulfilling promise. Empowering the self-realizations. That, again, not that we're better than anyone, but that we're starting to find more of ourselves in life. Because I feel like for you and the ladies, your dad like encompasses all of you. Damn, okay. But in that connection, your dad's kind of backing them the teacher healer thing. Okay, so again, I just feel like in his own way, even though he's just, I'm listening, and if there's something to say, we'll But in that is when he says something, he means it. And you know that to go, okay. Are you one of the two kids? Are the two others besides you? Is the two others? Okay, because that's what we're making sure. Now, in addition, someone's a Laura or Laurie.
Larry. Larry for a while.
Okay, that's right. Because I'm like, well, why would they just say Larry? To me, at least. So that's cool. And you know very solidly that his wife apparently is Laura. I believe you just said. Okay, because I'm like, Laura, and that just comes from your dad. That's just your dad kind of bringing in the connection that he's very much aware of what's going on, in this case with your brother. And again, I'm sure it's amazing for your brother, but he also makes me feel like there's some major changes happening. Okay, and sometimes we'll be pushed in a direction of life experience to go, okay, sometimes that push can actually be a good thing. So I wasn't going to move, I had my comfort zone of having this because I got kind of pushed out of it. And I feel like a little bit of that happened from what your dad was doing. Okay, and again, your brother's pretty independent in his own way, apparently. So he does like it. But apparently your brother does listen to you, which is a good thing. Not that you know better, but that you know you're saying it okay. I just feel like in his own way, he's trying to find himself. Okay? And it's important that we realize it's a good thing to do. Because most of us lose ourselves too life rather than find ourselves within it. And when we lose ourselves, we start just existing and surviving, not living. And your dad makes me feel like he made some big changes. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. So like, we don't have to get into any of that. But I feel like it was important for you to take your power back. Okay? Sometimes there'll be a person who, of course, we love. However, things can sometimes go in a different direction. And if we keep living for the other person, we start to feel like we're living for the other person and get frustrated. So, what about me? It's like, yes, what about you? God bless you. That's the important. Your dad's looking at the things. I'm just saying what he's sharing. But it's also important because I do feel like you are listening and you're ready for these changes kind of thing. So in doing this, if you haven't been, besides the lovely ladies here, but if you don't have other friends, you do. Your dad's looking at you like you do. Okay. And it's a good thing, it's not a bad thing. Yeah, I'm like, I was already. And the cool thing is remember, your people are the ones who are giving me that information. I'm always honored, but I'm humble. I will do the best I can with whatever it is that I get so I can share that. And the good thing is our loved ones are connecting with us, just most of us are like, what? Huh? just making that connection, because if you guys aren't sisters, I feel like you guys have got soul connections. Very strong. It's a good thing, it's not a bad thing. I just feel like it's a powerful energy. And as pleasant as you are, they make me feel like you guys, they were lovely people. They were in here just before, so I don't think that they need that advantage. Oh, man, walking out. Now, in addition, is there like a celebration for you ladies all together? I know it's kind of odd, random, but from your dad, if you guys don't have like a celebration where you guys get together and just hang out, for some reason, it makes me feel like there is that kind of thing. It's a good thing. So if you don't want to, you don't have to at all. But for what your dad makes me feel like is, he is very happy with each other ladies. Because I feel like he's got a very good way of leading people to each other. So for him to say that, he's genuine. And the good thing is, we just have to be completely different. Just stay doing it. That is might. What I feel like is a younger energy and connection. Okay, so, and I know this is a kind of a beautiful side, so it's not that sort of, but But if you don't know anyone, or hopefully you haven't lost a child in some way, but I gotta go, there's a potential that could be the messenger, and they make you feel like there is a mother figure who's still around. Okay? So in this, I feel like whoever this person is, that someone's name is Michael, and two, that I feel like they were found. They didn't necessarily because there's questions, so to me, they necessarily didn't understand what was happening or what the circumstances were, but that person was to be perceived. Okay? He's putting on the fair, so. God, I wasn't sure. I'd be like, what the fuck? So, in this case, I just need to, if this has happened, it's already happened, nothing coming up. Okay? But that's the reason why I wanted to say you're very creative, step one, you find that. Two, I feel, because I don't know you, but I feel like you're already going in this direction to manifest this. It's a beautiful aspect. And being open doesn't mean you have to listen to everyone. But sometimes from that different perspective, you get into different information. I kind of feel like that's happening. And it's a good thing, so. I just feel like when you can realize you just have to be you, but that sometimes other people, you know, for something like they do, you don't even know. You're going to change. Yeah, I just feel like you're, in your own way, you're very nice, you're also very independent. So people, okay, so you're okay, right? You're good? You're like, yeah. And the good thing is they care about you, but they just have to. I should be I think I said something like, there's a father figure standing behind. I think God, but I need to say from this gentleman, because he feels very straightforward. Okay? And kind of like you're looking at me as how he's looking.
I like you're looking at me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like his energy because he's very genuine. I feel like, no, if he says it, he doesn't feel like, oh, whatever. Now, your dad also does show me a badge. Okay, so to me, when they show me a badge, a lot of times that means that either someone in the family or very, very close to family either is or was in law enforcement in some way, also represent sheriff, continuity, whatever. Or unless they're over me, I would rather have that, you know, a little bit of both. Just so you know, whatever that needs to be. Okay. Now, in doing that, because I just feel like he's a hard worker. Like, damn, it's like you gotta die here, right? Just like that. That's not like we do it. Now, in addition, because I just feel like you guys are not the rest of so, I don't know what to say. It doesn't have to be abusive like that. Just self-assured. And you know, this is why, but this is how I feel.
Didn't like me.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. Genuine. Excellent. Look, you're tuned in. That's the point. I didn't say that. You're hearing that. You're feeling that vibe. And the good thing is, if you look at that time, you got this connection. And you just that's the eye contact. And I got it because you're not a relationship. I feel like you are. Okay, but his dad loves you. Because he's like and he knows that's true. Now, coming from your dad does not have to be 1,000. Coming from him, I get a heaviness in the chest. And I get that a lot of times. It's either a heart attack, or just a heart failure, and say that in one cancer. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what I'm just going to leave that.
But it was, yeah.
Okay, so you understand. Okay. Now, in addition, and I know you're a good guy, but your dad also makes me feel like that if this person is here, you're not going to miss it. But there's a person that you'll need to hear what they say and feel what they mean. If you're the person saying one thing they can't quite add up to what they're saying, or they're saying one thing and they don't intend on it. Basically, wants to make sure you don't get taken advantage of. I just feel like in his own way, he's so good at reading people. So if he's giving me that information, even though I consider to be wrong, I'll give you that information. Okay, because your dad's surprised that you're sitting on where they shoot.
So I agree with you. Show your last one.
Oh, very cool. Was that with me and someone?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Oh my God, they're like, don't you remember? I'm like, I don't remember what I just said. Funny, but I've got my own modality. As soon as I say that, I let it go. That way I don't have a big Rolodex, Solodex of information that I got to sift through. That's why I'm like, no.
Now you turned around before you started, like you did it.
Oh, okay, good, very cool. Because it's like in your face. Love it. Now, in addition, if you have not had this, don't worry about it, but if not, it's coming up to you very, very soon. And what I'm gonna share with you, I share with a lot of people, okay, because I have had this personal circumstance multiple times, not just once, but multiple times over the past few years. As I share not to myself, thousands and thousands and thousands of others had the same or similar circumstance. Very casual, but very consistent. And they call it the knocks. You ever be sitting in your house doing whatever, and on the wall or door of it won't be a house set. You're like, question everything. Is that a lock? I don't like it. And then later on the window, did a bird hit the window? I'm like, no, there's no bird. Exactly. And so when that happens, that's going to be your dad. Okay, and if I can share this, I asked my master guy, she what why are so many, same or similar circumstances for such a close time that I have seen that? He's very patient. Psychology, we're creating a neural soul, like a neural pathway for communication for a friend, communication with the soul. So this person has that experience of the past, to have a stronger vibrational connection to the other side. Then you get the power of numbers, and then you get the technical point of consciousness. 51%, which we are doing now, is a fact. I'm not a doctor or scientist, but in this reading of a new way of seeing things, you'll see a couple of different videos, a lot more than the average video that we play. One's on religion, the other one's on extraterrestrials. To me, life is relative, religion to everyone else. But I will share that when our brothers and sisters are standing before us, one, religion, as you know, is God. Two, and it's like, well, who's your God? Yeah, most of everyone's God. Whatever you want to call it. He, she, it, exactly the 0.4, whatever feels good. And she's just a description. That's it. Not the essence of what it is. Two. Okay, and if you don't, I'm looking behind you. I want to make sure I'm not. But if you don't help other people, I feel like you do. It's a good thing, it's not bad. Okay, and I just feel like you're very practical with the way that you share things. People can feel like, okay, I feel like you're sharing it, you're not pushing it on. Okay, so what else do you feel? What else do you want to share? And I feel like you're genuine. They just need to know from a genuine person, though. Okay, it's not what I wanted to hear. If it's what I needed to hear, then oh, well, good, cool. And not that we know any better, because to me, we don't. Just know you. But when we can do that, and then maybe share, sometimes a different way of seeing things or a circumstantial direction. Because, I found that the only way for this, but they're talking with you, not just to you. I'm realizing that I've got more potential than I even thought. And you're like, yes, exactly. It's as much as or as little as you want to have. That's why, to me, we're not made to do anything. We're allowed to do everything. So with that, happy, sad, all of that exists on this planet right now. So, now, in addition, you're going to be doing more of this work. Okay, and it's not work, it's just the essence of wisdom. So in this, you're going to have more people drawn to interest. You know that, but more people are just going to be drawn to it. So what did you do? How did you handle that stuff? And I feel like you're genuine. So when they're coming to you, they trust you. They've already seen an action, what the action was and the outcome. So I would say, what is this action providing as a reaction? Because if I don't get a reaction from this action, whatever, I can just feel what I want. For me, I always want to be practical. That feeling or that vibe will most likely lead this experience. And basically, I feel like you're already doing that. It's just kind of integrating you more effectively, and it's just there. So you'll be talking to people, but judgment, understanding the passion as to where they're at, what to tune into. That would be to talk with them, not just to. Okay. And also the ability to know when to help someone and when not to. Okay. Because sometimes it can be when you're caring like you are, hey, you know, if I can help everyone, I will. But sometimes people don't want to be helped. And so, you know, they might hang around, but you're like, okay, it's a good thing, right? Okay, cool. You don't have to say anything to them, don't make them insecure. I just feel like you're a nice guy. You're like, oh, I'll do the best I can. But, you know, here's what I'm feeling. And when that can come from you, and it's genuine, it's not just, oh, great, but you seem to be kind of tuned in. So what's that feeling you're getting? What's that thing you did? Share with you whatever way you want to. But in this, you're genuinely wanting to understand where you're at, what you're doing, and how you're doing it. Because sometimes those words that we don't understand, we're supposed to say it and literally change people's lives. And it's to have this blind faith in you can say this kind of connection. Okay? So basically, you're being uploaded with information. It's just going to be, you don't have to do anything, you're just here. But it's going to also be kind of a Rolodex of information that you'll be able to kind of roll through, so to speak, for each person in their own way and go, oh, okay, you know what, I feel like in this way, if I say it this way, they might get that. It's the ability to communicate, which I feel like you're doing a very good job. And it's getting back, kind of like you're writing books. And you're working another book besides them.
You know, one of the challenges I had is that I really want to help people, and I got frustrated at some point because, for example, I invited a bunch of people to come to the next day, and I'm by myself.
Isn't it? But you're finding the truth. You're into it. You already know it's natural that everyone has it, but some people may not be comfortable with it, so they're going to go. That to me is fine. They don't have to. For me, I've learned that those who are here in their own way to make these connections. It's beautiful. A lot of those have a pretty good idea of who we are and what we're having in life. They can only give us the insight. Are you family? Because I need to go then. You guys got everything on your body. It's a good thing. Okay. And Mom? Yes. Okay. Because I feel like the nuts don't fall too far from the tree. Look at that. Now, I hope not, but have you lost a husband? An ex. Oh, okay. They count. Because I just need to go, for some reason, I feel that. And whoever this husband figure is, his ex, I feel like one doesn't usually say they're sorry. Okay? For some reason, he says, I'm sorry. That's why I wanted to preface that. Well, I don't feel like he says that much at all. But to follow up with that, he does say that. And I just feel like in his own way, he's realizing, things could have been different had we approached this differently. So he respects your strength and ability to go, okay, I'm going to say, and sometimes we got to go into the direction. You've got a lot of those qualities in a good way. Not that you have to deal with this stuff like that, but that you're usually pretty good about dealing with people. Okay, and the father figure loves you. He's serious, okay? In that case, you're very independent. There's no question about that. But it's also that you get to feel you kind of open up to some other people. You start to be able to share some of your dynamics with them to maybe, okay, so I'm not alone. So what I do sometimes, people feel like they're experiencing this, okay, great. And in this case, you're very, I feel, you're very direct, so there's no question about that. But it's also that direct, strong strength, basically, is what people feel comfortable with. Okay, no, you say something into the there. You're not saying it's okay, but we're okay, which is good. Not that you control everything, but that you're aware of a lot of interaction with other people. And from the father figure, okay, here's the thought. Thanks for being there with me. You said you shared. And in this capacity, and I know you're sitting here, but are there two others? Do you have any other siblings at all? Okay. Okay. I don't know where to go with that. Okay. Now, in addition, this form, yes, shows me December 7th. So to me, that specific day, at the end of 364 is your birthday, and which would definitely should be something there. Because my mom's birthday is and was on December 7th. She's graduating, but that was like 28 years ago. Time flies, huge. But I need to say that the father figure has never left. Looks at the genuine love and care. And I don't feel like he's playing his night as much as I'm afraid that. It comes through with his strength, but I like it because he's genuine. And apparently, you get a lot of those qualities like that, which is unique. And in this connection, it's like, who are you? What do you want to do? It's time for you. Because he's looking at me like, huh? Huh? And the cool thing is he's never forgotten. He's always been around. And it makes you feel like in your own way, that you've grown up to be a fun. And sometimes, our directions, our interactions with others might cause us to go in a different direction. But within that, you stay true to yourself. He loves and respects it. That he just looks at you like that. Okay. Cool. Are you doing okay?
I am. I didn't want to interrupt walk in front of the camera, so I was just standing right here.
Okay.
But I could sit right here.
Cool, whatever you want to do, that's good. Now, in addition, I might be with you, sir. I might be with you. I've got a person who I feel like comes through at the same level as you. Okay, so to me, I don't know if this is a good friend, a brother, or whoever this is, but I need to acknowledge that I feel like there is, but it feels like a strong energy, so he is a male who comes through at the same level as you. Okay, so I hope you've not lost anyone, but I need to go, well, I'm just a messenger, that's it. But in this, there's an aspect where, and I see a lovely tattoo on you as well. But that doesn't always, that's because I want to make sure it's not easy for that to here. Do you know, kind of like I was sharing with another, how we'll get a tattoo in honor of a loved one? Because that's why I want to make sure I'm not doing this cheese kind of thing. I didn't realize you had the tattoo. But I just need to acknowledge that as a connection. And this gentleman, whoever I feel like he is, okay, shows me October 11th. October 11th. So to me, yes, yeah, don't worry about it, but to you, that specific day, we're getting to demolition or something major, and it's not October 11th. Yeah, there's something in the month of October. I'm just, wait, my brother. Okay, thank you, because I'm like, it comes through at the same level, man.
I was just asking her, she's going on.
Beautiful, beautiful.
I was just asking her.
And it becomes a little bit more validated when I'm just jealous. I'm like, I don't know, but here's just coming through, and they're like, I have an idea of who this person is. Because I feel like you're different than the average person. Okay? Your brother loves you. Okay, now, if you haven't had a dream state visit by your brother since he's graduated, it is coming up very, very soon. Okay, now, coming from him, it does not have to be about him, and if this has happened, it's already happened, nothing coming up. But what it makes me feel like is, there's somebody already over there that has graduated, to receive it, that whether intentional or accidental, the person's own actions caused the way that they graduated in life. Okay, so if you don't know anything about it, don't worry about it, but it's been pretty accurate so far. I'll just leave that with you. Do you possibly, because I've got what I feel like is a, okay. Yes, ma'am, I believe I'm with Mom.
Don't touch that.
Hey, oh, okay, I didn't realize, okay. Do you have a father figure who's passed? Yeah. Or a husband for, okay, because that's why I'm like.
Ex-husband.
Oh, okay, okay. I just need to say, there's a lot of appreciation for who you are in a very good way. And I don't know this gentleman, but I feel like he's sincere, like he says it, he is a kind of thing. Okay, so in doing that, he's like translate. Cool. Thank you. Thank you. Now, in addition, do you light candles? Do you light candles?
I do.
Okay, because I need to acknowledge from your brother, he's the one, it doesn't have to be about him, but he's the one who's giving me that acknowledgement. So I just need to know. Oh, good, very good. Do you know anyone, because he stands there and shakes ashes as well. Do you know anyone who was cremated? Was cremated? Yes, sir. And if it's happened, it's already happened, with nothing coming up. Yes, sir, don't even worry about it, but just know from your brother, he's the one who gives me that information. So in any way, you know, if you're open, just be open for that or check it out and see, because you could come across some information, maybe about a circumstance that you didn't know one way or another, but that it was that way. Okay. Now, I need to acknowledge, which is kind of interesting, but on Thursday, I was shown what felt like a younger energy, but does anyone have a connection to feathers and the vacuum? I know that's really odd to say, but I need to go, what I was shown was somebody who was vacuuming, but there was a validation of a feather that they actually picked up. Okay, so did you have something like that? Okay, because I'm like, isn't that interesting? Thursday, you came to me. Like, wow, Jesus. I was like, wow, like, dang. So I just need to go, good as they're accurate with that. Plus, the interesting thing is I'm very honored and thankful and humbled to do a lot of appointments. But I asked this person, because I didn't know who it was, just came in and showed me in my mind, just dropped it in there, like, okay. I know for me, when I'm making connections and when it's my own thought pattern, that was like, so that's why I wanted to share that out loud first, just in case. So if no one had it, it was fine. Oh, thank you. Was there possibly a brown color on there? And that's perfect. That's why I wanted to make sure it was that kind of stuff, because that's what I was shown. Like, very cool. And with that, there'll be another feather. There'll be another one. And it's really cool because for myself, my mom, who is my best friend, she graduated, but she comes to me in a variety of different ways, and one of them is feathers. And I'm very practical. I force you everything. So I'm not please be skeptical about everything. Just go and get practical. Anyhow, I was home alone. My family is usually pretty good about having me home alone. And it was morning time. It was morning time, and I'm walking down the hallway, and I just rounded the corner, getting ready to head out to the front door. And I look at the floor, and on the floor is a little white feather. And I'm like, I'm dealing with home, and I didn't open that door again. And so I went and I picked it up, and the little white feather has brown markings, and the brown markings are in the shape of a capital letter E. My mom's name is Elaine. What a coincidence. There's no coincidence. To me, that was huge. And it was solid enough for myself that I'm the only one home. I didn't open that door, so I don't know how a feather would get in. Oh, they're running. To me, it's an apport manifesting from one dimension into another. It's all. But I need to say there's going to be more. There's going to be more. And as someone who's very creative that wants to help other people, just make sure that you keep yourself very safe. Because I feel like you are very genuine, but also you're very gracious and strong in your own way. So people don't know how to help you. You know, they'll say, you know, if there's anything I can do, I'm here. And they do mean it, they just don't know how to help you. So I've learned now, going on 60 years, the more love and attention and passion I give myself is how much narcissism and self-realization. Because I always say I cannot give what I do not have. Love I do not have love and passion for goes, I am anymore. Okay, so I just need to go from that feather validation, there's gonna be another one. And because that was kind of odd. I had not been shown that before, back clear with a freaking feather. I'm like, okay, that's you. Yeah, thank you.
Feathers, by the way, that for some reason that's supposed to be.
Yeah, exactly, and you kept it. Now, that means you're listening. And because you could have just thrown it away, you could have done whatever. Yes. And the great thing is, I feel like you still have it. You feel, okay. So I'm like, I don't feel like you just throw it out on something else. It's, you still have it. And they call it psychometry, grasping an object, or grasping an object just to be a salt energy, so you can feel vibration patterns of information. You're feeling those connections in a very good way. And the great thing is you don't push it on people. So what did you do? How did you handle that? It'll be genuine, because more people are starting to have these experiences of validation, but they don't understand what's going on. And sometimes what we don't understand, we tend to fear. And on average, what we tend to fear is we want to crucify. And I'm like, yeah, break that. But that's why I love doing the scientific studies of quantum physics and all that kind of stuff. Is it puts more of the solidification on the spiritual stuff. Because when we can have technology that's from the spiritual realms, that is truly just an interconnectedness. Kind of like our brothers and sisters, when we're talking about, they call it the soul phone. It's a dimensional frequency module. Anyhow, when we're talking with our loved ones, kind of like when our brothers and sisters are here, one, religion, as you know it, is God. Two, it's like, who are you talking to? Because for me, I do a lot of scientific aspects with Gary and Rhonda Schwartz, very lovely people who are at the University of Arizona in Tucson. Very nice people, and very scientific methodologies and all that kind of stuff. So it's really cool because we are going in that direction. And more than likely, within the next 2 years or sooner, where we have that first phase complete. That is huge. Now, there has to be some parameters put around that also. Because first will be the audio, then the visual, and then what one of our teammates, call me, but one of our teammates shares is molecular transference, which is basically teleportation. I just for me, you go over there, you're not going to want to come back here. So we'll have to put some parameters around things. And in the beginning, more than likely will be the other side coming into this third dimension reality to proceed. Then it's easy enough to go back. But once we get it balanced and people are open to conversation, communication, then it's really good, more effective when they can handle that and encompass it and carry on into their lives. Austin is great. Love that.
And there's a lady here about being a conduit for child. That's part of the letter M.
Yeah, isn't that you? Okay, because I'm like, is that you?
He said that, I was like, I know, I'm talking myself, we're going home now.
Yeah, I am. But your son, and apparently, has graduate passed as we receive it. He's been around a lot. And he makes me feel like you feel that a lot. And that's a beautiful connection. Because I always say to me, that is a huge gift. It's to connect them, but they're connected with us, truly, from the thought away. To me, that thought is instantaneous. Here to the side of the universe is already instantly through thought. Life's a little slower, 106,000 miles per second. Typically. So now it becomes much of a frequency version. And in this, your son got a nice smile. He keeps doing that. Now, if you don't have a picture like this, don't worry about it. But if not, strong potential, you might come across it. Okay? Kind of feels like just sit there like this, just, casual, but in a picture. Okay, so if you have one, great. If not, just be open. Because I always trust your loved ones more than I trust you to know or to remember, because I've seen it a lot. If I can share real quick, there was a time where I was giving a lovely couple a reading, and the information was accurate, and then I was going to show the picture. Well, I described the picture to the couple, and they're like, we don't know, we don't have a clue. I'm like, don't even worry about it. I can misinterpret. Anyhow, a couple of hours later, they went home, and the lovely woman, in this case, was making dinner, and she had to go into a drawer to get something. And when she did, for 5 years prior, completely forgot about it. I'm like, but your people didn't. She's like, holy shut up. So it's really cool. And when we can do the best we can to be the medium, go between kind of thing, I want to help you to help yourself. And I don't know if you cheers to him, but it shows me and I do cheers to my loved ones. Okay, so I want to say thank you. And keeping him in a beautiful light. I just feel like when he was done, he was done. Your husband still here? Okay, because he makes me feel like tell one up. If you're okay with that. Because he makes me feel like thanks. And he looks at me like, okay. So like he's got a real good casual but confident energy. But I just do, which is great. And that don't always fall too far from the tree. Okay, because just like you're doing, he's doing like, yes. And the great thing is you are a great mom. Cheers. And I just my awareness, that's it. But we do have the opportunity to choose our parents, a lot of life experiences to learn from, soul growth, that kind of stuff. You chose it. Just for the which is huge. Because you've always been playful but not cocky. And that's a good thing. It's nice when you say it, you mean the kind of thing that, okay, that's cute. Like, so I need to say that your son appreciates you as well. Okay? Because I just feel like you've got a good connection, a solar connection. And you're doing that. You're very nice, but I don't feel like you let many people into your reality. No? You're away. It's a good thing. I just feel like from her son to you, you're open nothing. And yet, it doesn't have to be like, oh, it's like, man, you know what, I'm ready. I'm ready to start living, and I'm just helping others, and I'll get to myself. I get to me, kind of thing. But now it's time for myself too. And when people can feel that genuine sincerity that you're not putting on airs like you're better than everyone and everything's perfect, you try to help. It's okay, you know what? That's where you're stuck. So what you're going to share with me is to get more of what you're doing, because I love your end result and you're living the truth. I'm listening. What you understand? So I feel like they're already coming to you. It's a good thing. I just feel like it's that validation, the value one that if you're saying anything that was genuine from your awareness, not only just to make everyone happy, although that's lovely. It's like, hey, someone which one wants, which you know, just what I want. That's it. Because I feel like kind of going back, just like me, is I don't know if you have to know, but I'll always do the best I can, but I want to help others to help themselves. Because to me, nobody needs to be fixed, nobody needs to be saved, just show them power within, become more self-realized, and live like others of life. I might be with you love the couple back there, the gentleman in the green, and the lovely young woman. I hope in no way have you lost a child, but I will acknowledge, good, but there is what I feel like is a younger male who does come through, and shows me the number 17. So to me, possibly this male was 17 years old when something happened, okay? And they give me an impact as they come through. So to me, when somebody gives me an impact, that's usually either a gunshot, car, boat, plane, motorcycle accident, somebody fell from something, or something fell on them. Okay, so just know, I just need to say that. I hope you don't know anyone in any way, but I will just say there's a potential that you could be talking with a lovely person, whoever they are, and they'll be talking about losing a son, in this case. And it literally could be like, and at 17, they were found. Because I feel like somebody comes across the body. Okay, so I don't know where to go with that, except that they're not leaving. So I just want to share that. And has your dad passed? Yeah, because that's exactly what he does. It's like, when are you going to cut your hair?
Tom, I did it once.
I know, you're talking to me. That's the point. Because you do look handsome. You look good. Not everyone can, just so you know. But in addition, and I'm sure you're fine, I'm not a dentist, but your dad taps my teeth. Okay? Was somebody having teeth problems? Was somebody not able to speak prior to passing? Do you know? Ma'am?
No,
Okay, yeah. Yes, ma'am, don't even worry about it, and sir, just remember, I feel like there is, from the father figure, I believe he's the one who's giving you that information. And do you have a brother? Holy cow, that's beautiful. You say 10?
No, I said had.
Oh, okay, I thought you said 10, I'm like, wow. And I gotta say, because apparently from your brother who's graduated, okay, but he loves you. He makes me feel like you're one of the few people that got him. Okay, and he's a good guy, of course, but just, I feel like not everyone got what he was saying. Like, okay, and I feel like you're genuine, like if you get it, okay, if not, what exactly you mean, but I just feel like the question is just a good thing. Okay, but even if he was older, he comes through like he's a younger brother. Okay, so I'm like, I don't know where to go with that except that's how it does come through.
He's older.
Okay, he's got a youthful energy about him. I'm like, I hear that, but he comes through more youthful than old. Just it's an energy. Now, in addition, has your mom passed in? Yes. Okay. Because she carries herself very nicely. Okay, so she was always casual, certainly fine. But the way she comes through is more of a refined type of energy. Okay? And I don't know if you even have the picture, but do you know the picture with her just kind of like maybe leaning forward on her with her hand underneath her chin? Okay, because she shows me my mom, and my mom was on Broadway. She was a singer, dancer, actress, all that kind of stuff. So she always carried herself beautifully. I just needed to say that your mom kind of equates to that. Okay? And there's a connection. August. Do you know if there's anything in the month of August? Your mom's going to drop something like that. Don't even worry about it. Yes, ma'am. Don't even worry about it. And we're going past August, so I'm like, no, nothing coming up. But there is a potential where you could find, if you don't know anything, that there's some either hopefully there's a celebration like in the month of August. So that's at least a decent, 12 months kind of thing. But your mom, she makes my head hurt. Okay, so I don't know if there were circumstances, but when they do that, a lot of times there's some type of a dynamic with it. Okay, and I feel like, of course, your mom's very nice, but she's also genuine. Don't do what you want to hear, it's what you need to hear. She likes you. That's exactly what she does. Yep. And in doing that, I do feel like she is genuine. And you don't have an ego, you're playful, but you don't have a big ego, which is really nice. I mean, you're tough at doing what you're doing. That's powerful. Now, from the father figure, it does not have to be about him, okay, but it is coming from him. And in this case, your dad shows me my dad. Now, when they show me my dad, sometimes a person might have one quality, sometimes there could be a couple. In this case, when they show me my dad, a lot of times one of three things. One, either somebody in the family or very, very close to the family's name either is or was Bill or Willie Young. Two is known to be very intelligent and or three, literally an engineer. My dad was Bill, very intelligent and an engineer. So if you don't know anybody with any of those qualities, don't worry about it. Just know that your father, your dad, is the one that shows that.
His father?
Yes, ma'am. That doesn't have to be about him, but it is coming from him. That's why, like I said, I always want to make sure you know who it's coming from. Make sense? Okay, cool. Now, in addition, you know how sometimes when honoring of a loved one who's passed, as we perceive it, that we'll do like a balloon release or a lighting ceremony. Do you know, did anyone think about doing that for your brother? Did anyone do something like that? Okay, just so you know, yes, don't even worry about it, but there is a potential where you can be talking with somebody who knew him. And they'll be like, oh, you know, we had a visual kind of thing. A visual where we lit candles and we were just on. This is very nice evening. So that's decently specific. But for your brother, I just feel like he says it, he means it. Okay, and the father figure is strong enough as well. You know. Now, dad just is kind of looking as well. Like you're looking, he's looking. I'm paying attention, I'm listening. And in doing that, he shows me, like a lion truck, like a big truck. So to me, either somebody is or was into trucking in some way, or unless somebody has been thinking about moving in the past year or soon. If not, and you guys are not gonna, don't worry about it, but if not, I'm just gonna go from the father figure for your dad. He's the one who shows me that. And for the lion to be on there, usually it's either the moving thing, or unless some, I think it's astrology, Leo the lion type of thing, someone's known for being that way, okay, or unless it's multiple. But I just need to go from the father figure, he's the one who shares that. And nothing coming up, but from your dad, was there any circumstance where somebody was either misdiagnosed or they didn't understand effectively everything that was going on for a particular person's health circumstances? Perfect, yeah, nothing coming up. But from your dad, he is the one who gives that to me, okay? And so I want to go, no, I'm going to stick to it, even though I can certainly be wrong, I'm going to stick to your dad and what he shares, okay? Now, in addition, you've got a very strong healing energy as well. I feel like you're very intuitive, okay? You're going to get more opportunity to share with others. Because I just feel like your own way that's saying, all right, I'm ready, let's do this. And the good thing is, the universe is listening. Now, and again, the good thing is you can block people who are genuine, okay? And it doesn't mean you have to deal with the world, but when you can understand where a person is at, so they can feel like, okay, somebody gets me, instead of, yeah, it's a beautiful day, and, kind of feel alone. I feel like you like me have had your own stuff, so you've been able to breathe through that to go, you know what? On that particular circumstance, I did have an experience, and this is what happened, and this is how I handled it. You're like, thanks, because I had no idea. But you had something like that, and you're like, well, yeah. And when they can feel genuine sincerity that you are a nice person, and that those circumstances did happen, but it didn't change you. If anything, it helped to redefine who you are. And it's like, okay, so what did you do? How did you do that? Whatever, if you even want to share. I just feel like more people are being brought to you in a good way, okay, that if you could even just help one person, you've done a great job. Who are we going to start with first? Ourselves. It's that kind of making see it's not an ego, but that it's not it's perfect. You've been through that. So, how did you do that? But you have to share it with everyone. But I feel like you're genuine. And you have pulled from your pain a lot to go, okay, you know what? I understand. It doesn't make it easy. But I either will treat people a certain way or not. And I feel like that's not easy. Then let's just see where things go, which is great. Now, in addition, from a father figure, okay, if you haven't had somebody that you haven't seen in about a year or longer, okay, that's come back into your present moment, I'll just say be open because more than likely they will. It's a good thing, it's not a bad thing. I just see it a lot from people and humans in this case, where when we're really good for others and forget about ourselves, they start to disappear. Like, we never want to know. And when we start to reconnect with ourselves, that's why I share the fact that a lot of times, not all the time, but a lot of times, it will trigger somebody from your past that you haven't seen in a year or longer that comes into your present moment. And if anything, it's just a validation of growth. Being aware of this person, people like, gosh, good to see you again. As you have a conversation, you think to yourself, you don't have to do that. Maybe in my own life experience, I'm growing and changing because I used to see things like that. Now you got a solid reference of growing and changing. It's just that I can grow and change all I want, but what am I growing into? I was want to be practical. If I can do this, and I will take my own medicine, I'm not that stupid. If I'm willing to share it with others, I'm certainly going to take it for myself. And there's that type, I feel like, of genuine sincerity, that if you can help someone, you'll do it. Not just to make them happy. It's, hey, you know what, I love you for who you are, and here's something maybe you didn't think about. Or make you go, because, a lot of us, we need to tell our own worst critic. But when they can realize that you had your own dynamics, but the way that you handle it, you've got more compassion, love, and empowerment. Oh my gosh. So what did you do? How did you do that? Whatever you want to share. But they're genuinely receptive to what did you do. Because they wouldn't ask you that if they're all messed up. How do you do that? No. It's not that everything's perfect, but that for you, if there are some things that need to be taken care of, you'll deal with it. It's not just like, yeah, I'll just ignore it, whatever. It's, okay, I can only let it go so far, and then I will address it, which I feel like is a good thing. Okay? Because you're strong. You know? Did you see that? Yeah. Okay, because I'm like, I didn't touch it. And again, there are other lights out, but for whatever reason, that same thing, like, okay. And I will just say that's a little playful validation, though, I didn't touch it, but that's your people acknowledging that the lights are on, kind of thing. Because I will share, just for me, there have been a few times where I do home readings for people, and they'll come to me, and as I always share, I'll offer them the ability to record the session. There have been a number of times where the person's phone was sitting there, and it was on our glass table, and in one moment, I'm like, I didn't freaking touch that. They're looking like, holy, because, you know, it got real to go, that was physically in front of us. I was just inside whatever it was, and from their loved ones on the other side, they pulled it off that table. It didn't just like it was, you know, that table, it was huge. So that was huge. If you haven't had, from your dad, okay, this is kind of like the God thing. Okay, this is another thing that I share. If you have not had this, strong potential. I hope you get all three. There's been one person that I've talked to who's had all three validations. Now, all three of these validations deal with a telephone, a phone. Okay, two of them happened for me, the third one happened for a friend of mine. If you've not had any, don't worry about it, oh God. The two that have happened for me are, one, my phone has rang 6 different times in my life, and the caller ID comes up 0000000. Yeah, one zero, yeah, one. The second validation with the phone happened with me over a couple of years ago. And I have voicemail to text. I went to a bunch of appointments and completed those, and I was starting to check text that was voicemails. And so I wanted to text that my sister would call. The text said, "Hey Jamie, it's me, Mom. Bye." Yeah, exactly. That's what I did. I'm like, that was a couple of years ago. My mom died 28 years ago. I played that message back. My sister didn't say anything like that. And I clearly misunderstood. Hey, Jamie, it's me, Mom. Bye. That is huge. I need my validations and connections just like I want to help you have yours. Because they can really help us heal our souls. It's not always easy. Because, yes, it's a beautiful day. And I need to tell you, like, oh, mother. Kind of thing. So, in this, I need to say, your dad loves and respects you. That's great. You're very intuitive yourself. Like, man, you can't hide that. One. But in addition, if you don't do this professionally to help other people, either you do or you're supposed to. It doesn't mean you have to if you don't want to, anyway. But they're looking at you like this. Okay. And I feel in your own way that you are working on the leadership abilities. And when we can be, you know, Joe Schmo is all we can be. But when you can give a person a lot of validations that, you know, there's no way to go that I'm not really be guesswork for, you know, something goes. I always want to be practical. I don't claim to be better than anyone because I'm not. I'm just going to do me. But that's what's happening for you is you've been kind of left alone to find yourself. Now it's like, okay, you know what? Now I'm finding me again. Now I'm going to find that light within me, and I'm open for some new connections. And the good thing is that they're going to come in a very nice, effortless, smooth way that it'll be a reflection of consciousness to go, you know, it's weird. What a coincidence. There is no coincidence. But, you know, being able to kind of saunter through your life experience, because it's that, you know, divine timing, yeah, pretty sure, until we attain life experience, and then we can look back on more effectively. Now see why this theater lot of production on your life experience. Okay, and for this, I have a person coming through who took their own life. Okay, so yeah, like shit.
I mean, their actions cause.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, that's why I'm like, but they're just real matter of fact. I'm just telling you. I need to say, one, you don't need anyone to complete you. You're already very independent. But two, they make you feel like you are something that you like it. And that's a good thing. Sometimes we need to cocoon, kind of get our own energy. But once we do that, where do I want to go from here? Let me just give you secrets that are different. Not that I'm going to be different. And I feel like you're disciplined enough to go, you had a few extra points. You could have checked out, you stuck around. And that's brilliant. That's pretty strength. That's the point. And the good thing is as we get to those kinds of experiences, that is the flip point to go, now we see how control and all right we are. Like, oh, I was trying to have that to us because of this. And in this, I need to say, if you guys are in a relationship in some way, okay, because it's like,
Yeah, she's my best buddy. Yeah, she's my soulmate.
And the good thing is you just have to be you. And there's no way that you would be in her life if you didn't have a great quality. Yeah. It's a beautiful energy. And I love that because not everyone gets that. It's like, who's my soulmate? When am I going to meet him? And it's like, man, just be open. Exactly. But also in this, I need to say that there's a lot of people, a lot of appreciation, and how you are with them. And you just have to be. Because I feel like your family's very direct.
Oh, yeah.
If they didn't like you, you'd be like, whatever. I don't know you, but I feel people like that. So that's a good. Did someone have a birthday or a celebration recently?
Yes.
Okay. Because I just needed to, I'm like, wow. It's just lobbing it on me, like, let me just share it with you. Okay. Now, in addition, if you didn't have this, nothing coming up. But this person does show me. Okay, when I was younger, I almost drowned. Okay, so I don't know if you had a circumstance like that, but if I could share real quick, my dad, we were over at a neighbor's house and they were having a pool party and everyone was enjoying and people were swimming and I'm like, wow, that looks cool. And so I jumped into the deep. I didn't know how to freaking swim, man. I'm going down and I looked and thankfully my dad looked and he jumped in with watch everything. It was like, thank you. So basically that's what they showed. So, in that case, they just need to show. Now, in addition, did you just come back from a trip? No. Okay. I'll just say, if you haven't been planning a trip, it's coming up for you. Okay, because it's like right around now. So I just need to go, yeah, but
Definitely thinking about a trip for our 10-year anniversary.
Oh, yeah. Okay, then I'll just say that might be it. That's how I misinterpret it. Because there's that trip energy. And if you're not thinking about going to California, you don't have to in any way. But for some reason, you drop that into my face. Well, it's 205 countries. Yeah. And I know you won't, but make sure you don't break or lose your phone. You just do it like okay, and the good thing is you are genuine and they make you feel like that you found your soulmate that way, that you just have to be you. Not put on airs, none of that. Just do the real thing. And people, if we can accept ourselves, I'm doing the best I can, so I can do. But we make you see that we don't have to be, I'm just doing the best as a human in this case for this connection. But in this connection, there's also an aspect where I feel like there's a whole new life that's opening up. Okay, it's a good thing, it's not a bad thing. It's just sometimes that the wrong timing. Okay, now I'm ready for it. And I feel like you are. Okay, it's that alignment energy-wise that, had it happened sometimes sooner, it would have been too much, it wouldn't have been productive. So in this sense, that's so, okay, you know what? I feel like you've been allowed to find yourself again. And that's huge. And you're very nice, very genuine, but like a lot of us, you're very independent in your own way. So people like, if there's anything I can do for you, you let me know, and then demons will still want to help you. So in this case, I just feel like we're starting to be good for yourself. And when we can be good for ourselves but not have an ego, just going, hey, I'm here, so why would I not take care of myself if I'm doing the best I can to help others? I'm no longer a hypocrite. Because I would do that for most of my life. I would always help others in any way, in every way, but I kept forgetting about me. Like, oh, I'm fine. Then after years, I'm like, oh, God, I am a hypocrite. Now I'm going old school. Do as I say, not as I do. Like, yeah, break that. It became a good blessing that when people can see it's okay to love yourself and to have some passion and stuff. Because a lot of people, you know, they think, that's narcissist. That's whatever. Well, yeah, okay, sure, whatever you want to call it. But when they can feel that genuine sincerity, that you feel that you're worth sharing some of that energy and not just forgetting about it. You're like, oh, you care about me. Right, that's the point. You want to know that you do give up. That connection is strong because there's a lot of circumstances for a lot of people on this planet that are having those potential exit points. It's been just for me, it's been a weird, like 4 years. I personally just, that's all I can speak about that me. But over the past 4 years, I know at least 30, not 3, 30 people who died. And 90% was not COVID related. It was cancer accidents and stuff. It's been a weird, that's that tipping point for this planet. We're either sticking here and it's time for the next phase, or see ya, time to go, night night. Because I will share with you. And I think you already know. Because a lot of these movies and the entertainment, there's a lot of validity to what they show. But make it entertaining and informative. That way they're not freaking out. You got it, you're only a conspiracy. Gotcha. I'm sure there's nothing there. You'd be amazed at who uses our abilities. I was sure that you really think you didn't know where some of the body was. Really? I do remote viewing. It's just taking my numbers and stuff. I was trained by a gentleman named Major Ed Dames, who used to be a remote viewer for the military. Very nice gentleman. And it was really fascinating. If I can share with you a vision that I was shown, that I'm still like, oh, I was just sitting there. I wasn't doing. I was just sitting there, and in an instant, in my mind's eye, I was shown this scene. What I could see was there was mountains. So whatever this is didn't obliterate everything, but everything else was burnt. It was ash. There was nothing standing at all. And I'm like, where the frick is this? And what's going on? Well, up above the scene that I was being shown, and the numbers never changed, they were 2029. I'm like, what the frick? So I did a remote viewing thing, and I gave the numbers, and I shifted my perspective. And from where I had shifted, I could see there was these 2 little mountains that come down, and there was an ocean that's usually right there. That ocean was not there. It was thrown dry. And I'm like, what the flag? So again, even though I'm sure nothing will happen, I just got, and I don't know, I'm not a star for the colors. But I believe that there's a gentleman who was saying that I think on April the 13th of 2029, which would be apparently, he was playfully saying, every Friday the 13th is when this asteroid is supposed to come really close to the planet. And I'm like, oh, shit. I hope it doesn't come that close. But whatever this is, in whatever way, however it happened, from what I could see, there was nothing. No house, nothing. It was all just ash. It was a very weird, for me, it was a very weird vision. But anything that I've ever got, if that's happened, this was even more clear than anything I've ever seen before. And for those numbers to not change in any way at all, I'm like, well, whatever this circumstance is, more than likely 2029 will be activated. I'm sure it won't be there. There's very strong potential to go. You doing okay? Has your mom passed? Yeah. Okay, because there's a mother figure who's stands behind you, and I like it because she's like your bud, okay? And just the way she stands, just like that. Yeah, she can. That's how she comes through. So I just need to go, you're very independent, there's no question about that. But she's also glad that you're kind of opening up a bit. And when we can do that, and if you haven't been thinking about moving, or unless you have moved in the past year, I'll just say she's pretty clear about movement. So it doesn't mean you have to if you don't want to, but she's kind of pushing that. So I'm going to ask if you get people who are that trust you to know they do that. Okay. And for you, because I don't know your connections, but they do like you. You're different, they say. Like, yeah, okay. But there's also, because I feel like you are very nice and very genuine, but I don't feel like you let a lot of people into your reality. It's like, no, we'll see. Okay, have a nice day. It's a good thing. But for you to just be you and be able to hang with her, all you have to do is be you. And you are, you're genuine. And because you're also very creative yourself. Okay, so I just feel like you've got a natural ability to express. And if you don't do anything professionally, creatively, you do, or it's coming, it's a good thing. It's there already. It's a good thing. Okay, I just feel like, what else do you want to do? You're an ideas person, they say. So the good thing is, well, we can do the best we can. It's all energy. But when we can put some different perspectives together, it can sometimes create a new way of seeing things. And that, I feel, is a lot of what they're saying about you. Is it's nice when you can do the best you can to understand so that you can communicate. Not just whatever, it's, you know, whatever, if I don't like you, have a nice day, kind of walk away. And otherwise, hey, let's talk. I just feel like you're a good communicator when you are. And that's a good thing. Yeah. Now, in addition, there's a grandmother figure who does come through for you. Okay. And this grandmother figure feels very strong in her own way, very nice, of course, but very direct. Now, as she comes through, it does not have to be connected to it, but it is coming from her. She does that with her hand. Do you know, I don't know if the alliance giving any real muscular things, but either somebody is or was dealing with something like that. Okay. I don't know where to go with that, except that grandmother figures are what shows. So it doesn't have to be connected to her, but it is coming. Now, in addition, there's a lot of newness for both of you guys, you ladies. Okay, and the good thing is I feel like you've been brought together to help each other. It's a good thing. Oh, wow, you're doing fantastic.
You look at you.
But the great thing is, I didn't realize that, because I got to say the balance that you guys have together, not every parent and child has that. And the good thing is your mom's genuine. That's brilliant. And I love that, because I'm like, wow, you look like a friend. Never judge a book by its cover. But it's also in this way that from your just solid sharing and caring, that when you say something, you mean it, that you're open to the office. So what do you think? What do you feel about it? What about this? What about that? And she knows if it's coming from you in your own way, you're usually pretty good about reading things. So what do you think about this? What do you got to say? And I feel like you'll have information. That is what we want to hear. It's what we need to hear. And it's that genuine sincerity of what Mama's saying that she needs. And the cool thing is you are very nice. You don't take crap, but you're very nice. And in doing that, of course, your daughter here, but do you have 2 kids? Because I'm like, there's an older male, just so you know, whatever that gentleman is. He's the one who does that. So I'm like, I know you, but he does too. So as long as you're that. Cool. Now, in addition, from a grandpa figure, apparently, okay? Dad. Excuse me. But if he's kind of touching on this trip thing as well. Okay, so and I think you said you guys have been thinking about doing something. But in that, if you haven't been clicking on something to have a trip, you're going to. He's looking at you like it's already said. So I don't know if it is or not, but for him to say that, I just feel like, just be open. Just be open. Okay, now in addition, do you have any connections to someone? Cool. Don't worry about it. Just know there's a strong potential that you'll meet someone. They're nice. It doesn't have to be a life change. but that they'll have strong Tucson connections. Because the dad chose me in Tucson, so I'm like, no, like I said, even though I can misinterpret it, I'm going to stick to the Tucson language. And it becomes more validating when sometimes, we give something to be like, yeah, right, sure. And I'm like, no, I could certainly be wrong, but I guess we'll see. And then it happens, and you're like, how did you get? I'm like, well, your people did it correct. I'm doing reading and listening to them. Otherwise, if it's psychic, you did it correct. I'm doing reading your thought process of information. See the consciousness. Okay. Now, in addition, have you graduated from school? I know that's really general because you didn't know that. But there's also like a direction, like experience-wise, that if you weren't going to school for something, or if you were, or you're going in a good, if you're going in a direction to manifest more, it's a good thing. Just from her dad, just like you look at us how he's looking. Mm-hmm. Yep. It's like, damn, if you weren't covered, it'd be a little, am I okay? Okay, in this case, you rush. So I just feel like it was his time. And what he makes me feel like is coming from dad. Okay? And I get that a lot with people, but sometimes, the closer we get, we'll start, oh, so-and-so is here. And they're like, they died many years ago. They're like, no, they didn't. They're right here. And so basically, he makes me feel like he was already making connections with the other side, or he graduated. Like he would say, oh, I had a clear dream of that visit. Or this circumstance just kind of there, and you're like, okay. And you're aware of some stuff going on, and go, he's not crazy. He wasn't crazy. He was just tuned in. It's just a lot of times what we don't understand. Like, okay, great. And he's like, well, we're all going crazy. That's what I said. Like, we're all going crazy. We wouldn't be here. But in this case, he also, because I don't know if I feel like it's genuine, it makes me feel like you're working hard. That's really cool. Again, I don't know that, but I'm going to say that. Of course, you have some other daughter, but I'm going to say that much. So, I feel it's coming out of his mouth. He means it. You are a great person. And you don't take crap. And you get a lot of that from him. So, like, that's cool. That's good. Okay. My dad was not like that. My dad's a great man. He died many years ago. But, like I do, as we grow into our life, we will perpetuate that, so we change that. And if I could share real quick, growing up, my mom and dad, my real mom and dad, amazing people. The stepdad that I grew up with was a D-bag. Literally, he would beat me for everything. If I didn't watch the news 2 hours a day, hour in the morning, hour in the evening, he stayed abreast. I didn't get good, all that kind of stuff. Anything around, he would beat me with. And he would always say, someday you'll thank me. And I'm like, all these years later, I'm like, oh my God, he was right. He taught me what not to do. I never, ever hit my boys unless I absolutely felt like not to. But I never hit them. I didn't want them to grow up with what I grew up with. And the good thing is they knew if Dad says it once, he means it. I never ever had to get physically abusive. I just had that strength about me, just something to be aware of, showing up for my boys. The cool thing is they knew, don't mess around, Dad's going to tap you on the shoulder real quick. You can go out and do that? Really? You sure? Because I just opened up and I said, nope. Mm-hmm. And that was a cool thing because, like I said, my own son was in conflict for years. And it was great. For me, growing up, for most of my life, I always wanted to be one of three things: a cop, a lawyer, and a psychologist. And I'm doing all three. But back in the day, many years ago, Tempe Police Department was hiring at an early age. And so I was excited, going, freaking A, I'm going to go to this school, and I'm going to do it, I'm going to learn, and I'm going to get on the force. Well, before I did that, my master guide chief was like, James, if you want to do this, I just want to show you the potential that's going to happen if you do this. And what he showed me was very clear. It would be nighttime. I would pull, it would be my first week on the force. I would pull this four-door white vehicle off to the side at nighttime. I'd come up to the driver's side and poof, they would have shot me in the face. I'm like, oh my God, even though that was a life goal, I didn't do it. There's no way I would listen to my master guide if he weren't accurate. Be like, yeah, right, whatever. But he said that, and I was very thankful, even though that was a challenge that I couldn't do one of my dreams. It was really cool. I never said that to my oldest son. I didn't. It was just kind of cool. In his own way, he grew into that. And I was just like, wow. But again, I'm not that stupid. When it was shown to me that clear, I'm like, that's way too clear. It wasn't just a potential, but the way he said it was, let me show you. Because I was like, well, first thing is I attained one of my goals. The other thing is I wouldn't get to enjoy it. First freaking week on the job. Yeah, I did. So, at least for me, that was a good learning experience. You're sitting there on your own. Your dad, I like him because he's a very playful guy. Very nice, very genuine, but also very playful. He makes me feel like I'm saying, you've always been able to sit on your own way. You're good with people. You don't have to have other people to complete you. You're already complete, 100% person. I just feel like he loves you so much. And there is a mother figure as well. Okay, so again, if mom is still here, which I feel like she is, but if she's still here, then mother-in-law, stepmom, grandma, mother would level. Otherwise, mom or dad lost his sister, which would be an odd figure. Okay, so just so you know, there is what I feel is a female energy at a mother level. So nothing coming up if it's happened, it's already happened. Okay? Now, in addition, be open. Because I feel like more people are coming to you. Yes, ma'am. And so, again, it doesn't mean you have to heal the world, but when they know genuine sincerity is, okay, you've been through that, and so what did you do? How did you handle that circumstance? And not that it has to always be the crap, but sometimes if it is that, we've gone through it, and we've better to speak about something that someone who's gone through that. It's like, God, yes. Because I feel like you're genuine as well. So it's not just like, I'm better than everyone and whatever. It's, hey, I'm doing the best I can to move forward. And I'm going to keep going, which I need to say thank you for doing that. Okay? Because you're very genuine, you're very humble. Just have fun. Achieve yourself. So if somebody in particular did not come through, it does not in any way mean you're not here. It's just whoever's loudest, and I know my loved ones are loud, but whoever gets my attention, I go to. Okay, so if I've been accurate in any way and I'm good, your people are great, honored, but I'm humble. I just want to do the best I can to go, I am Joe Schmo, but mostly I don't know you in any way. Two people do, and all I have to do for me is for 60 years. Tune in. Because they're always communicating with us. We don't need to. They're allowed to. And I found for myself that is a big gift. Because there's like knocking on our consciousness door. Or, hello, McFly. Because most of us are like, what? Huh? And I feel like you're very intuitive as well. Okay, yes, yep, you got it, yes. And they're coming to you. Do what you want. She's over here. So apparently, you're doing it. The good thing is there's more that's going to open up. And if you have not been thinking about writing a book, either you have or you're going to. It's a good thing, it's not bad. Yeah, just need to acknowledge it. Look at it. Oh, keep going. Keep going. Since you're already looking. To my cool. Any questions? In any way? Thank you for the opportunity to do service. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to validate. When you talked about this, talking about looking, I'm helping my grandma, looking down on my grandma.
Excellent. Thank you for doing that. Is your daughter, I call her your daughter, it's your granddaughter? Yeah. That was past life connections. That you had a number of them with that daughter. I feel like, yeah, it's a good thing. I just feel like in that way, whoever that young lady is, she's already got a direction in life she's going. If she doesn't have a clue, they can feel like she does. She's going to go Oh, okay, good. I just feel like, yeah, God, I'm the parent, you're the child. And these kids nowadays, they're all souls. And to me, just to me, the old soul definition, I always say, for me, cosmically, we are all the same age. Cosmically, we are all one. But to me, an old soul is somebody who's coming back to this particular planet a lot more than the average person seems to have like a knack or a connection for it. That's an old soul. I need to look at you from yeah, go, right. So, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's an honor and a pleasure. I'll see you again sometime.
Yeah.
I need to say yes in a perfect way to go. And you asked that. Yeah, I did. I'm like, I didn't think so. And you said it was you didn't think it was very nice. I think that's what you did. The second thing, I was worried about years before I had visited my dad's person, and I was looking for, I opened my phone, I was heading down to baggage claim, and I was just looking for where I should stand for the airport or something. Up pops this picture that somebody had taken of us together at Christmas time, specifically Christmas time, two of us. Like, oh, and that was your phone, that wasn't someone else. You had no choice but to go, I don't understand. How did they They are brilliant. I have a good friend, I share with you. I have a good friend who left a number of years ago, and she was up north. Well, we went up there to have a celebration of life at Maggie. She did a video for a friend, and the pictures would come up, and the words would be slow, and then they'd go down. Well, we could only find one picture of our friend at the birthday. Yeah. And, we all asked, was anyone else have any pictures? Because we don't see it. Well, Maggie had put it all together and looked at it the night before. It was beautiful, and I sit down with the pictures coming out of there. And then the next morning, she got up and she decided to put the video in there. And she did. Here's the picture of our friend with the dog, and it goes down, and then she's like, oh, exactly what the frick was that? So she freeze framed it, rewound it. It was enough no one had. I'm like, well, don't you find that technologically that was already a completed thing? It was already done. But however she did it, I thought it was so, yeah. It was, we all got to experience that firsthand to go, oh, we had no choice but to go.
How did they get it?
I have no idea. Yeah.
Because I mean, how did he go into my photos and take that specific picture of us at Christmas time?
That easy enough to know exactly. So I have no choice because that's my phone.
And the weird thing, I was like, I'm trying to, and it took me a while to go, oh, hi, Dad, maybe that was you saying hello. But at the time, I was like, I'm trying to get to the information.
It's like usual.
Yeah, she's not paying attention. But, and then, I don't know, I didn't know if you were talking to the gentleman behind me or when you came back about the book.
It's a combination for you as well.
Okay, because I guess they noticed that I've been several of the 93 months when I realized that the publisher I submitted to 5 years ago, they're very unethical. So we're going to try it again. I was going to give it up, and it's something nurturing. Don't give up.
Right, and don't be surprised if you get to think of audio books as well. Yes. See, just be open. There's a lot more people out there in audio. Not everyone has time like we used to be able to sit and read. They want to be able to hear it, what's going on. It's great. So I'll just say be open because there are a lot more people that are finally starting to open up, but a lot of them are doing it.
Wow, that would be fun.
Yes, it will.
That would be fun.
Yeah, just go, let's see, okay, to not to where it's like, I feel like you give me a chance to integrate it, it is good. And I feel like for the most part it does, but there'll be some things before you complete it, that you'll shift. It's a good thing. I still put the parameters around things, so that one, you're good and understanding what you're doing before other people, and things. Then it's like, I just need to know something right now is happening. Do you have a book or something? It's gonna be that, and then if I get it, more, thank you so much.
I'll really have to do the type. When we first had a situation where it was a very hard experience, I felt that if somebody surrounded me, like, the best way to put it is like when I was going through cancer, I was getting there each and every day. I was in so much pain and that kind of soothed it a little bit. And I was going through that situation that I feel like somebody when I was soul soothing. Yes. And I never knew if it was an angel, Jesus.
I gotta say, I feel like a strong connection with angels.
Because I literally, I felt the presence to the point that I kind of, how baby, I don't know, I should be telling you because of this. And okay, later on, when they say that out, it hurts.
I lost my family. Yes. I gotta say, you know, not just making stuff up, but it was just a question on this. Next one thing is, we're gonna do more of this. You're asking more. So just do it. Just do it. It's a part of the energy of this.
And again, I feel like Phoenix is a perfect example of that. Because I mean, you're reformed from the ashes. That's what I'm going through.
And things kind of already absolutely have a reaction, but a lot of it to keep it that way, take with me, and I'm going to need to just let what it is experience. And that's not what I feel is going on. She's so early. And in that, shoulders to stick around pretty gradually, and that circumstance makes it easy. But on the 10 plus,
I'm going to go through all these either
cool. Just a moment like that. Stick around there.
It's just a matter of figuring out what's the best sort of thing in your life. I want to do this full time, but I also want to be able to take those challenges and figures. But also, like, I've been going through really devastating.
Deal with this. So this is pretty strong. I can do that. Let me hear what you got to say. Just one side and then the other thing. It's you're smart enough to know what you share and how you say it. And then they can open up a little bit more knowledge about this field. They realize that something must understand what you're saying. Like, oh, I just keep talking, and nobody's acknowledging it here. You're genuine, it's not like, who is it? It's like, that's shit too. So what did you do? How did you handle it? And they're really good about it. But when they see that the unseen energy is most of the shit that's physical, you see it, and it's real, otherwise whatever. No, you have your physical being already made. And how you can come in and now what was lining up what happened to get you to things. It's not shit about the one that you know. That's huge. We have that. We talk about some feelings. Yeah, we're trying to get the scientific, synthesized categories for people. Maybe there's something to it. Yes. That's why I wanted to share the fact that so it's going to be very rewarding aspect of the movie, because like I said, selected for the scientific studies. Very effective for the body. Really what we're doing. And well, just about scientific methodology, just question everything. And I don't know that.
Made it be good. That's why there's a Israel-Palestine war, you know.
Yes. I don't try not to get irritated. Yeah. Thank you so much for this.
So
I will.
I don't know, let's borrow it once a week.
Yeah, I will.
I would love to hear your feedback.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to another book that you're going to watch. And the difference is you chose to stick around. That's great. That's how.
Thank you for your encouragement to spend on. Really good.
I love that power that this knowledge shows. And with him staring at the fire. All right, am I for your best? Do I need to go down, or can I bring that to you? Can I ask, how did you get the idea for the company?
I went to a business event, and I've always wanted to write books, especially when I was a gastro, because I figured out I might want to make it. One of the heavy things in my heart is my kids were part of it within the local community. So I'm doing that. So I never wanted to do it, and then when I had a job, I never had an opportunity this time. I was really busy. So I went to this business event, and I shared it with this girl. I said, oh, why don't you do your book? I said, oh, I don't know. I'll help you. Really? I'm a graphic designer, and this is what I do. And she helped me, and she designed it, and she did an amazing job.
All you needed to do was and then other people did it. It's like, oh, by the way, you know what I can do? What can you do? Good. Thank you, too. That's beautiful. I just wanted to question that. This is how look at that does for that.
I think she really did capture the essence of what the message was.
Yeah.
And one of my goals, instead of having a big book that you're going to throw on your shelf and never read it, what is something practical? That's easy to read and that you would pick up again anytime you have the life not connected.
One of the books I feel like is going to be self-help. Okay, so I never read this, but I know you can share it. There's another aspect. It's like it'll be in the book. I think it literally take the travel along your life, just like reading the book. And you can go all the way. So reading the books, then that's telling you, this is what I'm reading, that's why I'm doing about that. And you make it, that's what you go. That's what I'm thinking now. Shoes and cars. That makes it. We'll definitely get back. This is just the next step, brother. This is the next step. Watch. You got this.
And any insight that you might see for me in the future?
By the end of next year or sooner, what I feel like an opportunity is offered to you, you don't have to choose it, but it's going to be going into a partnership business. It's a good business. I just feel like whoever this person is, they are hard workers and they're willing to do what it takes, but they're going to come to you and go, so, Bruce, what do you think? What do you think? What would you like? And you'll share. And then you go, you know what, what do you work together? Yeah, of course. And that makes you choose to offer it. Like I said, doesn't mean you have to choose anything, but what it's going to do is make cool that you chose to take it. Now it's coming. Okay, now
Anything that covers kids or relationships?
are you not in a relationship now? I kind of feel like you're in a relationship. well, that's good, perfect. It's that kind of thing. I just feel like it's time for you to open up this cushion, not be dominated, and selfish shit. That's a cool thing. It's that, well, I know about whatever. It's like, hey, this is what I feel about this. Oh, that's a conversation. So, try to pull it out of you. Some people do something like this. Well, this other person is, I feel like you're more likely to find it interesting. Otherwise, you get to have that strong. Just do it. We'll see.
Can I help you carry anything else?
Sir, I am well. Thank you so much. Yeah. I will.
Yeah, different. Yeah.
I should have, here's John. I do chew on my nails a lot of times.
We're gonna sit down. Most of my shows, that's fair. I need to get his laptop. Yeah, it's the camera recording. It's the camera recording. Just a rough out. We're still on. I hope not. If not, they're learning how to be the best banquet setup there is ever been.
I thought you said that there's three string and 4 balls. No, there's 4. Yeah. You have one in your hand, right? Yes. One little one? Yes. Okay. Okay, right here. What did I do that, Chuck?
That's been a normal time.
Cool. But it does have a door.
You guys are kind of like making that.
No, you, Lauren. Renee. Why did you not put the camera?
Because being recorded and sent it to stop.
No, smaller area like that. No, smaller. Gotta be able to stick to
I found it. I tried to put stuff in the bag, and I grabbed it, and it was up in my refrigerator. So I knew I was like, where am I anymore?
With the door, I did, because like you said, do the instrumental, because I was thinking about it, I was like, oh, what if we had to replace one, and then I have to figure it out.
I didn't think about it that way, but.
Well, I don't have to cut it all. Kind of like I was at popcorn.
Oh, this? Yes.
Are we done with this building? The right is this side is slightly smaller.
This one's the one I spoke to.
Okay, good. Right there. Huh?
My family is not right.
5 rounds, I think, yeah. The next one was red, but I wanted to pick one in there. So that has to be.
I can work with you here.
Oh, yeah, we have an addendum, for our employees, the housekeeping and community. We celebrate them, and,
I told you, you were really busy, really, very cool.
yeah, we have a superhero team, hotel heroes, so. Yeah, so I reused those from another thing that I did, so, yeah, it was good.
Yeah, you were very